Alright, so last week we opened on these separate groups of rainfalls, all sitting together and waiting intense anticipation of the kids' concert and the possibility of fixing things with Icy. Hunk, Davine, and Suletta were in the Rainfall Theater, all sitting together and just trying to keep each other in decent spirits while watching movies. While they waited, meanwhile, Julius and Pequod tried to keep things as squared away as they could while they waited. Eventually, they went down to check on their parents and ended up waiting together, well, again, in tense anticipation. The majority of the kids got to admire the statue of the saint before being whisked away to Tommy's for their victory lunch. Everybody ended up having a good time there before they all went down to Woodbury to get everything set up for the concert. Whilst getting things set up, they noticed a small ball of energy far up in the sky that left them unnerved. More and more people began to file in, with friends, old and new, for the people there, having a good time, but the orb was always there, seemingly getting larger. Meanwhile, Ash and Kaz made it to Yankee Outpost and began looking around. They found that the computers had been wiped, but there were some synths left behind. Upon trying to find more information, they discovered dozens of xenomorphs in cryopods. Ash and Kaz ended up planting dozens of thermal detonators and got the hell out of there, with Ash in an actual panic at what he had just seen there. Meanwhile, in Woodbury, everyone had arrived at the concert and it was set to begin when they suddenly noticed that Orb was gone. Suddenly, a massive being that seemed to be made almost living flame contained in armor with a giant sword arrived. It claimed to be a deity of time, there to right an imbalance caused by those in Gallia and their children being in this time. He said that the fix would be killing them all. One by one, each of them there tried and failed to stop him, each of them being brutally beaten down and injured throughout there. Soul's lunar magic did nothing to him, and Julius gave him his best shot, and was shrugged off and broken. After a vicious fight, this being was set to finish off Elizabeth and Davine when Icy arrived. After breaking things up, she would morph into a shadowy, almost demon-like figure. Possessed souls of the long-dead enemies were called to assist her as she picked this deity apart, brutalizing and massacring him before consuming him and his power, ending the threat once and for all, and seemingly taking his place. This also caused significant damage to Woodbury in the process. After the fight, Hunk, Davine, and her family talked with her and made things right. They all ended up going back to the lane together and enjoying the rest of their day, united as a family once more. And I believe that is everything.
Yeah, that's it. So it's the next day, early Tuesday morning. Hunk, Davine, Suletta have been brought to what is going to be, well, they don't quite know whose house this is yet, but it's a new house on Rainfall Lane. Scar and Blaze await them at the front door. They've been up for about 15 minutes. Hunk has not touched Davine once. Go.
Davine walks up to where they are, turns around, looks at Hunk, and beckons him to come up to her.
He's got his hands on his hips, just looking at the house. It's all one floor, except stairs to a basement that you can see inside. He's looking at the house in shock. As Scar, what the fuck?
I'm not sure. She'll walk up to him. Hunk, darling?
Oh! He'll put his hands up and move away from Davy.
Darling, what are you doing? She'll take a step forward. Do you not want to be next to me right now?
I'm just giving you your space.
I don't need any space. I want you with me.
Only if you're sure.
110%.
Okay.
She'll put both hands out for him.
He'll take her and walk her up this way, gingerly. Scar scratching the back of his head. Blaze just sighs and walks inside.
Davine looks worriedly at Hunk and then at Scar. So, whose house is this, Scar?
So, JJ and Samantha's new place. Yeah, once I saw those kids, Cold, Soul, all of them kind of getting together with a couple months ago when they came back to the lane. I figured it's time to start building houses for them. Things seem to be moving quickest for JJ and Samantha, so I think this should be their place.
I think so. From the outside, it looks quite spectacular.
Very nice. Scar will open the door. Why don't you go look in?
Yes, we should. And she turns around, looks at Hunk. Could you pick me up?
Sure. You're sure?
She gives him a kiss on the cheek. More sure than anything.
He'll pick her up and walk her in. The infants are in hover chairs. Suletta's just minding them as they brrr around as Mr. Snuffles does. Scar following them in. Hunk, this is a nice, Scar. Scar looks around. Yeah, get Sam and JJ out of your house. I'm sure they'd like some privacy.
Oh, I'm sure they would. But I think every couple would like some privacy, and living in your parents' house, as big as our house is, it must not be very fun.
Nah, probably not. Looks around. Blaze, wonderful place, multiple bathrooms, bedrooms, a good place to raise a family. Scar, it follows the general design that Pequod had for the first generation of houses here on the lane. Got a pool room, and then another pool outside. Smaller pool, heated. Pool inside, not heated.
Davy nods. Yes. It looks like an almost updated version of the original plans of the houses for Rainfall Lane.
He'll snap his fingers. That's right. Come over here. Down there, downstairs. You can have whatever they want. A game room, whatever. I've left it blank slate for now, but I figure we show them their new house soon.
I would say so. It's completely ready for them. Everything's built up, tested, everything like that.
Yeah, for the most part, as Blaze is flickering on the lights. The breaker box is actually up here. Lights flicker on and off. For the most part, everything's good to go. We could use he looks at Blaze, and Blaze, we could use an electrician around these parts.
An electrician. She strokes her chin, looks at Hunk and Suletta. Do either of you two know any electricians that might be good?
No, just staring at the TV that's on the wall here.
Well, I don't know either, but perhaps Pequod knows. We can ask her, and if not, we might just have to look for one through EarthGov or anything like that.
Scar, yeah, I mean, I know a fair bit. He's leading them to the pool room about electrical work, but I'm not certified, nor do I want to go to school, thank you. Walking over here. Pool! It's smaller than the one in your place, but this is more like a ranch-style house, all on one floor.
Yes, it seems very well put to cozy. Cozy is the word I was looking for.
Scar lights up a cigarette, starts walking around. Blaze, just groaning, looking at Hunk coming over here. And a hot tub. Whirl a pool, he flicks the switch.
A hot tub? Davian looks at Hunk. Perhaps we should come in here and steal the pool every so often.
Only if you want to, not a bad idea. Blaze, or we could get you one in your place.
That could work too. Then we could be trillionaire while we do it.
Scar just dragging on his cigarette, looking at Davine and Hunk.
Davine leans forward a bit and whispers into Hunk's ear. Did you have the dream again, darling?
Maybe. Scar, isn't this supposed to be like a time of celebration? Nicole's back, everything's fine. No. He looks at Davine and Hunk. We're very happy, trust me.
Yes, of course. I haven't been this happy, well, for like a couple of months or weeks. I can't even remember how long she was gone for. She puts her hand on her chest. That all seems like so long.
And poor Julius's city. Suletta starts laughing.
Oh, yes. How's construction coming along in Woodbury? I know it can't be that far, given it was just yesterday, but is it at least better looking?
No,
Oh, oh, poor boy. She just looks down and shakes her head.
It was that or his fucking head. That guy with the sword and the armor, he was a creepy motherfucker.
That he was. Very, very creepy.
I was planning to take him head on. Personally, I was gonna, but then the demon thing happened, and let Nicole handle it this time around. She needs some confidence. Suletta, you were a coward. Looking at Scar.
Davian chuckles. Don't worry, Scar. I think most people in that situation would have ran away as soon as possible.
Hunk lifts his hand. I punched the guy twice, and my hand got singed to hell and back, so leave it to the wizards.
Davian takes his hand, gives it a kiss, and rests her face against it while staring him in the eyes. That was very brave of you, and I thank you for it.
Yeah, I would do anything for you. Wanted to get him off you. Did you see how his face was like half that weird, glowy, globby fire shit? And then normal face. There's a lot of things I don't understand about magic. Scar, yeah, I noticed that too. I was pretty close to the fight. I was tending to Julius's wounds.
I noticed it as well, and I don't really want to venture a guess on anything. I feel like I would get it wrong no matter what, and the true answer would come out of left field.
Suletta looking in the pool, you are not the only one. That was interesting.
It was a it was an interesting concert, to say the least.
A hell of a first concert for the children. Just turning the switch off the whirlpool, walking around.
I would have to say so. Nobody is able to say they've had that kind of concert for the first time around.
It's a good thing I was there too, because I set Julius's leg and took care of everything for him, so.
Yes, darling. She just looks at Scar.
I even dragged Ricky and Carter over to, their respective parents to keep them safe. That was Towns looking over at Scar. Well, I got Soul, you see. That was Towns as well. Walking the street.
Towns is very brave during that entire thing. We should thank him, most definitely.
Next time we see him.
Yes, quite. We need to thank him. He saved quite a few of the children, or at least brought the family closer together, which is always good.
Where were you during that whole event, Scar? Setting Julius's leg. I mean, prior to that. Oh, found.
Daphne tilts her head.
And after that, because when the guy got eaten and all that wackoness ensued, you were like on the opposite side of the group. You were one of the last people to come through the teleporter to the lane. I was making sure Memory Ann was feeling okay. Suletta, he was hiding in the Euro truck.
Quite. That's where the tomato and lettuce that you were covered in came from?
The fuck you think I'm gonna do anything about that weird, creepy fucking guy? Yeah, I jumped in the Euro truck. Blaze, I hid behind some garbage cans with Sonny and used one of the lids as a shield. I took a page out of the Saints playbook, fixing the chair.
Well, like I said, Scott, most people would do exactly what you did. Yes, it is a very normal reaction, I would have to say.
I was mostly just shocked, flicking the switch for the whirlpool.
As was I. She just looks down and looks at Hunk and gives him a kiss. I'm just glad it won't happen again.
No, thank God. I didn't know she could do that. Turn into a demon monster thing and eat things. Well, as Tal, I think, said we have amazing kids. He was right.
We do. All of our children and our children's children. They're all turning out to be very amazing.
You think Sam and JJ will like this place? Because we could give it to somebody else.
I think they would absolutely love this place. What do you think, honey?
Yeah. I think I don't think it really matters the particulars about where they live. Something tells me they'll decorate it the way they want. You should see his room. It's covered in the Pokeman stuff.
It is. Sam is a huge fan of Pokemon Scar, if you didn't know.
Pokemon, yeah. What's that again?
It's, like...
You catch Tristan and then you battle trainers across the world. Huh? He just looks confused.
It's, Do you remember Malkimon? Scar?
Vaguely, I think. I try not to think too much about the Majestic Days, all things considered. Considering having Nicole just wiping those completely from my mind.
Well, it's Malkimon, but with, like little lizards and turtles and plant monsters and that kind of thing.
No, that's the knockoff one. He points at Davey.
Right, yes. The one my husband plays is the one with, Tristan and... What other Pokemon are there in that one, honey?
Tristan and then, a bunch are actually... Yeah, they kind of remind me of Scar and, some old woman with a southern accent.
Is her name Denaria or Old Hick by chance?
Denaria, Old Hick, a couple of them are Old C-word, yeah.
Right, yes, so...
And all the trainers look kind of like, if you remember, Arnaki. Scar... Oh. Looking at...
Oh, they are called Lazy-Eyed Bastard. Something after it, like a job title after that.
Yeah, it's like Melkimon Champion, Lazy-Eyed Bastard. Youngster Lazy-Eyed Bastard. Youngster Lazy-Eyed Bastard.
Right. I actually think that's supposed to be Ash, darling.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, well, I mean, Arnaki was based off of Ash.
No. Well, then every enemy in that game is Ash, basically. 'Cause everybody you battle has that same sprite for the base.
Right. Devian just looks at Suletta, shrugs, and looks at Hunk. Maybe we could play it together sometime, honey.
Only if you want.
I want to do everything with you. Everything, honey.
Well, what I just don't understand is why she likes the cheap knockoffs.
Perhaps it's the difference between someone liking name brand versus great value type things. Perhaps they just grew up with it. Or...
Sam don't seem like a great value type of girl. She's pretty high maintenance. Ah! Blaze very. Looking at Scar, nodding his head.
That is true, but perhaps it's the case. Perhaps she just prefers that version. Maybe she likes all the cute little animals it has in it.
I don't see why you'd like it, but if that's what she's into, fine. He just shrugs, looking at the pool.
Right, yes. We'll have to get her some plushies, or maybe JJ has gotten her enough plushies.
I think they've got a lot. I mean, his room is covered in that shit.
Right, yes. She just bites her lip. We'll have to do something for her, then.
I got something in the works.
Oh, really?
He nods his head. I got a big surprise. Blaze helped me with it. We acquired some collectible Chinese knockoffs, if you will.
Oh, okay. She actually looks a bit excited when Blaze says that, looks back at Hung. Well, I would like to see them, if you don't mind.
They should be here today, right, Blaze? Blaze nods his head. I'm sure they're somewhere at the academy. The package has arrived at some point, or soon. He looks at his wrist computer. Packages usually arrive within an hour or two.
Wonderful. She nods, smiles a bit. Then I can't wait.
I don't know. I mean, they cost a lot of money. I don't really understand why, nor do I understand. Yeah, no, if that's what she's into, fine. But I just think I tried to give her my Melkimon no, 2 weeks ago during the height of the whole depression thing, and she just didn't want to play it.
Huh, well, maybe
She
it was.
actually called mine the knockoff. It's like kind of insulting.
Oh, and I'm sure she didn't mean that, darling. Perhaps have you ever played her in a game of Malcolm?
I'm gonna try to challenge her today when we go to Cancun. We're getting a long weekend in. From what Sasha said, she's gonna tell Julius, Nicole, and Pequod to hit the road after they take care of something this morning. Give them a long weekend.
Well, Davy does a little bit of a chortle, and then looks at Hunk. There isn't really much Julius could do, probably, given that his town is in ruins.
Yes, I went and looked at Woodbury this morning. Completely level. Actually, the surrounding landscape's completely ruined. Half of Melbourne is gone. As well.
Oh, I was not aware about Melbourne.
Nobody got hurt. Blaze puts his hands up, but yes.
Our children are truly magnificent.
The kids will never have to worry about climbing up that mountain again that Bash used to make them run up. And Okir, I believe, it got leveled. Mass extinction event in the sea, off the coast of Woodbury, because the sea was boiling. Scar, Jesus Christ. Looking at the water!
That is actually somewhat terrifying. There's no fish left in the sea around Woodbury.
About 50 kilometers from the shoreline out. No life. EarthGov plans to repopulate it. The Navy will take care of that. Diletta chuckles.
Davy swallows hard, hugs Hunk a bit tighter. Well, everything can be solved with time, including Woodbury, and I'm sure that Sasha and Nicole are going to make it 110% better than it already was.
Diletta, the place was a drag anyway.
True, but it did have a very pretty view at the right time of day when you were standing on top of some of the buildings.
Hunk nods. Yeah, I think I could use a renovation, personally.
Then a renovation he shall get. Besides, I'm pretty sure Nicole and pretty much all of the other ones other than Julius thought it needed a renovation as well.
Scar, I kind of wish I could do that. Boil over and boom! Blow up.
Why is that, darling?
That would just be that's just a hell of a trick to have up your sleeve, Davey.
It is. It is one hell of... I'm not sure that that's an ace up the sleeve. That's a Joker up the sleeve, and Joker's the wild card.
It makes a lot more sense now. She would come back training with Lorelai. She would come back. She would always be exhausted, physically, mentally. Yeah, well, Lorelai must have really pushed her. Diletta, indeed.
Davy nods. She must have pushed her. She wanted her to have control over something like that. Lorelai is no joke when it comes to that sort of thing.
Blaze, and now that Nicole's back in the proper headspace, Soul should be well taken care of.
Yes. Thank you for that. I believe Soul said something about her training with her today.
Good. Guard nodding his head. Good. You gotta sign off on something for me. Julius and Pequod did, but you gotta sign off on this. You two are the other two heads of the production studio, you four together.
Sure, whatever, darling.
He shows her his wrist computer, and she can do an e-signature with her finger if she chooses to. It's Fred Stroud, Survivor Fred. They want to start filming Survivor Fred. She looks at Scar.
Survivor, Fred,
I heard them mumbling about this. They were asking me if they could have my SIS escape and evasion survival kit, and I gave it to them. Some type of survival show they want to do. Krellin, Samuel, and Fudwick. And Zanzibar, he's on the cast and crew list here. He's the cameraman / babysitter. Hunk starts laughing.
Davine starts to laugh. Well, if Julius and Pequot have already signed off on it, I don't see why not, and she'll do an e-signature.
I mean, can you imagine those goofuses in the rainforest, or like the boreals, or Scar? No, they're just gonna do it here on the lane. That's
Yeah, on the... Maybe you could get like 2 episodes out of that forest that's on the lane, but what else?
I have no idea. Apparently, Pequot. I talk to them. I get up earlier than anybody here, and I don't think any of them sleep. At least Samuel never does. They're prepping for it. We got, of course, for that we're gonna be filming Transformers today. Suletta starts snickering.
Davine leans back into Hunk. I sort of want to see that.
No, you don't. Hunk, yes, we do. Look at Scott. No, you don't. He puts both of his paws up. Blaze, yes, you do. Nodding at Davine and Hunk.
Yes, we do. I'll even have the popcorn ready for us to eat.
Ah. Mr. Freetooth is starring in today's episode as Scar Scream.
Davine gasps, puts a hand on her chest. Starscream, really?
How the hell did they convince you to do that? Scar, they said Nicole would, they guilt tripped me. They said she'd like it, she was gone. If it was something that she'd like that would help bring her back, I agreed. So well, she will like it, so.
I think she'll absolutely love it, Scar.
When you filming this, Scar? He looks at his wrist computer. Oh, an hour. We start filming. I gotta get my prosthetic cardboard boxes on.
Is it hard to get those on and off?
Nah. Krellin's pretty good at putting them on.
Oh, that's good.
I'm kind of insulted they didn't ask me, given the fact I'm a robot.
How much do you want to bet that it just never crossed their mind to ask you?
Blaze he puts a finger to his chin and starts thinking. Doubling back to the survival show, what are they planning to do? Surviving in the wilderness is a broad topic. Scar, I don't know. Gathering food supplies, teaching people how to start fires, kayak, shave wood chippings off trees. They were kind of vague in their description. Huh. Suletta just scoffed.
Well, hopefully their vagueness means that they won't spend too long on the episodes in the forest. There's nothing in the forest that could really harm them, no bears or anything, right, Letty?
Suletta, no, none of the animals here would attack them. They know better. They know they're part of the family. Kayaking? Scar, yeah, they want to go kayaking. Yeah. But if Samuel gets in a kayak, Samuel alone, let alone Frederick's, at least 400 pounds. And Krellin's got to be over 600 or 700. He's just huge.
And then if they want to get shots of inside the kayak, then you have to account for Zanzibar, and he's very heavy.
He's the babysitter. Probably the most responsible one of the 4.
The most responsible of the 4, but none of them can understand him, to my knowledge.
No, they can't. Scar looking at Davy now, but oh well, is what it is. As long as they don't hurt themselves.
Yeah, if there are no animals around that would purposely hurt them, and if the Zanzibar keeps them on track, let's say, I'm sure it'll all turn out just fine.
Huggins, probably going to be marketed as a serious show, and it will just be received as a comedy, because Lisp Boy trying to teach you how to light a fire without the use of any implements is kind of funny to think about.
Just imagine you're a young boy. You start flipping the channels, and you end up on your favorite live-action children's show star, Fat Frederick, trying to show you how to make a fire.
Hunk, they make a deadfall trap, and Frederick's hand accidentally knocks the stick that holds up the trap, so his hand gets crushed by a rock.
They get caught in their own snares somehow, but the snares are only meant for like rabbits, so they could easily get out, but they're too scared to do anything about it.
What if they just get lost out in the wilderness? Samuel somehow gets lost. Scar, well, that's Zanzibar. Pick him up. He can lift them all. He's very strong, and just fly him back to the lane. At least that's why Pequod signed him on board. And Nicole's already had a talk with Zanzibar. He's got to babysit them very closely.
Well, I'm sure Zanzibar's up for the task. If I trust Zanzibar with our children, then I trust him with the Stooges.
The children scratching his chin.
Yes, the large children, one of whom is a star child.
Ancient fucking robot. Suletta and the enigma that is Fledwick.
Frederick the android whom we found on the colony of YouTube.
Scar's wrist computer starts going off. Speak of the devil, and they'll call. As Fredwick pops, Mega Fred, in costume, pops up, Hunk hand immediately over his mouth, tightening around his mouth to hide his laughter. Blaze, oh god.
Davine puts her face into Hunk's chest to hide her laughter as Frederick... Starscream, where are you?
Oh Christ. I'm at one of the new houses. You know the house I showed you guys behind Hunk and Davine's, like half a mile away?
Yes, the very pretty one-story house.
Yeah, for Sam and JJ, I'm here with, he'll turn his wrist computer, Hunk, who is having a toothache, that's why he's grabbing his mouth, Davine, who is having allergies, that's why she's hiding her face, and Suletta and some kids in place. What do you need?
You need to report to set almost immediately. We're about to film.
Oh, God, I thought we had at least 45 minutes. Alright.
No, we went on a tight schedule here in the children's production wing of Rainfall Productions. Anytime we can get, we'll get it. As he taps on his wrist like he's tapping a watch, but instead he's just tapping the arm cannon that looks like a giant paper towel roll.
Alright, buddy, I'll make haste over there, okay?
Thank you very much, Starscream. Post haste.
Scar will hang up on Frederick and just sigh.
Davine does a cackle just like that.
Looks like he's got a penis on his head. It looks like penis head. Suletta laughing. Hale laughing, pointing at the... She's a little too young to start laughing, but yeah, like that.
Oh god, did they just take a paper towel roll, put them together and paint it black?
Yeah, they did. Ah! Blaze, what a disgrace to robots everywhere. Lord Penis Head.
Oh god, Lord Penis Head, that's all I'm going to be thinking of while we watch the filming.
This show's gonna make billions. Scar, yeah, it is. They're on a tight schedule. He said he's looking at a production schedule. They filmed, like 8 in the morning. They've already filmed one episode of Mr. Frederick and Fat Frederick.
Oh my, they are on a tight schedule, aren't they?
They were depressed. Nicole was gone. They halted production. She's back. It's back to making money.
I respect it, and I thank them for it. The Rainfalls are in their debt as always.
Hunk. Alright, well, Starscream, I guess we better head out. Lord Penis Head is waiting for you. Scar. Oh.
You mustn't keep Lord Penis Head waiting. He'll get very angry and punish you, Scar.
Might smack you with a dildo. Scar, Jesus Christ. Walking.
Davine starts to laugh again as she puts her face back into Hunk's chest.
Blaze, I wish I could attend, but I have duties to do at the academy. Have fun. He'll put his hand up and walk out of one of the side doors here.
We will have fun, darling.
But, we are totally going to watch that from the production booth. Box seats.
Yes, please, Letty. I have never wanted to see a filming of a show more than this.
Let's go. As she'll gesture and Hunk will take his hands off Davine and put them out like a butler.
Davine looks at Hunk. Could you carry me?
You sure?
She takes his hands, puts them both on her hips, and then wraps her arms around his neck and kisses him.
He'll kiss her back and pick her up. Let's go. As Suletta just side-eyed glares at Davine, as they will make their way to the children's production. At Woodbury, Memory Ann's enjoying an early morning milkshake. We've got some action going on down here, but we'll get to that later. The children in here with Laz and Oz playing card games. Laz has just thrashed Benny in another game. He just stares down at the deck. I suck at this.
No, you don't. You don't suck at it, Benny. You shouldn't say that about yourself. Laz starts shuffling up her deck. I've always been sort of adept at this game. My mom sort of taught me of like a lot of the ins and outs of this game. Maybe she can give you some of the same pointers she gave me.
He nods his head and smiles as Memory Ann, she's got Carter on her lap, will hold the milkshake up to Carter's mouth. At least you went 4 or 5 turns. Blaze thrashed me in 1. 2, I think?
Carter takes a sip of the milkshake. You'll get him next time, babe.
Yes, next time.
Hey, if it's any consolation, man, she shit on me even quicker last time we played.
Fair point. Drink more, Carter.
Yes, goddess. He'll drink some more.
Good. Stroking his head.
Elizabeth, rubbing Benny's shoulders, puts her chin on the top of his head. You did good, honey. Far better than whenever I play against Laz.
I tried my best. He gets a new deck out of his bag, starts shuffling it, and then he looks at the bike. You guys are really proud of that bike, aren't you?
Laz turns around. Oh, it's like my most favorite thing here.
Rick, hand me the bottle of polish there, please.
Yeah. He's gonna grab it and hand it over.
He just keeps polishing the bike.
I gotta ask, that one's your brother's?
Estranged, yes.
How's he doing? Because you watch him like anytime he uploads, right?
Yeah, he's same old, being a heart attack weapon and just the same psychotic bullshit.
Laz immediately pulls up her wrist computer, pulls up the Crazy Steve video she was already watching, and it's just him running up and down his stairs like usual.
Lately, we've been watching Clive.
Clive, huh?
She's a big fan of Clive. Clive was a friend of my brother's. I vaguely remember him. He made his own YouTube channel. We're going to go meet Clive one of these days, now that things have finally settled down. Thank the gods they have.
What kind of videos does he make?
Oh, that's a good question. The Narnia closet.
Well, you see, it's really hard to understand him. But he's always like surrounded by collectibles and then the Narnia closet, so we assume it's just like a collectible type videos, like, oh, this is my Street Fighter that I got from a while ago. So, yeah, collectible videos.
He's got more than a couple 100,000's worth of credits in that collection. Memory hand. He looks like an interesting fellow, Carter, don't you think?
Yeah, Yeah, it feels like he's staring into my soul.
That's one way to put it. Looking at the
Uh, he looks older than your brother.
that guy is awesome looking. Benny's like,
That's one way to put it, bro.
can I have his YouTube, please? He looks at Laz. We'll watch his videos, right, Elizabeth?
Oh yes, 100%. I'd love to hear this man's voice. And Laz just shrugs. Okay, maybe one of you two will be able to understand him better. She'll send off the channel to Benny.
My personal favorite part is when I first showed her Clive's channel, as he looks back at the bike, polishing the frame with his hand and a rag. She couldn't understand him, so she had the brilliant idea to turn on the closed captioning that the eTube has, and it just spit out random letters and numbers when he would speak.
Yes. It seems he legitimately managed to confuse intelligent technology, because all it would spit out was like binary code, like 01100 and 11000. I thought it was like an ARG for a second, but then I was like, no, that's just pure nonsense in binary. This is actually what he's saying.
Benny looks at his wrist computer, points to the newest video he uploaded to Elizabeth, and then he clicks it and plays it. Here, let's see if anybody here can understand him. And Clive, you have to do his voice, is talking about his the bird incident.
The blackbird brought it flew in through that window, as it's like the camera's trained on an open window. It flew in through that window, managed to get in, bypass the little net I put up so it could get caught, and then he swings the camera around to a shelf that's missing some games off of it. It landed right on that shelf, and I tried to grab it. It just flew away and knocked down some of my games.
She's pointing at it, laughing. I can't understand a word that man just said. Benny's scratching his head in confusion.
I think I understood bird and
No, I think he said furred.
I'm guessing it's gotta be, but why would fur fly in the window?
I have no idea. Dragging Elizabeth on his lap.
Elizabeth tilting her head. What did he say, Windsor? And then was pointing outside the window.
Windsor car dealership?
Is that around where he lives? She looks at Laz and Laz shrugs. I don't really know where he lives, but...
I'm narrowing that down. We're going to go pay him a visit, Laz and I.
The only time I've heard the word Windsor is talking about fucking ties.
Oz shrugs.
Why would he be talking about ties when he's talking about games that were knocked off of a shelf?
Why would he be talking about fur? I don't know what he's saying.
Memory Ann frosting her fingertips over, sticking them up Carter's shirt, the front of his shirt.
Carter jumps a bit. Whoa, hello.
She'll kiss him on the back of the neck. Maybe we should start a GoFundMe to get him some dental assistance. Oz, not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think I can count the number of teeth on his bottom jaw with one hand.
I think he has some type of health issue that causes the loss of teeth, but it's so hard to, I gave up trying to understand.
Well, now I feel like an asshole.
It's no big deal. We'll go pay him a visit, give him some credits. He seems like the type that would love to show somebody his collection, and when he gets to meet the Primarch's daughter, he'll probably, maybe he'll have a heart attack.
Laz starts to laugh. But then all the work Steve did would be for nothing.
What would happen to his game collection and what does he call that, the Nirvana closet?
Narnia closet.
Narnia? Rubbing Elizabeth's head.
Elizabeth looks up at Benny. From the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's a book. They go into a closet and then come out on the other side in Narnia, a mystical world.
Oh, he's looking at the video of Clive, who's still talking about the bird incident. Memory, and in other news, we never have to run up the mountain again. It's gone.
Yeah, I saw that. Speaking of which, he's gonna gently knock his knuckles on Carter's head. You, feeling better, bro?
Oh yeah. My aunt, she she healed me up just fine. That my head, it was a headache for a bit, but that went away.
Yeah, she's the demon form aside, she's something special, man. I can't even feel my ribs.
I was horrified. Once whatever freeze frame thing happened to me wore off, I could not get off that stage.
I was terrified as well. Even before I was knocked out, but then I woke up and I saw Nicole just there in that form, and well, luckily my parents told me it was Nicole before I passed out again.
Where was Uncle Scar during all that, playing with Carter's hair?
Carter just shakes his head. That man was in the Jiro truck, I just know it.
He was.
Imagine someone his size diving through the window, man.
It was probably an impressive dive. I'm pretty sure the Jiro truck got like knocked away super far, so he was in it while it was like rolling away, and that's probably why he had lettuce and tomato and the tzatziki sauce on him and everything like that.
Remember Anne laughing. Well, our aunt did enjoy the song. We performed it later when we got home that day. Last night, I should say. So, wonderful song. Elizabeth's singing was excellent. Benny, it was really good.
Elizabeth nods to them both. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that.
Now I just have to write the ballad of the depressed colonel because his cityscape is destroyed. Zoss starts laughing. Yeah, I saw him earlier just staring at the elevator.
Yeah, I went up earlier and looked around. Well, there was one wall left standing, and then the wind kind of blew it over.
I really don't mind the fact my car got destroyed. If it came down to everybody's lives and my car, I'm happy with my car being gone.
At least you can afford another one, right?
Not even worried about it. She's just stroking Carter's head.
Carter turns around in her lap, gives her a kiss. I'll buy a new one.
Whenever you'd like. We can always take Grandma and Grandpa's car. They have a few very nice ones.
That is true. They do have a few very nice ones. But I like the idea of us having a car just for ourselves, one that we bought together.
A hover pickup truck, perhaps like the Ranger General.
That is not a bad idea. Plus, I don't know, seeing me in a flannel driving around in a pickup truck, would that do something for you?
Yes! She'll wipe some sweat off her brow. Yes, it would.
Then a pickup truck it is, honey.
Is it like tradition when you work with Scar, you must wear the flannels?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, make sure to get a tool rack on the back. I get a feeling your uncle will make sure you need it.
Hey, it's always useful to have a couple tools lying around. You never know when you're gonna need a wrench.
I have about 8 or 9 of the flannels.
8 or 9? Okay.
He gave me a bunch. He keeps them in some magic bag of holding Aunt Icy gave to him in his little pocket. I think that's where he always pulls the cigarettes and coffee from.
Huh. That's pretty sick. That'd be nice to have, wouldn't it? Never have to run out of ammo on a mission again.
Or Marlboro Red.
Oh, coffee.
Yeah, or pretty much anything.
Elizabeth then shakes her head, looks up at Benny. He gave you 8 or 9?
Mm-hmm. Anytime I do something around the lane, he gives me one.
A smile emoticon pops up. He really likes you, honey.
Well, I'm happy he does, petting her head. And he seems to know Ricky's grandmother.
Yeah, I don't know how he knew her, but apparently the one he gave me was given to him by Grandma.
Probably back from the squad days.
Probably. Probably should ask him about it. I just didn't get a chance with everything going on, you know?
Memory head stroking Carter's thigh. Maybe.
What's going on?
Uncle Scar seems the type if he wants to talk to you about something, he will. Otherwise, don't push your luck.
Alright, if he doesn't want to talk, I'm not going to try to make him.
I think it's in the same vein as the Colonel. When you first got here, you saw the picture of your grandmother and you would ask why, and then I believe Bash told you to stop asking one day. She nods her head.
Yeah. I just, well, seems like she had a way bigger impact on a lot of people than even I thought.
Probably a wonderful woman, patting his lap for Laz, sitting down.
Lazo would get up from the card game table, come over and sit down on his lap.
Benny, your turn. Memory Ann will get up, Carter. Actually,
Yes.
forget it. Oh, she's able to pick Carter up, though he's fucking heavy for her. Sit him down on the lap.
Carter just stares at her. That was very impressive, honey.
Took everything out of me. Drink your milkshake. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Rickard?
Grandma was a wonderful woman. She was great. We'd hang out, we'd watch movies, we used to go cycling together.
On a bike like that?
Sometimes on a bike like that, but most of the time it was one of those, the two-person bikes.
Shuffle my deck, Carter, and sit here, Ricardo. Let's play.
Alright, he'll pull his out and start shuffling it. Yeah, we'd, take it up the California coast for a bit. We'd always stop by the same ice cream shop on the way home.
That sounds like a lovely day. And your grandmother didn't have whatever the fuck Steve has. Steve took me cycling once when I was a child, too, so...
Oh, yeah?
I'm sure you had a much better time than I did with that man.
That bad to go with your brother, huh?
Yes, got us lost 15 miles out of the city into the countryside.
Yeah, Grandma didn't do that. She'd take the coastal roads, so she always knew the way back home.
Oz nods his head, rubbing Laz's thigh.
Carter shuffling Memory Ann's deck. Elizabeth tilts her head. Her name wasn't Integra, right?
Yeah, Integra. That's Grandma.
That's my middle name.
And putting her finger up, that's Carter's baby sister's name. And Soul and Laz's.
I mean, it makes sense. The Colonel's got a picture of her in his office, so she obviously was really close with your guys' family, right?
I like that name. It sounds very class-acty. High class, taking the deck out of Carter's hands and setting it on the playing mat.
It does. Integra. It has like a certain power and air or aura about it, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Sounds safe and trustworthy, too.
When did she die? Squinting at Ricky.
A few years back, I was off training when it happened.
She nods her head.
As far as I understand, she got hit by a bus while she was out cycling one day.
Huh? A bus. She got hit by a traffic accident. I mean, was the bus driver being a fucktard? Was he drunk? Playing on his wrist computer?
I don't think so. As far as I know, I ain't pushed Mom or anything about it. I feel like that'd be a bad thing to do, but as far as I know, nah. The guy it happened really suddenly, and she didn't get out of the way in time.
Oh my. Looking down at the playing mat, Memory.
One of those freak accidents, I guess, at least as far as I know.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss, man. I'm sorry your family had to go through that.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, it really hurt Mom, and I miss her every day. Kind of wish I'd been there with Ma when everything was going down and
Where were you? Training?
training
With the genocidal maniac?
with the genocidal maniac.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Kind of get why I have some regrets about that now.
I can understand. We're going to New York today.
No shit, huh? Where you going? In
Uh,
New York, I mean.
Well, Manhattan, there's a library the darling herself kissing her on the temple wants to go to, and Sam and JJ going to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, it's sort of a double date, but we're just flying them there and then back home afterwards.
It's an adult trip out. Pah! Just looks at them.
I mean, going to the Pokemon Center, going to the library, and having fun with each other. I can think of way worse days to spend your time, man.
Adult trip, Carter. Can you believe that?
Carter just, huh? He looks at her. We could totally have an adult trip without them.
You'd have to first be adults, Carter. Benny, yeah. Looking at Carter.
Carter looks at Benny. You have no room to talk, Benjamin.
I am somewhat immature and a little clueless and more than willing to admit that and come to terms with it. Nods his head.
Elizabeth raises her mask a bit and kisses him on the cheek, then the mask goes back down.
He scoffs again at Lazarus.
Hey, man.
I'm older than everybody here. We realize that, yes. I know I don't look it. Us just...
I mean, yeah, but... I mean, they're not wrong. We call them Squad Mom and Dad for a reason, right?
Yeah, that's right.
We are Squad Mom and Dad.
I mean, I'll take it on the chin, man. I'm a dumbass.
She scoffs again. Well, have fun on your trip. We're going back to the lake. And then I think she's looking over her shoulder at this scene unfolding down here. I think we're getting a long weekend from some of the whispering I heard.
Sounds nice. I can go home, help around the shop, and just hang out.
We're going to Cancun, I believe, to see this private lagoon house, which I'm excited about. Any night.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the lagoon. From how much Grandma and Grandpa were talking it up, it sounds pretty damn awesome.
You know, when it comes to not being ashamed, I think it's very brave to, admit your problems, Benny, and be willing to talk about them. Benny, thanks, giving Oz a thumbs up. I, for one, urinated in my pants just slightly when the demon from hell showed up. Yesterday afternoon.
Well, honey, that's nothing to be ashamed of. I did too.
Well, I had to go for hours, but I had to be up on that stage working. What am I going to do? Piss in an alleyway in the Colonel City, so I held it, and then the creature showed up and the building started burning, and... yeah.
Yeah, I think everything went to shit really quick, and then, from your perspective, it just got worse, bro.
Well, we were coherent while we were frozen. That was probably the worst part. I'm so proud of you for shooting that freak. He fixes her hair, kisses her on the lip.
She kisses him back and smiles up at him. It was really scary, but I wanted to save my family.
That took some guts, man. That was pretty badass. You should be proud.
Thanks. I am a little proud about it.
I mean, you should be very proud, bro. You pulled a gun on a god.
That's true. Defying a god. That's a good way to put it, Rick.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. She starts to laugh as she looks up at Oz into Oz's eyes.
He'll stroke her cheek, kiss her on the lips lightly. Benny, yeah, I was too afraid to get off the stage, like I said. Then the creepy wolf showed up and crashed half the stage.
Elizabeth scratches Benny's cheek. That's okay, honey. At least you weren't Scar who ran off and jumped into the hero truck.
That's true, I stayed out in the open. So what? He's kisses Laz, puts his hand on her thigh. What were those people? The wolf, the black, or were those past slain people that your parents threw down with back in the day before they were famous stars. And yeah.
I think so. When we got home, Mom mentioned a couple names, but she didn't seem like she wanted to talk much about them after everything what had happened. I think she said something like Crying Wolf and some dude named Tay Towels or something like that.
Pinching Carter's chin until it almost starts to bleed with her thumbnail. Yes, I think your mother said crying wolf, and then I told her to try and comfort her, crying creepy wolf. She starts chuckling.
Laz chuckles. My they all seem to definitely recognize all of them. They all seemed sort of scared or exasperated. There was a lot of emotions going on, but they all seemed to recognize them in one way or another.
I mean, yeah, they screamed when that dude with the big revolver showed up.
It's a whole new shine on the word trump card.
Yeah. She is, Laz looks over at Icy. She's really cool.
Guess that one's gonna have to be added to the game. Points down to the cards. You play it and you just win.
I'd like a figure of the demon thingy.
Oh yeah, for the tactical role-playing game that Peakworld released.
That, and you could make a heck of a lava lamp out of a figure with all the swirling fire and stuff.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty cool, actually. We'll have to actually present that idea to her. Maybe we'll get a free prototype.
You could make it something like an incense burner too. Put the incense on the bottom and have the smoke come up through the thing.
Oh! She's reaching around in her bag. I got you something, Ricardo.
Oh yeah? What'd you get?
Well, seeing as how you're in line to be the next saint, there was, for this current the card game we play, a very limited number of these. She'll hold out a starter booster deck that has a picture of the saint on it. It's the saint starter deck. Uncle Scar fetched it for us out of storage for you, right, Carter?
Yeah. He didn't seem very happy about having to go scrounge around for it, but he got it for us.
I've heard about that. He's squinting. Apparently, it's one of the worst decks ever made in any card game. Remember, Ann? You don't have to play with it. Just keep it in its packaging, and it will be you could sell it for some money someday. She starts chuckling.
Nah, thanks. I appreciate it. I'll keep it up on the shelf for now.
Laz looks at the deck. If I remember correctly, they actually banned that deck from professional play, not because it was too good, like you said, but because it was so terrible that nobody could possibly win, and they just didn't want to bother with the cards.
I believe your mother is the only person to ever win with the deck, actually, yes. Nodding her head. Some tournament the Rainfalls hosted for the game when it... the first year it was in circulation to consumer.
Laz nods. She's very good at playing like the worst faction in any of the games she makes.
She starts chuckling to herself. Just, yes, don't play it. Play your normal deck, Ricardo.
Yeah, I'm liking the Sasha deck. I don't think I'll be switching anytime soon.
Should have heard Uncle Scar grumbling. Yeah. I can't really do a Scar voice, but I don't want to go down there and find that fucking drunkard's deck.
Elizabeth starts to laugh, and Carter nods. That's basically exactly what he said.
Fair enough. I mean, the guy was a drunkard. I mean, oh, Carter.
Oh my god. She puts her hand... I actually had kind of forgotten about that given what transpired later yesterday. Yes.
Carter puts his hand out. Okay, so Ricky, when you become the saint, and God forbid you're about to die, are you going to recreate that?
If I'm gonna die, I'll do it for you, alright, brum?
What was that egg? Or, excuse me, she didn't say egg. What was that stone he went to Nova to get for you, Carter? Did they ever give it to you?
Carter just shakes his head. No, I got no clue. Maybe it was something for like when I was older, or to teach me a lesson, or hell, throw through the window of absolute best steak and potatoes like he made my dad throw a football through there.
Couldn't you just get any rock to do that?
Yeah.
Sasha said he had to go to an Anovian rainforest.
Well, you know Tommy. Go big or go home.
Huh. That's all she does.
I mean, it's a cool looking rock, but that's all I saw.
They've never given it to you.
No?
The man died.
Carter just exhales. Nope. No, I was never given the rock.
It's probably sitting in some storage unit or somewhere at Mr. Wiseau's restaurant. Probably in that warehouse. Oh, up there, Mariana. He forgot about it. You're probably right. Looking back down at the playing.
Carter looks at Oz with eyes that say, "Thank you so much."
He nods his head. Yeah, there's a bottle of water. He awkwardly starts drinking the water.
Well, if it was in the main part of the warehouse, don't gotta worry about whatever it was for now.
Yes, it's most likely gone.
Elizabeth just shakes her head looking at the game mat. That's a shame. That's a real shame.
Truly is. Drink your milkshake, Carter.
Carter just starts drinking his milkshake.
Down here, Pequod's eating a plate of eggs. You've got Sam holding Jace because her arm's healed now. She knows he likes seeing her holding babies. Sasha's here with Soul, Colt, Julius, Pequod eating her eggs. Icy's got both of Soul's hands. So, when you first snap, and there's footage playing of her using the blaster pistols, disintegrating people. What did you think?
Like as I was doing it or after?
As.
I wasn't really thinking. I was just doing. She looks down at her feet. To be honest, I don't remember a lot of it.
Okay. And then when your words are speak to the moon?
Speak, communicate, talk. It was like we were talking to each other.
What was it saying?
It said, punish them?
Icy nods her head. There's a huge stack of books next to her. She's sitting on like a box, a crate, holding Soul's hand. That tracks, yeah. Same thing when the time deity was here and you hit him with your beam.
Yeah, pretty much. Although, I don't really understand why I would need to punish him. He was sort of just doing his job, even though I really wanted to, kill him.
She puts up her finger. He was doing his job. You're right. But he failed at his job. No mortal should ever be able to travel through time. He was covering up his mistakes. She taps her temple.
As she says that, Julius just coughs and eats one of Pequod's eggs.
Pequod, looking down at the plate of eggs. Well, I guess, who was that guy? Looking around, Sasha, Dale Kingsman. I see, yes, Dale Kingsman. Got a one-up on that guy. The deity, we'll say.
Imagine being one-upped by Dale Kingsman.
Icy puts her hand out to her side, still holding one of her hands. Not only that, she's patting a big pile of really old, dusty books. Not only that, but it doesn't matter. Once you commune with... So, what do you prefer, Salamene or Luna?
Luna, please.
Okay. She starts paging through one of the books. Luna, or Salamene, is a righteous god of justice. Justice brought on the unjust. What he was doing was an unjust act.
Trying to cover up for his own mistakes.
That's right. He should have stopped, and I'm glad he didn't, Dale Kingsman a long time ago.
Soul nods.
He was probably too busy enjoying the Anovian race being slaughtered, given the things he said to me.
Well, that's absolutely terrible.
Anywhoozin, she puts her finger up. Luna, she'll present one of the books to her. Lunar attunement can only be achieved by females, and those deemed righteous, or pure of heart.
So it deemed me as pure of heart?
She nods her head. That would be correct. As you can see here, she's paging through the book. If you look here, this is an account from an ancient Sumerian priestess, a high priestess of what they would call Selamene, because that's what they referred to this god as, Selamene and or Luna, and she was able to summon Relina, the twin moon knight.
Soul stares at the picture. Oh, they're really cool.
This is just a rough, drawing that these, ancient Sumerians kind of people did. Lithograph, I think is the word. She squints at the picture, but yeah.
So eventually, if I commune with Selimene or Luna enough, I would be able to summon the Twin Knight.
Most likely, and probably more. I mean, if you read here, she's showing her passages in the very ancient tome, really. It is this high priestess could control the tide, control the weather, anything the moon can. Now, you have to understand, these ancient Sumerians, their understanding of the moon at the time was the moon in the sky that's over this planet Earth. But Salamene's powers extend to every moon in this universe. Most planets, Earth is an anomaly, most planets have multiple moons. Think about it. Jupiter has 6.
Soul nods. What if there isn't a moon by a planet? What happens then? Would I not be able to commune with her?
As long as your connection to her is strong enough, she'll always come to your aid. At least that, she's scrolling through, is what it says here. You can turn day to night with an eclipse. Therefore, she nods her head.
Very interesting. She starts to stroke her chin. These abilities do sound pretty cool. But you said God of Justice, right?
Icy nods her head. Sasha, what about this it will kill her part? Icy, that's the not interesting part, but scary part. If you once she communes with you and bestows power onto you, you have to do her bidding.
Bring justice, right? To the unjust?
No matter what. Without compassion or remorse. She looks right into Soul's eyes.
Oh. What do you mean by that exactly?
You have to kill them brutally, harshly. It's a blood sacrifice, really. She is going to take their souls.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as they're not terrible people, I won't have a problem killing them, I don't think.
Did you feel bad after you killed those Zircon guys? You spaghettiified them. That's pretty cool.
She shrugs a bit. I wouldn't say I felt bad. I felt more scared
At what you did.
at what I did. Yeah.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of.
I'm sure there isn't, but she just looks at Colt and back at JJ and Sam. I don't want to be responsible for my squad or friends or family dying, you know? What if I completely lose control, you know?
Icy nods her head. And Julius would remember, and if Ricky's father were here, he'd remember the first time I went berserk. He was there. I was 16, I think.
Julius nods. Oh yeah. We were that was the first mission we went on together, right?
She nods her head.
Yeah. We were in this hallway thing. We were infiltrating this base. First time we ever met her and Grandpa Hunk. We were there, we just took out some guys, and she walked down a bit on the hallway, waved at some enemies, and then did basically what
You waved at them? Peacock looks over at.
Yeah, she waved at him, right?
I didn't know they were that bad.
We were in an enemy territory, Nicole.
I was not supposed to be there. I followed Dad/Grandpa in invisibility spell.
Soul starts to laugh. You guys were really a handful when you were younger, weren't you?
Oh, my chest, Julius. Imitating Hunk.
Oh my god, I can still feel my arm being crushed.
Oh, Pequod starts laughing. I see. I had the same struggles. Your dad even beat the shit out of me once when Screaming Mantis mind controlled him, and I didn't fight back. She puts her finger up. I mean, he really beat the shit out of me.
Julius grunts a bit, rubs the back
You
of his head.
beat the shit out of your own sister? She's holding the child. Sasha, looks at the ground.
Did you miss the part where she said mind controlled?
Yeah, you clearly, Samantha, you need to have your ears cleaned. Sam, oh, well. I see, it was more like body control, really. She was able to take control of his body. He's too strong for full mind control. But he did beat the ever-loving crap out of me. Within inches of my life, actually. She puts up her finger.
Soul looks wide-eyed behind her to Julius. I told her to fight back. She didn't.
And he was right, I see nods. I should have fought back. It was my fault. If I had fought back, I could have put him down and it all would have been over in 2 seconds. Just knock him out and deal with the creepy. She was creepy. You remember her?
Oh my god, she was so creepy.
She was like their trump card, too. Who were the Max Tech and BB Corps? She was the leader of the BB Corps.
She was the leader and like the easiest one to kill. Screaming, crying wolf was easier to defeat than her, or harder to defeat than her.
Colt points back at Julius, hand around Soul's waist. So, if she had you mind controlled and you wouldn't fight back, how did you beat her? Zanzibar showed up and chucked Julius into her. He just starts laughing. Such a good old Zanzibar.
Yeah, and then that knocked her out of the concentration she had on me, and the rest is history. I disintegrated her.
Mom showed up, and then Julius wanted revenge on her.
And I got it. I definitely got it.
But either way, I went through the same struggles, honey. She'll kiss Soul on the forehead, moving some of her hair away, and I will help you overcome them. General Lorelei helped me. If I didn't get over them, what I did yesterday, I wouldn't have been able to do. Which means we'd all probably be dead. Because I'm sure that guy would have tried to kill me regardless, because he seemed to have an issue with me. So.
Soul smiles up at Icy. Thank you, Auntie.
You're gonna take these books. She'll set this book back on the pile and snap her fingers. It's going back to your house at the lane. And in your free time, casually study them.
Okay, yeah, of course. I'll do a bit of study.
We've got a good reading partner. She points at Colt, who chuckled.
Soul lays her head onto Colt's shoulder or bicep area. Do you mind reading to me for a bit?
Not at all. Kissing her on the cheek. I see, so you don't need to worry about any repercussions from lunar attunement, and you just need to keep spellcasting. All you have to do is be willing to commit yourself.
Okay, yeah. Oh. I'm sure when the moment comes I'll be willing to do it.
Very good. Stroking her head as Sasha. That's a relief. I have to go talk to Ash. I'll call you guys up there's some things we gotta talk about before you leave for the weekend. She walks out.
Julius gives her a thumbs up as she walks out. Then he shrugs. It's probably nothing important if she's letting us go off on the weekend afterwards.
Eating some of her eggs, I can't wait. It's been a stressful month.
Oh, that is an understatement, honey. He gives her a kiss on the head and then just rests his forehead on hers.
Very stressful. I see him looking at Soul. Pequod, yeah, very stressful. Eating more eggs.
JJ just nods. not even really paying attention to the conversation. He's just staring at Sam. Very stressful indeed. He shakes his head. Sorry, what were we talking about?
Propping him up in her arms. Up how stressful the past couple months have been. He wraps his little hands around her neck.
JJ like covers his mouth while staring at the little scene happening before him. Well, yeah, it has been very stressful, but we're through it. And now we get days of rest, which I am very thankful for, as he'll give Sam a little kiss on the lips.
She kisses him back, and Jace will rest his head on her chest, and she'll kiss Jace on the head and rock him back and forth, humming to him. Pequod, oh, he's fucking blushing.
And not only is he blushing, his mouth is like wide open. Oh Jesus. JJ, you'll catch flies, dude. As JJ closes his mouth. Yep, sorry about that.
It's never too early to start.
It is never too early to start.
Huh? She just looks up.
Children, it's never too early to start.
Oh, she looks down at Jace. I agree.
He smiles at her. It's definitely something to talk about and consider in the future, don't you think?
We need our own house before we do that.
Yeah, I think having a crib in our room would make it pretty cramped in there.
I see. What's the matter? You don't like the thought of Dad come bounding through your door when you're in the middle of the act?
No, I really don't like that idea. Bounding is the perfect word for it.
It just, the door comes open and he's like, it reminds me of, well, at the Arcane Count, she's stroking her chin. At Sword Base, we had a golden retriever when I was like 8 or 9 growing up there, and he would bound up the stairs to the girls' living quarters that they stuck us all in, the girls. And that's kind of what Dad reminds me of, that golden retriever. Pequod starts laughing. Just the way he bounds through the door. Very similar to Rusty. That was his name.
JJ just shakes his head. I remember back in the day, before I got with Sam, I would just be laying on my bed reading a book or something, and he would bound through my door like he was expecting something, and then get like the most disappointed look on his face, and I would swear I would hear him mumbling, "Man, I really thought I was going to catch you doing something. Now I'm sort of disappointed."
Pequod probably think he was gonna catch you. Colt will cut her off watching porn.
I mean, watching porn, having a girl over, something like that, but every single time he didn't catch me.
It's kind of like a tradition. Icy throws her hands up. He will eventually bound through the door on every couple. He's done it to me and Banksy multiple times. Julius and Pequod multiple times. Hell, I think he even bounded through the door on Sasha and Towns once. This was a while ago. Like years ago, when Colt was really young, so you guys were all really young, but Sasha... You remember Sasha stayed the weekend at the Lane? One of the rare times.
Yeah, she stayed the weekend at the Lane because one of her places was being fumigated and ours was just like closer by.
I think he bounded through the door on them in the guest suite in Julius and Pequod's house. Where's the Ranger General? Oh, sorry.
Soul starts to laugh. I really hope he doesn't do that to us.
He will. Icy nods her head. It'll happen to all of you at least once.
Oh God. JJ just nods. Oh, trust me, he'll find a way. Somehow, some way, but he'll find it.
I think it's adorable. Sam shrugged.
JJ looks at her, smiles. It can be pretty adorable. I'm sure we won't say that when he actually catches us in the act, though.
No, it's adorable up until you're having the night of your life, and he comes kicking in the door to tell you his life story.
JJ looks back at him. That happened?
Pequod just looks at Julius.
Julius nods. Yes, that happened. Me and my wife, we were having a very nice time together. Next thing I know, our door has been kicked down. We managed to get the blanket over ourselves. And hey, you know what? He actually left. I'm pretty sure he left so we can, like, get decent. But then after that, yeah, he sat there and told us his life story.
He left. Zanzibar stayed in the room and helped get my clothes out of the dresser.
Julius just starts to laugh. In hindsight, it's sort of funny, but when it happened, I was not very happy about it.
Longest 4.5 hours of my life.
4.5 hours, mate.
Wow. Just say I'm lucky at Pequod. Colt. What did he pulling Soul closer to him? The whole story of his life? Oh, he started from when he was conceived. Literally, by definition, the story of his life.
Yeah, he started when he was conceived. And then I managed to, like, convince him to skip forward into, like, the formative years. But then we had to backtrack because we missed some things. And then we went back through the formative years up until the part where, we were at, and then it just continued from there.
And it was all in an attempt just to get Julius's permission to be with Grandma. He looks down at Soul and Cole, who's kissing Soul on the head.
Soul smiles as she twists her head and gives Colt a kiss on the lips. Julius shakes his head.
All he had to do was come in and say, I'm gonna be with your mother, okay? Julius would have said, about time. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, remember what he said afterwards? Now, you gotta help me break the news to Nicole. And she was listening at the door the entire time.
It's like he never listens.
Oh, no, it is like he never listens.
Like, I would have been upset. I was probably the one trying the hardest to make sure they got together.
I'm surprised you didn't book them both a Valentine's suite at a hotel at the same time without either of them knowing.
You guys really got up to mischief back in the day, squinting, leaning into JJ with the kid.
JJ gives her a kiss and Julius nods. Oh yeah, you don't even know the half of it.
Pequod, mischief is putting a fork with some egg on it up to Julius's mouth, an understatement.
He takes a bite, nods, Soul laughs. Well, it can't be like as much as like me and Carter and like all of us kids got up to, right? And Julius laughs. Honey, you guys don't know the meaning of mischief like me, Nicole, and your mother do.
Speaking of mischief, it's time you learn Arnaki here. You and Memory.
Soul's eyes widen. Really?
Here, she hands Soul a scroll. I made this for you. You get it first since you communed with Luna and totally fucked up some dude. I'll give Memory Ann hers later.
She immediately unfurls the scroll and starts reading it over.
Oh, the dreaded Arnaki.
Oh, God. Poor Scar. Absolutely poor Scar. You know what? He's not even going to be able to get mad at you. You're like his favorite.
I remember I would just be in the hallway at night. Scar would be getting up to get a drink, and I was just there, the silhouette of Arnaki staring at it.
So, starting to like pace back and forth while reading the scroll. Oh man, maybe I can like convince Carter to start somewhat shorting out the light bulbs so they all start flickering at once, and then I suddenly misty step as Arnaki in front of him.
Not a bad idea. She's smiling with her arms crossed. Maybe you could get Memory Ann with it.
Me in front and her in the back. I teleport us so he's pincered in a hallway.
Icy hands Soul another scroll. Here you go. That's hers to learn Arnaki. You can give it to her as Arnaki.
I will give it to her as Arnaki.
Colt, where does the name Arnaki come from?
So, oh god.
Pequod, a long, weird story that I don't want to remember. It's the name of an ancient Sumerian god, devil.
Julius just nods. Yep. That's it.
Yeah, but you have to like roll your tongue. Arnaki. You have to roll it, Colt. Arnaki.
Yeah, there you go. Arden. Hold on. It's been a while since I've had to do it. Ardenaki. There we go.
She'll flutter her eyes at JJ. Brooklyn JJ saying that?
Oh, Brooklyn JJ's never had to say that. Yeah, let me, Ayo is Arnaki.
Oh my fucking god. She's looking over at
Ayo, it's Arnaki. What is
blushing.
this? What is this, an episode of Cheers? JJ? She asked me to do it, I do it for her.
Good boy. Pequot looking at her.
Joyce just starts to laugh as JJ gives Sam a kiss on the cheek.
Pequot, alright, well, we have to take a look at the damage. Have you been up there yet? Julia said he hasn't.
Joyce just groans. Do I have to, honey?
Yeah.
Alright. He'll just pick up Pequod. Only if I get to hold you like this.
Sure, let's round up the rest of the kids and go up.
Alright. Let's see how amazing my town looks.
It looks horrible, but you're still breathing.
That is a good point, and you got rid of the Satan statue.
True. Icy nods her head. They'll go round up the rest of the kids and head upstairs as flashing to the production booth. The show hasn't started yet. They're not filming. They're in between filming scenes. Krellin's fixing an Optimus Prime horribly made mask onto Samuel, made out of cardboard, and it looks like crayons. Mega Fred is over here with his blaster. He's taping it with duct tape onto his wrist, as Hunk's over here giving Davine space, looking around, pushing buttons on some of the consoles, and Suletta's staring out onto the idiocy that's unfolding. Nobody sees Scar.
Davine looks around, looks behind herself. Honey, come here so I can sit on your lap.
Huh?
I want to sit on your lap, dear.
Are you sure?
I can't be more sure of this, please. She puts her hand out and flutters her eyes at him.
He flicks a switch on this computer. Alright, if you're really sure. Suletta grabs him by the nose with her index finger and middle finger and starts pinching it. God!
Davine reels back at the reaction and then, not pushes the two of them away so his, nose gets more hurt, but, makes Suletta let go of his nose.
Just reading his mind. She lets go as the push happens.
Oh. Okay.
You're worse than Nicole. At least she asks for permission. He starts rubbing his nose. He had a dream. The dream, a per usual, you walking away. And he had a new one last night where you told him you hate him. And you will never have another child with him. I wanted to know why he was acting this way. He's still rubbing his nose. Christ!
What? She stands up, grabs his cheeks, gives his nose a kiss, and keeps him there as she stares into his eyes. I don't hate you, and I want another child with you, dear.
Yeah, it's fine. Here, I'll sit down. Don't worry about that. He'll sit down.
Davine sits on his lap, then twists his head so he's looking at her. I love you very much, and I always will for all of time. Literally, at this point, our daughter consumed the deity of time.
True. He's squeezing his nose. I've got the situation under control. Don't worry.
What do you mean?
I've got it all under control. Look, dear, Mega Fred. He points down here.
Well, yes, you do have the situation under control. She takes out a little handkerchief. Do you mind letting some ice cubes in this?
She'll put some ice cubes in it there.
She'll wrap it up, twist it up, and put it on Hunk's nose.
Thank you. That hurt.
She smiles. It definitely looked like it. And she just smiles at him. You know I love you, right? Please?
He nods his head. Yeah, Yeah.
Okay, if you're sure. You understand that I want to have a child with you.
We could maybe someday, yeah.
She just sighs, turns around and looks at Letty.
She won't really. She's not looking at Davine too much today.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. She just sighs, lays her head onto his shoulder, and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
I think they're about to start filming as Samuel Prime steps in front of the camera and Mega Fred. They're right here and here, 3 squares apart. Krellin is playing Samuel Witwicky right now. He's cowering as Mega Fred is delivering dialogue.
Ha 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 ha! You think you can protect a puny human from me, Samuel West Prime?
Oh no, Mega Fred pointing starts beeping heroically, gesturing heroically.
You dare say that about me, Prime? You don't know. You don't know anything about true power. As he sticks his arm out and he literally says, pew pew.
Samuel Prime grabbing his chest, falling to one knee.
You should feel me. You should perish, Prime. As he sticks his arm out and it doesn't do anything for like a couple of seconds, and then looks at looks at Krellin. Krellin, you're supposed to assault me.
Oh shit! Runs off screen. What the? Is this shit live? So let it know.
He starts to laugh even harder. Fludwick. Ha 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 ha. Even Witwicky has won away from you, Prime. Now you should taste my Energon cannon.
I am Bumblekrell coming on screen. Choo-choo-choo-choo-choo, making the transform sound.
Davine starts to laugh very hard.
Hiya! Holding his wrist up and bang, 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 knocking Mega Fred.
Oh, 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 oh! As he falls directly onto his back. No, like trying to save himself in the fall, just right onto his back.
Samuel Prime, get up! Samuel Prime puts his hand up, reaching, and he picks Samuel Prime up, and then Bumblekrell stares heroically at Mega Fred.
Mega Fred manages to get up, holding his chest like he's very hurt. You know, Bumblekrell, what your biggest weakness is?
What that?
I can step on you just like a bee. And he'll shoot it, quote unquote, shoot his cannon at Bumblekrell.
Ow! Stumbles backwards out of the view of the camera. Samuel Prime gesturing and beeping at Mega Fred, insulting him for hurting Bumblekrell.
Not very heroic words that are coming out of your mouth, Samuel Prime.
Bumblekrell or Krellin, they can hear Krellin mumbling something. God damn, so many boxes. Comes running back onto the screen as Samuel Witwicky points up to the sky. It's Scar Scream! He cowers behind Samuel.
Ah, yes, Starscream, come down and assist me in defeating Samuel Prime.
Whoosh. As Scar, Davine Hunkins to let us see, the ceiling opens. Scar is tethered to the ceiling by cables. Whoosh.
Tiffin covering her mouth. Oh my god, I feel as if I should applaud.
Oh no! Still pointing, heroically beeping, hands on his hips, points off screen, beeping at Krellin. Okay, I go hide. Runs away.
2-on-1. It seems like the jig is up for you, Prime.
My Lord Mega Peanut. Fred! Let me handle Optimus Samuel, or what is his fucking name again?
Samuel Prime Starscream.
Let me handle Samuel Prime for you. Ju 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 ship ship transforming air quote, and all that's really happening is he gets lowered from the ceiling by robots, and he takes the straps off and stands in front of Mega Fred as Optimus Samuel comes to face Starscream.
Yes, I do not wish to dirty my pristine and amazing cannon as he rubs the paper towel roll anymore with this mongrel's energon blood. Take care of him for me.
Krellin crawling on all fours around the camera. Hunk, is he crawling to avoid the camera's line of sight?
I think so, but according to that camera right there, he just totally passed within view of it.
Oh, he starts laughing. Oh, your time's up, Samuel Prime. I'm going to end you for the Deceptifreds, as Samuel, kind of forgetting himself for a second, just sucker punches Scar. Fuck! Oh!
Oh. Oh shit.
Gesturing, bring it on to Mega Fred as Scar's rolling off the stage unconscious.
Mega Fred.
Got you now, Mega Fred.
Oh no, not Bumblequell.
I'm back. The helmet is on backward. Can't see out of this thing.
You have it on backwards, Quillen.
Oh, he fixes.
Oh no. Now I am surrounded. Whatever will I do?
Starts beeping at Krell or at Frederick. He says surrender. Face justice on Cybertron.
I will never. In fact, takes a step away. I will rule Cybertron. As he goes to shoot at Samuel, but completely misses, the camera picking up that he's obviously just pointing this way.
He ducks as if he's dodging a
What? How? As he'll run up to him, put his arms out like he's waiting to be punched.
gently punches him in the stomach.
Fledwick bends his knees and absolutely flies backwards straight into Krellin because he jumped all the way into him.
Ah! They go flying off screen. Optimus Samuel drags Starscream up in front of the camera, plants a boot on his back, and gestures heroically with his hand. Cut! He just said. You okay, Fledwick?
Oh yeah, I'm okay. I'm built of tougher stuff than that. As he gets up and starts clapping. That was an amazing take. It looked like you really got knocked out.
Crowley coming over. Big Leogan, man. Excellent actor. He actually unconscious. Samuel looking at his face.
Fledwick looks up into the little booth. Mr. Weather, we need those smelling salts again.
She is red in the face, laughing. I'll be down in a moment.
That's even better than I ever could have imagined.
He absolutely sucker punched Mr. Freed.
Oh my god! Did you hear the sound that Mr. Freetooth made as he was going down?
Ow!
Exactly! That's exactly the sound!
Is that supposed to happen? No, I don't think so. Suletta will go down. Kneel down. Oh, excellent take, boys.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Weather. That one's sure to make the big bucks.
Samuel shrugging, shaking his head in what looks like anguish, looking down. Now he's got his hand on the back of his head. He looks concerned. He's tougher than he looks. He'll be fine. Putting some smelling salts to his nose. Fuck!
Fludwig takes a step over here and starts rubbing Samuel's back. It's okay, Samuel. Look, he's okay.
What in the fuck was that for? He looks at Samuel. Samuel starts beeping. He says sorry. He's laughing.
He say he's very sorry, Scar, and that it would never happen again.
I'm sure Carter would love to see that. She will go back to the production booth.
We'll make sure Carter never sees it, Mr. Freetooth.
Good God! Do I have to do this? Is Starscream a one-off character? Or do I gotta appear in every episode?
No, he's one of the main characters. He's my second-in-command that wants to take over my position.
Oh God, am I gonna get punched every fucking episode?
Punched. Sometimes you'll have to act like you got shot with a laser. We'll never actually shoot a laser at you, unless you want that to happen.
No! Please, I prefer my hair not singed. My fur.
Then it won't happen. Easy as that.
Good God, he stands up! Oh, was the take good at least? Did I do good?
It was perfect. It was the best take I've ever seen.
Oh, good. And that was only scene 1. How many more do we have?
24.
Oh. Have to get out of Bumblecrow costume. Walks over here, starts changing.
Don't worry, some of them are really dialogue heavy instead of fight heavy.
Don't you think we should just have Nicole come do her, like, magic stuff, and instead of doing the ching 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 sound, she just, like, polymorphs us? Samuel beeping, shaking his head no.
He said no, practical effects are better.
Krellin coming over. This authentic experience for children.
It really gives the impression that we're just a couple kids playing along with them too. Like when a kid will like bundle up into a car and say, "Oh, I'm a car like Quellaby or Bumblequill." That's what we want to impersonate, so they feel more connected to the show itself. Therefore, watch it more and then more money for the Rainfalls.
Alright, he shrugs, putting a cigarette in his mouth. More money for the Rainfalls. That's... I can't argue that. I'll go back up on the scaffolding and have the little task bots put me up on the wires. He starts going up, climbing a ladder. You really hit him hard. What?
I think he is concussed.
Samuel beeping, gesturing. I know. In the moment, forget yourself. Good acting, Samuel.
Sometimes you just get too into the role, and I commend you for that. I wish I could act like that.
Group hug.
Group hug, as he'll wrap his arms around the two of them.
Suletta sitting down, cleaning some tears out of her eye because she was laughing so hard, fighting back laughter down on the ground level of the booth. Well, this show will make a lot of money.
I'm sure it is going to make a lot of money. That is what it reminds me of what he just said. A couple of kids acting like they're Transformers.
Yeah, Fred kind of reminds me of some actor I knew. I didn't know him, but from a long time ago, movies of his I saw once.
What were the movies' names?
Poseidon of the Deep, or The Last Man on Earth, War Gods of the Deep. It was a guy named Vincent Price. I saw them when I was on a job in New Guinea, actually, when I was in the Headhunters.
Oh, I've never heard of them.
He was an interesting character. He's looking down at Frederick. Reminds me a lot of Frederick. Like Frederick's over-exaggeration of his eyebrows. A lot like this guy. So that I'd never heard of him.
Maybe you could show us some of his films. I would like to see him, see if the craziness of this Vincent Price man really matches up to Frederick.
I think it does. He's looking down at Frederick. I definitely think it does. You know, puts the ice back on his nose. I believe Mr. Freetooth's nose is hurting far more than.
That was one of the best right hooks I've ever seen. Samuel just really went for it, didn't he?
Go big or go home.
That's for sure. And hey, it got a very good take, but seeing Mr. Freetooth roll off the stage was pretty worrying. Oh god. Okay. For Mr. Freetooth's sake, we can never show any of the kids that.
Hug. Oh, come on. I think Carter would like to see it.
Carter would, but... Okay, we show Carter and Memory Ann. But we shouldn't show, Julia's icing Pequod, because you already know that the three of them would, polymorph and then act like Julius punches Scar, and then that exact reaction from Nicole.
Celetta nodding her head. Just Carter. I think it'll vindicate him a little bit, yes. And Memory Ann.
I think so. Carter needs to see it, I think.
Hunk just sighs with the ice on his nose, looking at them hugging. Poor Scar, he signed up for 25 more scenes. Celetta, yes. But they go pretty fast. They only do one take per scene. They believe their best takes are all, even when they mumble to each other, and yes.
Do you edit that out, the mumbling, like, Krellin, you have to save him, or whatever he said? Do you edit it out?
When we first started the children's production wing, I would. Then Fudwick came up after seeing one of their shows on the streaming network and insisted I do not edit it out. I ruined the show by doing it. He was quite perturbed with me, believe it or not. She looks at Davy, nodding her head.
That doesn't sound like Fudwick to be extremely perturbed with anyone.
She hits a big green button. Frederick! Playing on the audio speakers.
Fudwick's still within the group hug. Yes, Miss Uwata?
Would you prefer I edit out the mumbling that you guys were doing and Krellin crawling on all fours in front of the camera? Or are we sticking to standard operating procedure?
Fudwick lets go of the group hug, points up to the control booth. You know that we stick to the standard persuading procedures.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I am sorry.
It's okay. It's always good to double check, and I respect you for that. But you know, it's always standard procedures.
Yes, sir. She'll take her finger off the button and the mic's gone. See?
Oh my god. He really had difficulty saying procedures.
Well, I mean, he does have a lisp.
Oh my god. He definitely seemed angry that you even suggested it.
Yeah, as I said, I used to edit it out, but he came up here and he was quite perturbed. It was, I believe, him mumbling something out of his mouth to Krellin on a episode of Mr. Frederick's Neighborhood. Fat Frederick's Neighborhood, the crossover episode.
Oh god. All the children's shows as thrilling to watch as this one.
Yes, Nicole and I have a wonderful time. We grew very close over the years watching these horrendous shows unfold.
Perhaps we can join you both to watch some more of these. They are quite entertaining.
Would be nice to be around to see him, that's for sure. He's looking at the idiots still hugging.
Yes. To see them film. How long do they usually hug for, Letty?
If it's the first take of an episode, 10-15 minutes.
Oh, every single time?
Yes, it's to keep spirits and morale high. Memory Ann was a party to many of those hugs growing up.
And they do it for each and every day. The time goes down after, this one's 15 minutes. Does it, go down to 10 minutes afterwards?
No.
Oh. Oh, so it's just a lot of watching them stand around and hug each other.
They run a tight ship. She, with her hand, gestures out to them. A tight schedule.
Yes, they obviously do. As she just watches Fudwig rubbing the top of Samuel's head and like the upper back of Krellin's back.
Hug, I mean, hey, I'm not judging. If that's what they like to do, it's okay in my book. At least they got someone. They got each other.
Yes, and at least they can find companionship in each other. It would be quite sad to not have anyone, as she holds onto Hunk's hand tighter.
Oh, trust me, I know. Believe me.
She looks at Hunk. But at least we have each other now, right?
Yeah! He looks at Dave.
Yeah, that is good. She gives him a kiss on the cheek and then rests her head on his shoulder again.
Letta just shakes her head. Doesn't say anything, looking at them hugging.
Well, she just shakes her head. Perhaps after filming we can go watch the movies that you were telling us about. What should we watch first to really introduce ourselves to Vincent Price, honey?
Oh, I think I know a website we can find them on. You pick, I don't want to make any decision.
I would rather you pick and surprise me, honey.
Are you sure?
Honey, please, just pick.
Okay.
She starts scratching his jaw, kisses his cheek, and then whispers into his ear, I am never going to leave you. You are the love of my life, and I am sorry every single day that I walked away from you all those years ago.
I would walk away from me, don't worry about it. Speaking of which, I gotta hit the gym. I didn't work out for like 3 weeks.
Oh, but you should take some more breaks, though, honey.
There's no time. He'll pick Davine up, set her back down in the chair. There's no time for that. I gotta keep my stock value high here. I'll find the. I'll meet you in the your office later. He leaves, rubbing Hale on the head. You ruined that, man.
Davine sighs. I know I did, Letty. If you want to slap me, just go ahead. I know you want to.
Well, she just crosses her legs, looking down at them hugging. No. And she'll look at her hand.
Davine sighs. Well, I suppose thank you for that. She turns around, looks at the three of them hugging. Is there anything I can do to fix it, do you think?
I have no clue.
Well, I'll just keep looking for a way. I'm sure there's one out there, so I can find it. She looks at Suletta. I will find it, Letty. I promise that.
She just kind of slightly shakes her head and rolls her eyes. When he was with that hag in the bunker, he let himself go, get fat, obese, and he never loved her. Maybe he thought he did, but he never did. You, ugh.
He loves me a lot.
If you told him you wanted him to find a way to Mars without a spacesuit, he would die trying.
But I tell him I love him just the way he is. That I don't mind if he takes breaks, and I encourage him to take breaks, as you should. I encourage him to eat, and I feed him all the time. That's what really worries me, Letty.
The fact that you destroyed his self-worth and confidence all those years ago?
Yes, that is what worries me.
Hopefully Elizabeth doesn't do the same.
I hope not. I surely hope not. She just shakes her head. looks at her watch. Oh my god, we're only on minute 7 of this hug.
Yes, indeed. And you will be watching it with just me. And no Hunk.
Yep, no hunk at all. She just lays her chin on the desk that's in front of them and watches them hug.
Suletta will come over the radio, pushing the button. I think it's time you pick up the shooting, boys.
5 more minutes, Miss Ueda.
As you wish. She'll take her hand off the button.
Davine just sighs. At least
What does it feel like to ruin a man?
Not
I've
great.
killed men in combat, many men, but I've never ruined a man to the point where he has no self-esteem.
Not good at all.
Has he not touched you without you making contact first today at all?
No, he hasn't.
She bobs her head up and down. Fascinating. Must be nice to have the man of your dreams not dead. Tal is excellent company, but I will never move on from my husband.
Davine sighs. I know how lucky I am.
Clearly, you don't.
Well, now clearly I do, Suletta. I have tried to fix this mistake I've made for 20 years. And each and every time, I have failed to do so. I will find a way though. This is not something I'm giving up on. I am not letting that man go. And I'm not walking away from him again.
She'll cross her arms. Best fix it before he gives himself a heart attack.
I surely hope I do. That would not be a good thing to hear.
Just shakes her head at Dave.
I will fix it before then, though. I have to. That is the love of my life. And I will do anything for him and our relationship.
That's the only... She just makes that sound. Crosses her arms again.
Davine sighs. Reaches for the button. Boys, maybe you could start filming again? And Frederick, jumps, straightens up. Yes, Miss Davine. We were not aware that you were watching. We will start filming immediately. Guys, Davine's watching.
Shit. Full sprint running over. Samuel waving up at the box nervously.
Davine waves back at him as Frederick starts to run off, getting the cameras prepared for the next scene.
I have a class to teach. She'll snap her fingers, hail, and Integral levitate behind Davine. I'll meet you in the office for movies later. She just walks off. You can enjoy watching this alone.
Thank you, Letty. Goodbye.
Leaving Davine in the production booth on her own as, here in Woodbury. The Saint's head rests here, portion of the statue resting here. The Delta guys have thrown out some lawn chairs. But Memory Ann's sitting in the chair with Carter on her lap laughing. Benny's in one of the chairs with Elizabeth, Colt, and Soul, same thing. Memory Ann's just looking around laughing.
Carter looks around. Oh my god, I have not seen this place yet. Holy shit.
Yeah, it ain't in good shape, bro.
With everything going on, wrapping his arms around Soul's waist, it didn't really have a chance to take all this in.
No, neither did I. She just looks down at the ground, picks up a few rocks from the rubble around them, and lets them fall through her fingers.
Yeah, I don't got a fancy teleporter to my house, so I kind of had to walk through this to get here earlier. It, it's not in the best shape. I mean, like I said, the wall over there was, standing until the wind blew it over earlier.
Elizabeth looking around. It looks like a zombie apocalypse video game, doesn't it, honey?
Yeah, it really. Look at all those dead fish floating in the ocean out there. What?
Reminds me of like a kaiju movie with all the dead fish like that.
Are those beach sharks? Memory Ann squinting. Yes.
Yeah, I think some of the big stuff got driven inshore because of how scared they were.
Kind of just still looking around. Holy crap. He looks at where the saint once was. Oh, thank God that's gone, but the head's still there.
Leave it there till Mr. Wiseau comes along.
You think they're gonna keep it?
I don't want it.
Yeah, we'll just throw it the centerpiece of where the statue was. Just leave the head there. I'm sure that'll look great.
Well, I'm sure Pequot, Julius, and Nicole want it for some reason. Or they would want it. Maybe Tommy will give it to them. Who knows?
And Mr. Wiseau's warehouse is gone. Look at all
Yeah.
those light bulbs.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to help Tommy find replacements for those.
Soul squints. What are they even for?
I don't know what Tommy's planning with them. Probably some kind of sign or spotlight or something. I don't know.
Probably some ridiculousness to get us together that is over now, since we're all happily turning Carter's face towards her together, putting our lips on his chin and just leaving it there.
He smiles, puts his lips onto her nose, and leaves them there. And Soul nods. Makes sense, as long as it doesn't get any of us arrested.
He said he's done doing that. And whatever he was planning with him, he says he's on the straight and narrow, so it should be better.
Oh, well. Hey, thank God for that. She looks at Colt and smiles. At least Ricky won't be arrested again, huh?
Thank God. Looking at Ricky, I don't know how much my mother and Carter's and Soul's parents could cover up for you. Because now your face is on beer cans. I actually have one. He puts his finger up. I kept one.
Yeah, I think that thing's gonna be a collectible because I don't know how long Tommy's gonna keep making them.
Moving her hair out of her ears so he can start rubbing the back of her ears for the Ricky Funko Pop, the Saint Ricky Funko Pop, honey.
Oh, yeah, I want that one. I'm gonna put it up on the wall as like in like a special box so it would never get hurt. That feels really good, thank you.
You are welcome, cutie. Kissing her on the cheek as Memory Ann. So you're safe to continue spellcasting?
Yeah. In fact, it was encouraged that I continue spellcasting.
Good. That means we can polymorph into Cornstalk. We're gonna have a long weekend at Cancun. I'm sure there are a lot of individuals, civilians in Cancun that would love to meet the chief.
Memory Ann, do I have something to show you?
Oh? He looks over at Soul.
She'll toss her over the scroll. Don't open it just yet. Read it in your free time, yeah?
Okay. She's looking at the scroll.
Soul gives her a wink. It is very special. To the both of us.
Is this what I think it is?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's that.
Oh no!
The dude from those movies?
Arnaki? Like Arnaki versus that Malcolm guy movie, and then they made the good ones. It was like Arnaki versus Cornstalk. What? He's really confused. The melted face guy?
Yeah, so that melted face guy, that's just a polymorph that my auntie, that she does. So, since me and Memory Ann are pretty good spellcasters, she said that she wanted to teach us some of her old polymorphs. So we have cornstalk, and now we have access to Arnaki.
She's looking at the scroll dumbfounded. She saved our... Well, maybe not. She saved our lives, and now she gives us this. How do you repay that woman back? I mean, we sang the song, but I have always wanted to learn Arnaki.
Elizabeth looks over at Marianne. For being loving and caring and show her that we all love her very much.
That is the best way. Stroking Elizabeth's helmet.
And
Colt, well said.
yeah, and do your job and don't die. And that's about all we can do, right? What do you give someone who's got everything?
Fair point.
I mean,
We
that's
are going to have a blast at Cancun with Arnaki.
He's gonna lean and look over at Colt. You got my sympathies for the day you roll over one morning and Arnaki's laying next to you.
Oh, the melted face, the ultra lazy fucking eye. Benny, yeah, in Arnaki vs. Cornstalk, his eye actually exploded and released like an energy blast at Cornstalk. And then it got lazier somehow for the rest of the movie.
I'm totally doing that at Scar.
Jesus Christ! Colt imitating Scar.
Oh God, not again!
God, we're just gonna have Arnaki and that cornstalk dude walking around Woodbury once it's rebuilt, aren't we?
Yes! She puts the scroll in her little knapsack where she carries her playing cards and a few other things.
In fact, if we hold like a little ceremony for like the reopening of Woodbury, or however you want to say it, I'm going to appear there as Arnaki.
And I will be there as the chief, comforting Carter with a reassuring hand.
You know, it's almost a shame that that Delilah chick left. I think if you guys showed up looking like that, it'd give her a real reason to scream.
Yes, I think so.
Carter just starts to laugh. Just imagine my father on the stage giving like a little speech, and then poof poof, Arnaki and Cornstalk right next to him, one of them doing the reassuring hand, one of them just staring directly at him.
That would be fucking creepy.
Yeah.
I think Chiles would piss himself if that happened.
I don't know, he just seemed kind of annoyed at us when we walked around as Cornstalk.
Well, Cornstalk isn't very scary. Arnaki's a different beast entirely.
You know, when I was like 8 and your parents were putting out a one of those Arnaki movies, the mall by my house had a life-size cutout of him for the movie, and I rounded the corner and that thing scared the shit out of me.
I don't know where she came up with it, but it is an excellent polymorph.
I think it's absolutely awesome. I've always quite enjoyed Arnaki.
You know what he kind of looks like?
Hmm?
If you took Bash and put his face in a blender.
She looks over at Bash. Oh my goodness. Bash is over here with everybody else inspecting a brand new motorcycle Icy bought for her. It kind of does.
You don't think that's what they based it off of, do you?
I don't know, I mean, maybe. Also kind of looks like my dad if you took a blowtorch to his face, so I don't know.
It really does kind of look like Bash. She's squinting over at him.
Do you think we should ask one of these days?
I'm sure Aunt Icy would tell us where she got the inspiration if we asked.
Yeah, I'll ask her, totally.
Will you, Carter? Will you? Stroking his chin.
Carter wraps his arms around her waist. I will, because I will do anything for you, goddess.
You better.
I will, thank you.
Gonna be a long weekend at Cancun for those two.
A very long weekend, I'd have to say.
Bleeding butt cheek.
We've come to an understanding. No bleeding butt cheeks.
He's come to an understanding. I don't care.
I mean, now that your aunt's back and in business again, you can do it all you want. She'll just heal you.
As long as she's within earshot, I think he'll be fine.
Okay.
He needs discipline. He lacks it.
I mean, yeah, Carter and I are the same. We both need our discipline, huh, Carter?
Carter shrugs. You need a different kind of discipline than I do.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Carter just laughs, gives Marianne a kiss, and Soul just starts to laugh. Maybe I should learn healing spells, so just in case you two get a little rowdy on a mission, I can, always heal any parts of Carter that might be bleeding.
Colt shrugs. I'm sure your aunt would be willing to teach you that if she's unleashed the floodgates of Arnaki. Why do you have to roll the R?
I don't have a clue. They just always told us you have to roll the R. And, Arnaki, it sounds sort of cool, doesn't it?
Arnaki.
I mean, maybe that's just how the dude's name goes. Saying it right is polite.
My dad told me about his run-in with Arnaki back when they didn't know it was Nicole, so they thought Gateway was legitimately haunted. He was down in the a mobile suit bay where he was working on the Escalade car your mom has that your dad was building for her. And Arnaki came behind him, put her hand on his shoulder, and called him Daddy. And at the time, the only person to call him Daddy was my mom. So he was quite terrified.
I mean, yeah, imagine that face looking at you.
Daddy.
Elizabeth starts to laugh.
But since she could just read his mind, she knew that, my dad calls my mom calls dad Daddy when they're doing their thing, so, yeah.
Soul leans over to Colt. So, if one day you heard in my voice, like in a separate room, me call out for you, like, hey, Daddy, I need help, that type of thing, and then you came running in, and suddenly Arnaki was just there sitting on the bed, what would your reaction be?
Since I'd hear that and be running in probably with a boner, and then see that instant debone.
That's a fair reaction, honey.
Be like a popsicle stick getting left out in the sun.
Carter starts to laugh. Yeah, please don't do that to me, honey.
No promises. Arnaki waiting for you with the ruler.
That would be one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen.
She starts chuckling.
Elizabeth looks up at Benny. Man, I sort of wish I could do it, so I could call you Daddy and then scare you.
I'm sure your aunt would polymorph you if you asked.
I'm sure she would. As she looks around, pushes herself up and whispers into his ear, Daddy.
I like the sound of that.
I do too, it suits you.
Need sugar.
She lifts up her mask and gives him some sugar.
Sugar makes everything feel better.
That it does. Truer words have never been said.
Marianne about to she grabs Carter's cheeks, squeezes them to purse his lips out like a duck, and then she uh-oh.
Huh? What's going on?
What the fuck happened here? He's walking up, looking around, shocked.
Uh-oh. Soul covers her mouth to hide
Look like
her smile.
earthquake hit this place.
Hey,
What's
Tom.
this, holes of lava? Hi, how you doing? He comes over, like, the med building gone, I think I'll step on a syringe. What the fuck? Looking down at his feet.
Oh, you missed, Miss Icy fighting a god.
Ah, Ricky, such an active imagination you have, rubbing his shoulder.
Oh, no, that happened, Tommy.
What happened to the statue of the saint? He's looking where...
He's gonna
Well-
point. But you go.
Well, in the battle with the time deity,
it sadly got destroyed as she had to destroy the town to...
Oh my fucking god, the whole time. Even my warehouse!
Yeah, even your warehouse, Tom.
The fuck? There's the saint's head! He comes over, starts cradling it. Memory end.
Yeah, the statue tragically got caught in the crossfire, sir.
I'll talk to Julius about this. He is a motherfucker. Comes back over. They didn't see him. They're all talking. He is a motherfucker sometimes.
My dad? He didn't do anything.
Ah, whatever. I'm going to talk to him. Storms right up to Julius. Julius, what the fuck? I'll give you a statue of saint. You blow up your own city.
Julius is just standing with his arms crossed.
How fucking irresponsible of you.
My sister had to fight a time deity that was coming down to kill us all.
I'm going to say it one more time, and then I will never repeat myself. Harsh language and a slap on the wrist wouldn't do it. It was that, or all your children are dead, and you're dead. And then I'm probably dead. Because once again, he seemed to hate me.
Oh, Nicole, I understand that. I was just trying to explain it to Tommy, okay?
I can't believe this. The statue was made out of 24 karat gold. What? She looks over.
24 karat gold? That was a huge statue, Tom.
Yes, I know. I own gold company.
JJ, looking away off in the other direction, died a smile as Julius just falls down into the chair next to Pequod and holds her hand.
Oh my god, Tommy, I didn't know that.
My fucking warehouse. I'm going to have to buy 1 million light bulbs. Oh, sorry. Casey starts laughing at dog. His fucking bike survived, but everything else? I see. No, I bought him a new one. Bash polishing the frame with OQ.
It's okay, Tom. Do you want help purchasing the light bulbs?
No, I will take care of it. He leans into Julius. This is for Colt and Soul. Colt going to pop the question soon. Pequod. Yes.
Hell yeah, man. I am.
Uh-oh.
Julius just gives Tommy 2 thumbs up.
To make big sign. He take her to amusement park where they have their first real great moment. And I would like you points at Icy, and of course her mother to be there.
Yeah, no problem. We would love to be there.
Yuri and Ricky will help me with this.
Okay, do you want any help from the 3 of us?
No. We will take care of it. Nobody getting arrested. I will hire a real electrician to make sure sign is good.
Well, okay. Sounds good.
My warehouse gone.
Well, I'm sure you can get another warehouse, Tommy. We can rebuild it for you.
And the head's still there. As Tommy looks back at it. Yeah, not that big of a deal. We will have it rebuilt and put it bigger and better. Right here. Pequod, no, I like the head. We don't want to disgrace the saint by rebuilding on the holy grounds that it was once there. So I'll just take the head back to Rainfall Lane. She looks at Icy, and Icy looks at Tommy. Yeah, so I think the saint would like it there, actually. And Icy will, done, and teleport the head away.
Julius just lets out a breath as
Last nods. It was a very nice statue, Tommy.
I know.
Very pretty. I'm sure the head is going to look good wherever it's at on Rainfall Lane.
Yes, hopefully somewhere where many people can see it. Icy, oh, everybody will see it. Don't worry about it. Good. Very good. I'm going back up to Gateway. Have to find Yuri. He's fucking around somewhere. Nobody got hurt in this mess. What happened to all the fish?
The sea boiled.
Oh, man, I miss a lot. I was buying Planet, Vacation Planet. Very busy that day.
Well, Tommy, you are a busy man.
Oh, don't worry about it, Julius. Give me a hug. You too, baby face. Gestures to Icy.
Julius stands up and gives Tommy a hug.
She'll come in with the hug. The 2 original baby faces. Sam baby face.
Yeah, the two original. Julius leans back, smiles. One of us has a slightly less baby face than the other nowadays, though.
Very true. Wait, what's wrong?
Oh, I see. I still sort of have a baby face.
Pequod, and it's a beautiful baby face.
Thank you, honey. Thank you very much.
Very good. If you need any help rebuilding the city, I have an army of robots that would be willing to help. Would you like them?
Yes, please. The sooner we can get this place back up and running, the better.
Alright, I will send them down here next week. I'm going up to Gateway. God rest the statue of the saint. Goodbye, children! He disappears behind this machine.
Carter just starts to laugh.
I see, nice save. Looking over at Pequod. Pequod, yeah, I figured you didn't want it rebuilt, sweetie.
No, I did not. Thank you so much for being smarter than me.
No problem. Hand on his chest.
Julius smiles at her, sits back down, and rests his head on hers.
Sir, may we leave? Sam, JJ, and I, Jason, my darling here, kissing Laz on the head, heading out to New York. We'd like to leave now, and then we're gonna be back at the lane before we leave for Cancun.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Your guys' duties are done for the day.
Pequod, make sure you make him spend all the money humanly possible at that Pokemon Center. Sam, oh, absolutely.
She is. She's going to buy literally everything in there.
Trainer Red cosplay.
JJ winks down at Sam and gives her a kiss. Trainer Red cosplay indeed.
Trainer Carry Me to the Vertibird cosplay.
Not even a problem, my love, as he'll pick her up in one arm and start carrying her off towards the Verdi.
We should get some mojitos in New York. I could use a drink. It's early, but...
I would love a drink right now. Mojitos sound wonderful.
Oz taking Laz, who has Jace. Yeah! As they get to the Vertibird, Oz opening the side cockpit, ladder, stairs that come out. I could use a drink. Back. Everything's... Look at this fucking place! He's looking... Because now they're up on top of a raised platform, we'll say.
I've never had a clearer view of this place unless I was in, the Verdi. It feels...
Sergeant Satterley, love, he's just got his hand on his helmet looking around as this Delta guy picks up what looks like a portion of a wall and just drops it here. And this guy just kicks some rocks this direction.
Oh, those poor guys don't even know what to do with themselves.
Oh my god, love, look at this.
It is... decimated.
I say... go ahead, love.
I don't know how else to put it, but just decimated.
I say in honor of Clive reaching 30,000 subscribers, that's what he just put out a new video, I got the notification. He's gonna do a live stream. I say in honor of him reaching 30k subscribers, and the fact the rainfalls are in the clear, doing better nowadays, we have some early day drinks. Mojitos do sound good.
I agree, honey. That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Let's go, as Sam will gesture for the stairs for JJ to go up with, since she's carrying it.
Yeah, he goes up the stairs with her.
The Vertibird and the adults take off, well, the adults of the squad, take off as Memory ends watching the helicopter, and there they go.
Off to New York City.
Adult.
I hope they have a good time.
Oh, I'm sure they will. We'll have a better time on Rainfall Lane Corridor.
Rainfall Lane, and then add a lagoon, honey.
Think of all the fun we could get to on the lagoon.
I'm thinking of all of it and more.
You guys gonna be doing adult things like them?
No.
That sounds about right.
Carter just laughs and shakes his head. Yeah, no, none of my thoughts are going towards adult things like what they're doing right now.
She goes through her knapsack, pulls out a pair of handcuffs. Nope. Benny, oh my god. Cold. kissing, still rubbing her ears for her, excuse me.
Ah, so different adult things.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Those are RC handcuffs, whispers into one of the ears he's rubbing for.
She wants to make sure he is fully and just completely incapable of fighting back.
At her mercy.
Oh man. She just sort of chuckles. They are really kinky.
Where'd you get those? Uncle Towns, believe it or not. Oh, my dad is good at acquiring things.
Wait, so did you just walk up to him and say, Uncle, I need a pair of RC handcuffs, and that was it? He just got them for you?
I asked him for one when at the lane when we sang to Aunt Icy. You guys were performing. I asked him for a pair. He went through the teleporter. I don't quite get how he can go to and from since I don't see a scarf on him anywhere. But anyway, yes. And then he came back and said, "Have fun with Carter."
The man really does know why we do things, doesn't he?
He is in charge of SIS. It's his business to know things.
I mean, he probably does. He just seems like a chill dude. I mean, every time I've been around him, he's been nice.
He's a good dad. Cold nodding his head.
A very good dad. He's very funny as well.
Hey, you got my,
Oh, fuck! Cold just doing his time.
hey, you got my ass out of jail, so, you know, I got nothing but respect for him.
And erased multiple arrest records.
That too. For arrests that, never happened.
But, putting his hand up Soul's shirt, the one thing Dad couldn't do was stop your face from going on beer cans.
Yeah. Can't catch 'em all, right?
Yeah, one had to slip through the cracks eventually.
She slides his hand up further, right onto her chest.
Getting ready to have some fun.
Oh, maybe. She looks at him and smiles. Anytime you want to, in fact.
We could. If he let them go, we ought to be going off duty here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, she just looks around. There isn't much else for us to do around here, really.
Emrianne, hearing them talk, no, look behind you. Sure, we were going to do some PT, and the mountain, as you can see, is gone. Apparently it erupted.
Oh, so it was a volcano that whole time.
No, it wasn't. But there are active lava flows under the crust. I'm not a geologist. Ask somebody who knows.
Your aunt made a volcano. That's pretty badass.
Soul just does like a framed picture thing with her two fingers, both L's.
Man, that is a beautiful shot. I really hated running up and down that mountain.
Cold. I didn't mind it too much, but yeah, Monday mornings after having a wonderful weekend, that's like the last thing I wanted to do after muster. And we won't be doing it anymore.
I'm sure Camp Bash are gonna be able to think of something a bit more torturous than running up and down the mountain.
They'll have us remake the mountain, they'll get a bunch of fucking dirt and have us pile it, and then run up it.
Memrianne, I shaking the scroll she pulls back out after putting the cuffs away. I am grateful to learn Arnaki, but I would prefer to be able to summon the demon from hell or whatever form. But apparently only Auntie and Hale can do it. If we ever got in trouble on a mission again and met another creepy man like we met on our first mission, we just wah, or whatever noise and kill him. That's what I would have done. And his androids. You remember that creepy guy? She's squinting.
Rippa, yeah.
Feels like so much has happened.
Bro, it feels like every week there's something new, or multiple times a week.
This feels like so much has happened. It hasn't been a lot of time that's passed since our first true mission, but yeah.
I mean, it's not even that long that we've been here at all, you know? It hasn't even been a year yet, has it?
No. 5 months.
Shit. It Feels like it's been a couple years, doesn't it?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Benny, time flies when you're having fun.
Or scared for your life?
Yeah.
Time always sort of slows down when I'm scared for my life. Forgive the pun, I guess, when all of you were frozen.
Yeah, that jerk froze us.
Yeah. So you saw everything that was going on. That's brutal, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was pretty horrendous. Colt, you can say that again. Marianne, even though I knew I couldn't do anything to the creature, I would have liked to have tried. But
Yeah. It might have made you feel better, but he's gonna rub his side. Trust me, you didn't wanna. I was an idiot for running in.
Carter just rubs the side of his head. All I'm glad is everyone got out of it safely.
I mean, me yelling at the thing worked. You put your grandpa down, right? That's worth a couple broken ribs, huh?
To save a life, yeah, I suppose.
Carter shrugs. Yeah. As long as everyone got out okay, I'm fine with getting a concussion. Or broken ribs, or however anyone else got hurt. In fact, those injuries don't even really matter because of my aunt. He shrugs. I would personally just like to put that behind me and not never think of it again, but I don't like seeing my family get hurt like that. I'm sorry. And I don't really like to think about it.
I understand. Kissing Carter on the cheek, holding it there.
You're cool, bro. He's gonna put his hand on his shoulder. Sorry for bringing it up like that. Leave it a memory, right? Although, how long do you think it took your uncle to clean all that Tetsaki or whatever it's called out of his fur?
Oh my god, that was hilarious. That I would like to talk about.
Bro, I think the entire tub of whatever it was in got dumped on him when the truck got launched.
I'm pretty sure I heard him scream Jesus Christ, and out of the corner of my eye saw him diving into the truck. Jesus Christ! Yeah, he did. I was crawling on the ground to get to Soul, because my father drug her to, I'm not mad at him, but yeah. So, yeah. He stepped over me. Ugh!
Soul gives Colt a kiss on the cheek and hugs him tightly.
But I made it.
You did. You were very strong and very handsome.
And I think I deserve a reward this weekend. Ugh!
This weekend?
Yeah.
I think every weekend. Just because you were that brave.
She does like the finger walking up his chest.
He'll take her hand and start sucking on her index finger.
Look at you being all smooth.
He continues sucking on it, giving her the bedroom eyes, as down here Icy's rubbing one shoulder, Pequod's rubbing the other as they drink their drink in their free hand as Julius looks around at the city.
Julius just rubs his chin.
Honestly, it's fine. It's fine. It can all be rebuilt.
Better here than Raven Rock.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Raven Rock, it would be... I don't even know what we would do if Raven Rock was destroyed like this, but...
Well, I mean now, today. That was her place. This is your place. Squeezing Julius's arm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
He puts a hand onto hers and squeezes it a bit.
Icy, do you want to feel better, Julius? I know a way. Looking over at the kids.
How's that?
You looking? Look at all the kids over there.
He's looking.
She'll snap her finger. It just plays like from the side. Colt, oh! And bites on Soul's finger lightly. Sorry! Benny falls out of his chair, holding Elizabeth up in the air. Marianne, oh no!
Carter, grabs onto Memory and covers her body with his as Soul jumps, grabs her finger, and, curls into Colt.
What was that?
Ricky drops into a defensive stance and looks around. Sounded like yesterday.
Icy just whistles sharply and waves at them all. Marianne, ah ha ha ha.
Ha, good one, Auntie. Didn't scare the piss out of us at all.
Takes her finger out of his mouth and kisses it. Sorry. I thought the deity of time was back, picking the chair up at Elizabeth, then sitting back down.
I thought so too. Oh my god. And Soul, it's okay. You didn't mean to. She sucks on her finger a bit and then puts it back up to his mouth.
Give me the middle one, too. I'll do two at once.
Yes, sir. She'll do it.
Icy, feel better?
Yeah, that was pretty fucking funny.
Pequod's laughing. Just watching the kid. Maybe we could update the look of the city.
How so?
Just more modernized buildings. This was an old city that you kind of took over.
He purses his lips a bit, looks around.
Wider streets?
Yeah, wider streets would be nice, so people can actually drive on them instead of having to walk around everywhere.
We can expand your land to the north, south, and west.
Yeah, let's renovate it. I'm not great at designing things. Not great at designing cities, I should say. So I would need help on it.
I see. I can help, and Sasha's really good at that type of stuff.
Yeah. If you guys want to help me renovate it, then
Turning into Fledwig?
yeah, I guess Frederick's rubbing off on me.
You just need... She puts her hand on Julius's chest and kisses him on the chin. Some time off.
And we're gonna get it. We are gonna get it.
He wraps his arm around her and brings her in close.
This weekend. This very long weekend.
Pequod goes for a kiss, and then Julius's wrist computer goes off.
He gives her a kiss first and then presses the wrist computer.
Just a message from Sasha that says, come up to the office and bring Ricky. Icy, huh? Reading over Julius's shoulder and Pequod looking at it too. Is Ricky in trouble? What did he do? Did he get a DUI again or something? Starts laughing.
Not to my knowledge. We would know about it if he was in trouble.
His face is on beer cans, Julius.
And he is technically underage, isn't he?
Yeah, and has a DUI.
Oh god, okay. Maybe this isn't gonna... Oh my god, she did say she was gonna go talk to Ash about something, didn't she?
Oh god, he's in trouble.
Oh no.
Julius just bites his lip.
Icy, why don't we just say Ricky left for the weekend? Looking over at Ricky, Pequod. Yeah, she'll be none the wiser.
Then she'll call up Saris. Because where else would he go other than Woodbury, you know?
Pequod will put two fingers in her mouth and whistle sharply and scream, Ricardo!
He's gonna look a bit nervous at the rest of them. Your mom just called me by my full name.
Go.
He's gonna get up and slowly walk over. Salute. Yes, ma'am?
What did you do now? Crossing her arms, looking at Ricky.
I've been here all day ever since, puts his arms out. I went home and then came back. I ain't done nothing. At least as far as I know, ma'am.
Pequod points at him, icy squinting. Shrugs, telling the truth.
Okay. So we just got a message from the Ranger General. Us three are supposed to report up there. You are to come with us.
Okay. I don't know why, sir. You can read my mind again, ma'am. I don't know why.
Only takes one try, or I only have to read once. Sipping back on her drink, Pequod will whistle sharply. Kids, go back to the lane. Long weekend now. Marianne, yes. Oh, tries to pick Carter up.
Carter lets her for a bit.
I can't walk like this. She gets like 3 steps.
Here, go ahead and set me down.
Yep.
Yeah. She sets him down. Do you mind if I pick you up?
Oh, absolutely.
He'll pick her up and then start carrying her off towards the teleporter.
The kid, he picks up Soul, Benny. See you back at the lane. Ricardo, good luck.
Yeah, see you guys later. Have a nice time.
Best of luck, Ricky, as they go down the elevator.
I got a bad feeling I'm gonna need it.
I don't know. Pequod shrugs. I don't know why she'd want to see you. Looks at Icy and Icy just scratching the back of her head.
Who knows? Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe you're getting promoted?
I highly doubt that. She starts laughing.
Hey,
I'm just trying to make the kid feel less nervous, Nicole.
Promoted for DUI. That would be awesome.
yeah, I was gonna say maybe I did something to impress her, but, yeah.
Promoted while aiding and abetting Sasha's mortal enemy, Tommy.
In my defense, we did help Colt get with Soul, so that gets me at least a brownie point, right?
I'd say so, yeah. Alright, enough talk. On the elevator, let's...
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to start my weekend.
Yes, ma'am. Understood. He's gonna look.
Carry me, Julia.
Julius picks her up.
See you, Vash. See you, Oak here. Bike looks good.
Good luck, Rick. Have a good long weekend. We'll see you next Monday.
You too. See you then.
They will go down the elevator to go to Sasha's office. As in Davine's office, they are watching The Last Man on Earth. Punk's sitting on the couch next to Suletta.
Davine goes over and sits on his lap.
Oh! You sure you want to be here?
Davine looks behind herself and nods.
I always want to be with you.
Well, okay, good. I'm very lucky. Must be doing something right. He'll flex his arms so he can show off his bicep. Back at it in the gym.
She smiles and stares at him directly in the eye. It's not just your muscles, honey. It's you as a whole.
Oh.
She smiles at him and gives him a kiss. I love you a lot.
I love you more than anything. I just gotta get back in the swing of things here. I'll be fine.
Okay. It was a stressful couple of weeks, so I understand wanting to get back in the swing of things. As long as you promise me to take a break every now and again.
Negatory. 7 days a week. 4 hours a day.
You won't take a break even for me.
I need to do this. It's better for us, trust me.
I think it's better for us if you take a break from working out, honey.
I feel like I have to, though.
She just sighs. I'm going to get you to take a break one of these days, honey.
How?
She smiles at him, gives him another kiss. A lady never tells her secrets.
Mischievous Elizabeth smile. Same one she'd get when she was watching the Saint's death video. She was a kid.
Did you ever catch her impersonating the Saint's death video in her room?
Oh yeah, with her stuffed animals, and she'd be holding up like a cup of milk saying Carter.
Oh yes, in her cute little voice, the Carter!
He was, as cutting him off is...
You're going to get better. We're gonna have lots of happy times together. You'll see, everything's gonna be
Oh.
fine.
Alright, so anyway, dear, in like 3 minutes, that dog actually, it's just gonna cut to him, and then, here, wait. He'll put his hand up. The scene plays of Vincent, sadly laughing at the microscope as he sees the dog infected. Then it just hard cuts to Vincent burying the dog. See?
Davine starts to laugh, and then she immediately stops laughing, and her eyes widen.
What?
As, oh my god.
Here, I'll take my hands off you. What?
No. Keep your hands right on my hips. I have an idea.
Okay.
Okay. You two have to hear me out on this, okay?
Sure.
Wedwick Price movies.
Looks over at the screen. He's paused it. Huh. She let a.
Imagine that man. But Wedwick in this entire role. Imagine this movie, but Wedwick.
Huh. Starts stroking his chin. I gotta show you the Price catalog. Frederick in this Confessions of an Opium Eater. We gotta watch that if you'd ever want to watch a movie with me.
All of them. I want to watch all the movies with you.
I mean, yeah, like I said, the over-exaggerated eyebrows and, like, the lack of effort he gives. You see the way he picked up the steak and kind of...
Yes, when he was, like, trying to stake the vampire, he, like, lifted it up before he hit it.
I think you're onto something. He's looking up at Vincent. It's like a thing in most of his movies. He always grabs people by the shoulders. There's always trapdoors, and he always gets betrayed by a woman.
Davine staring at the screen. I feel like Fredwick just has that certain expression to him, exactly like Vincent Price's. You were right. He uses his eyebrows exactly the same way. I think he might be very good in the main role, as like a Vincent Price type character.
Where did you say you saw these stupid movies? She's watching it play. I got in New Guinea. Back in my early days of the Headhunters when I was working in SIS. And that he's big there, Papua New Guinea. And then in Africa. He's big in Africa too, Kenya.
Davine looks at the screen. Why is he big in those two places?
I have no idea other than I think they just had his old media, so they'd play his stuff. At least that's what it seemed like in, Africa, Kenya. I went to Kenya my first year in SIS, actually. I went to Kenya to bust a drug ring. It was the first job I ever did. And all the movie theaters had hit these movies playing. And it was just me, so I watched a lot of movies alone.
But you won't have to do that ever again, honey.
Hopefully.
Most definitely.
So that a rewind. Punk will, okay. Stop!
You're going to get better. We're gonna have lots of happy times together. You'll see, everything's gonna be fine.
Maybe you're right. Imagine if that dog was Krellin.
Oh my god, and then it just cuts to Krellin with a blanket over him and a stake in his general chest area.
You could call them Rainfall Movie Classics. There's an old TV station called Turner Movie Classics. Ted Turner Broadcasting Group, and I only know that because that still aired in Africa too. Kenya.
Yes, and, if we impersonate the cinematography and the style of filmmaking that's presented here, it'll probably be quite cheap to produce one of these films.
Well, you'd have to, gesturing up at the screen, pitch it to Frederick and Krellin and Samuel first. They're quite, as you saw, particular about sticking to standard operating procedure and what they do. Hung, yeah, rubbing the back of his neck. We did have a hard time kind of convincing them to play in Rainfall's 11. They could, They acted like it was like a bother to them at times because they would have rather been filming their shitty children's shows.
Devine strokes your chin. How did we eventually manage to convince them on Rainfalls 11? We said it was for the Rainfalls or something like that?
Money for Pequod's election, as well as, Fat Fudrick, which of course they were happy to do that idiocy.
Well, Fat Frederick isn't on the table. And, well, as Pequod said, no amount of money is ever enough money, so maybe we could just lead with that as our quote-unquote argument.
Hunk, just tell them they're gonna win more Razzies, which is not a lie. They're probably going to, gesturing to the screen. Look, she loves it, pointing at Hale, laughing at Vincent.
You know what? Yes, that might work. More Razzies to bring honor to the Rainfall name. I think that's all we need to tell them.
I'm sure it would work, stroking Integra's head as Hunk's wrist computer goes off. Oh, nice. I'll be right back. I gotta get you off me for a second.
Oh, okay. She'll stand up.
He'll walk out, disappearing.
Davine looks at the screen. Do you think it would work? Frederick Price?
I have watched his acting the most of anybody. I think he is horrendous. So, if the goal is to make horrendous movies, then yes, absolutely.
Well, I'm truly not expecting much out of these movies, but I think they would be fun to make at least.
I think you don't cast people like Julius and your husband. They're already established. Your husband's won Oscars, for God's sake. I knew him well before you. She sticks up her finger and points right at Davine. Well before you. I never knew he'd be such a good actor.
Davine nods. That's probably a good choice. Not cast any of the, Oscar winners, quote unquote.
No, we don't want to tank their career.
So maybe some, up-and-comers. She'll start, pacing back and forth in the room. Fredwick, Krellin, Samuel, obviously, but then we might also get JJ or Carter or Colt if he wants to act. People like that.
I assume these Frederick Price films would push back production on The Rock, so yes, we should squeeze Carter in. They have to cut their teeth somewhere. We cut our teeth on the room.
Yes, very good point. And then, if she feels comfortable with it, I'm not going to force anything onto her. If she feels comfortable with it, I feel like these movies might be a good chance to have Soul get some practice directing.
That is a good idea, yes. Just as you cut your teeth filming Mr. Wiseau.
Oh, how many takes was it? 47 or 48?
It was 60, I thought.
Oh, I lost count after 45, I'll be honest.
Ugh. She groans, thinking back to the room. Davine notices a new clock with Elizabeth and JJ's faces on the hands of the clock.
Davine walks up to it, puts a gentle finger on it. This is sweet. When did this get put up?
Oh, it's a gift for you. Your face should be up there too, but there's only 2 hands.
She'll raise an eyebrow. Why so?
Oh, it's the Doomsday Clock.
Doomsday?
Counting down until one of the 2 of them, or probably both, fuck up their relationship.
Davine just sighs.
That's why I said your face should be on.
Yeah, my face should be on it. But I'm not going to fail. Even though, even saying it, you don't believe me. She looks at the clock. Why do you think they'll fail in their relationships?
Because you raised them.
Fair enough, Siletta.
I knew Memory Ann would be a complete moron when she became a teenager, and because I raised her. I just didn't know she'd eclipse me in stupidity. Puts her hand up. She found a way.
Well, luckily one of the children on this clock is more like his father than he is like me, so...
I'm sure his father sees that as not a good thing.
Oh, I'm sure he does, even though I see it as the exact opposite. She just shakes her head, looking up at the clock. If either of the kids ask about it, it's just a nice memento that we have put up of them. We shouldn't say it like we have no faith in them.
It's all she does, putting her hand up. Well, lucky for you, they don't come into your private office very often.
No, they don't. Lucky for us. She just continues to stare up at the clock as she'll walk over to Hale and start scritching behind her ears.
Would you like me to get a new one with your face on it?
No, thank you, Letty. I'm okay.
As Hunk comes in, and he's got a package, and he starts pulling out these things. Just let his eyes go wide. Hunk, this is what Blaze and I were talking about. I got this gift for Sam. You know these things cost like 75 as he's pitching this up in the air. Million credit. Suletta's eyes are following it up and down in her head. Can you believe these Chinese fucking knockoffs? Oops! And he almost drops it but catches it. Gotcha.
4.
I used our money, dear. I know you wouldn't. I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all. Not at all, honey. It's our money. We could both do with it as we please, in my mind.
75 million credits for Chinese as Suletta snatches it from his hand. Knockoff. And then this one's got some retarded looking bird on it. This one's got some type of like cat mixed with a, I guess, oviraptor or something. And this one kind of looks like Nicole's Pierre now that he's grown. And that thing looks like a dragon that a 7-year-old drew.
Davine swallows hard.
Poke man. This is the counterfeit one.
Yeah, honey. Well, Malkimon is the counterfeit one, honey.
He looks at Davy.
Malkimon is the bootleg version. All of us have tried to tell you this before.
No, these are they don't have Tristan. None of these have Tristan. I read about these games. This one you start with Charmander, Squadron, and some type of like bulbous creature. Suletta, just put them in your pouch. As Hunk will. Alright, put them in one of his pouches on his belt. But I want to give them to Sam. JJ doesn't even know we got her these, so hopefully it makes them both happy.
It will. I personally believe it 100% will.
Why is my son and daughter's face on that clock? It looks like
Davine sighs. Do you want to tell him, Letty?
No, you can.
Suletta made us a very nice clock. She calls it the Doomsday Clock.
Doomsday? Is the cult back?
No. That's the amount of time for one of our children to mess up in their relationships.
He puts both his hands on his hips and looks at the clock, then Suletta. I don't think they're going to.
Davine looks down at her feet. My face should probably be up on that one too. I messed up already though.
They are... Especially, yeah, I think they're good. Have you ever seen the way Sam looks at JJ?
Yes! She looks back up at Hunk and smiles. Yes, I have. They're inseparable, those two.
As long as he's not an idiot like me, pointing up at the clock.
You are not an idiot, honey. As long as Elizabeth isn't an idiot like me, then their relationship is going to be okay. You are not the idiot out of the two of us.
You were never an idiot.
I was an idiot.
I can't recall.
Each and every time I walked away from you, I was an idiot. And I regret it every single day.
Well, obviously I did something wrong to cause it, so don't worry about it.
You did.
I'll raise my stock value here a little bit. I'll find ways.
Your stock value is already as high as it. You don't need to raise your stock value any, honey.
Meow. Oh.
She looks at Mr. Snuffles.
Hello, Mr. Snuffles?
Yes, they're going to New York. Keep an eye on them when they return to the lane. Meow. What? Keep an eye on who? JJ and Sam and Oz and Laz going to New York, right? So that I've had Mr. Snuffles watching Sam and JJ.
Davy just sighs.
So you can see which person on the doomsday clock messes up first.
Not necessarily, more of a preventative measure, really. I try to keep my eye on Elizabeth.
Well, Soletta, thank you for keeping an eye on our children.
Now that we have Norbit, he'll watch after Elizabeth and Benjamin, and Mr. Snuffles, Sam and JJ.
Thank you, Soletta. It is appreciated.
Davy sighs, wraps her arms around Hunk's waist, and puts her head on his chest.
You sure this is okay?
Yes. Every single time you ask, I am going to say yes.
Gotta ask to be sure. Can I sit down on the couch with you? Or...
Yes, I'll sit on your lap.
He sits down on the couch. So are we doing this Rainfall movie classic thing if we pitch it to them?
I would say so, yes. I would love to at least attempt to do one of these films. I think it would be fun to make, don't you?
Yeah, sure. I don't really offer much help, but yeah.
Are you kidding, honey? You offer so much help on the sets. You're my rock on them.
Well, when I act, I do. And yeah, that too. But when I act, I'm not good behind the scenes, like a lot of people. Maybe I ought to start learning.
You could just sit next to me.
I could help with electric work or something.
Honey, I want you to sit next to me.
Huh?
I want you to sit next to me while I'm directing.
Oh, sure, no problem.
She smiles and gives him a kiss on the nose.
That clock sucks. So that I quite like it. Polishing it.
No matter what we say, she's not going to take it down.
She just sighs.
It does feel nice to be able to see our children's faces on the clock. If that wasn't the reason for the clock, then it would be a nice clock, I would have to say.
Like I said, pretty sure they're okay. I don't think Elizabeth could do anything to upset Benjamin.
And I don't think JJ can do anything to upset Sam.
So there you go. Might as well put my face on the clock, really. Just two of me.
No,
Masked and unmasked. Remember when I used to wear the mask all the time? Suletta just shakes her head.
I do remember that. You shouldn't put his face on it, though. You should put my face.
I could go back to wearing the mask.
No, I like you without the mask. It lets me look into your eyes and touch your face.
Got this big ass nose. He points to his nose.
I like your nose.
When I was in Kenya, I don't know why I'm thinking about those days all the time now, but I was in good shape back then.
You're in amazing shape now, darling.
Yeah, maybe. There's always room for improvement.
Honey, I don't think so. You are, I think, the peak of male physique. You are perfection incarnate.
Not even close. Scratching his chin, and I sure as hell wasn't when we first got together, that's for sure.
I like you just how you are. When we first got together, now, at any time, honey.
Like I said, and Integra used to say this, points at Davine, always room for improvement. Give Davine a kiss on the cheek. I'm gonna go round up Frederick, the goons, and make sure they haven't knocked Scar unconscious again. I'll meet you guys, I'll call you. When I have them, and we'll meet in the gym. If you want to pitch this Frederick movie star thing.
Couldn't we just round them up together?
No, I got it. Because I'm going to do this, and that, he'll set Davine on the couch, will give me 20 more minutes in the gym or so, and he'll walk out.
Davine just rubs her face and shakes her head.
Have I ever told you I'm quite jealous of you?
Yes, many times, Soletta.
Just making sure. Polishing the clock!
You don't even need to make a clock of my face. I already fucked it all up.
Well, lucky for you, he will stay around, unsure of himself, forever.
Until I figure out how to fix it.
She'll blow on the clock and start polishing it off. As flashing up in the office, coming through the teleporter, Icy letting Ricky hold her hand so Ricky can get through. She lets go of Ricky's hand. Ash is here, Towns is here, Sasha's here. Icy, I don't know what he did, but dragging Ricky this way still has his hand, but here he is. Pequod walks next to it.
Yeah, sorry for whatever I did, ma'am, sir, dad.
It's not about what you did. Sasha puts her hand up. It's more about what you stumbled into.
Ma'am?
Alright. Before we let Ash get started here, Sasha puts her hand up. I just want the three of you to know that I only kept this information from you because of what was going on with Nicole repositioning. I wanted to wait until things stabilized. Because I didn't think dropping this on you would help at all. Okay?
Okay, now you got me a little worried.
Pequod playing with her scarf nervously, like, yeah, I see, oh, grimacing. And this, all I'm gonna say is this person's been under constant surveillance since Ash got the goods out of Crash. Towns nods his head. And this person's still right where they've always been. Looks right at Julius when she says that.
Huh. Hag.
Ash, take it away. Ash has some things to tell you about what he found on Yankee Station with Kaz, his new bounty hunter friend. Then some information that is not going to go over well, I think.
Yes, I was going to ask if I should start with the bad news or the bad news, ma'am. I guess we're starting with the bad news.
Bad news. Bad news. This town sits down and takes a drink. He's got a beer.
So, he's going to stand up and just start pacing back and forth across the room. We interrogated Crash, and part of what he informed us of is that he had gone to the same station, Yankee Outpost, that our friend Kaz had first gotten his job from the mysterious employers at. We went there, and it was empty. Computers wiped, only some synths left behind, not too dissimilar from the one that Ricky and his friends and the squad came across, so... And then, in our investigations, we hit another button, and, they could see him visibly start to get nervous. It was full of xenomorphs.
Bugs? She grabs her neck.
Bugs.
Creepy crawlies, Ricky. She says to Ricky, looking down at her.
Okay, ma'am? Yes, bugs. We blew them up, along with the station itself, because there was nothing to find there, but it would appear that all of it is connected, sir.
She grabs Julius's arm.
Julius puts his free hand onto her arm and starts rubbing it.
There was also mention of a mysterious man who was always in shadows but was smoking. He was behind what our friend Crash described as, well, what he thought was Earthcarver, armored and in uniform.
The clown pretending to be an agent.
Yes, ma'am. But somebody
Hmm.
with him.
Okay, that bugs are bad. What could be worse than bugs?
Well, when I went to interrogate Crash, it was partially in reference to this. He's going to hold up a holo communicator. This he was using at the time, and he wiped it. However, Ricky and Carter got to him in time and were able to hear whom he was communicating with. Ricky, would you like to, let us know whom he was communicating with? You can see him look down, and he was, I heard him communicating with Miss Lazuli, sir. That's right. He was in communication with Lazuli, not your daughter. And across that fight, he also spilled the beans that, that she had put a bounty on the kids. Your kids.
Our kids?
Our kids?
I knew it. She just crosses her arms. Not the bounty thing. But, yeah.
Yes, your kids. And me. And Saris, and I would assume you two. Looks over at Sasha and Towns. And that they had been supplied by the same people. We also got to find out why. Or at least what was going on. Their plan was to mine out a massive amounts of RC crystals and create basically a dirty bomb. When detonated, would put out a massive magical EMP, for lack of a better way of describing it, sir, and either kill or severely injure almost every spellcaster in the galaxy.
Puts a whole new shine on Genocidal Maniac.
That's an understatement.
On top of that, they had been supplied with equipment that we've never seen before, sir. Chips in one's mind that could prevent mind reading from being used on them. Custom-built weaponry that they were using. But it would seem that our shadow organization supplied her and her fanatics with whatever they needed to get their job done.
Oh! She starts fixing her hair.
Mind you, they claim to have thought they were working with EarthGov, but quite frankly, I don't think she cared if it was or not.
She just needed the money, most likely, because she did. If she went bankrupt, Casey, that's what I told Julius last month. I thought it was weird. I've never met people. Her, she's the only person I've ever met that truly had a problem with people like me. And now people like Pequod and Julius's children. And mine. She's a spellcaster. Pequod, oh! Fixing her hair, gritting her teeth.
She's not wrong. Outside of Gallia, she's the only one I've met. What about you two, I'd assume, Julius?
Julius just nods.
Apparently they recruited their candidates from some bumfuck racist redneck colony. I don't remember the name, sir. But she did have a bounty out on them. And,
communiques we picked up from the wrist computers of the piles of ashes, Sasha stands up, that were left after Soul's incident indicate it was a significant bounty too. We're talking in the millions for the guy or individual in Zircon that capped them and had footage to prove it.
So, you said she was in the same place she's always been, right?
Sasha, she puts her hand up, same place she's always been. She's in the bunker, thermal readings. She'll type on a wrist computer, comes up here. You can see somebody moving around under the mountainside, because the bunker's under a mountain. She's still in there. Her ship is still there. She's been under constant surveillance since about 20 minutes after Ash interrogated Crash.
Yes, sir. And again, the Ranger General already apologized, but I would as well apologize for the secrecy, but harsher things were going on.
It's no problem. I don't think I could have dealt with this and the issues we were having. So she's at the bunker. Pequod points.
She's at the bunker ripe for the picking, isn't it right, honey?
And why is he here? Looking down at Ricky. I mean, so he stumbled onto it. Let him go. Sasha, well, that's where the plot thickens. Looks at Ricky. Ricky would like to be there to ask why. Right, Rick?
Yes, ma'am. I want to be there.
And if he wants to be there, Sasha puts out her hand. He, I think, has a right to ask why. And personally, I think the only way we'll get her out of that bunker out into the open is if he calls her on the wrist computer.
You want me to call her out?
You want to go? You're going to help kill her. You work for me. She points back to herself. I'm in charge of the military. I answer to her. Points to Pequod. She's in charge of civilian and military. Unless she objects. Pequod, what if she attacks him? Sasha makes that exact noise and gestures to Ash and Julia. Really?
She can try, but, we'd have to race to see who gets to her first, Julius. My bullet or your fist?
We both know who'd win in that race.
You want to go, Rick? You're going to draw her out into the open and help kill the genocidal maniac.
You could see him look upset and almost conflicted for a second before shaking his head. Yeah. Yes, ma'am, I'll do it.
She'll stand up. It's not my place to judge people, how they raise their children, but let this be a lesson. When your parents tell you you shouldn't interact with somebody, use your brain, the frontal lobe. It works.
He's gonna rub his shoulder. Yes, ma'am.
I see. This is one I will sit out. Put her hands up and sit down. This is personal between you guys. I don't like her at all, but if you guys deal with her. Besides, I'm gonna catch up on some work.
No, I can't blame you. And, well, after what you've been through recently, I think it's fair. It's good to have you back.
Have you seen Woodbury? Looks up at Ash. Pequod, fixing her hair. Who gives two shits about Woodbury?
I saw the pictures, I see. It's, quite amazing what you did.
She nods her head and smiles.
Now, believe me, I'd rather not go. Rather not do this right now either, but time is of the essence, yes?
Pequod, want to ride a dragon? Looking down at Ricky.
Ride a dragon, ma'am?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds pretty cool if I'd be allowed to, ma'am.
You can ride with me.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that means it's you and I. Just like the old days. If it's okay, we could take my dropship?
Yeah, that'd be fine, Ash. We could take your dropship.
Good. He's gonna walk up and put his hand on Julius's shoulder. Believe me, I'm just as angry as you are. Just keep it cool until the time comes, alright, old friend?
I'm gonna kill her, Ash.
I know you are. Just keep it cool until then.
Here's how we're gonna run this. I'm gonna take the dragon, drop Ricky off. He's gonna call her out of the bunker. I'm sure knowing this woman... Does she know Ricky is involved, Sasha? Yes.
Yes, they know.
So she's probably going to make a move on Ricky. But good! You stop her. Shoot her! Points at Ash. Or whatever you like. I'm gonna have that dragon eat her ship right in front of her and then murder her, Julia.
Done and dusted, most brutal way I can.
Yes, ma'am. My orders are clear.
And you, looking down at Ricky, just defend yourself and then get out of the way. Don't get hurt.
I'll try my best, ma'am. She's, stronger than me.
Not for long.
Can't be very strong if you're dead.
No, you can, sir.
Sasha, when you guys are done, come back up here, and then we'll start the weekend. Okay? Closing Icy's wrist computer. No work. Just relax. Icy, alright.
Yes, relax. I think you deserve it after eating a god.
He tasted good. She shrugs. Sasha, we'll talk... What? Looks at her! We'll talk more about it after. Just get it done quick, please. Julius, Ash.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Enjoy yourself, Julius! He waves at Julius.
I'm gonna enjoy this more than any of you can realize.
And they will walk off to go to their separate, she's calling the dragon. And or, they're going to the dropship. Down here at the lane, the pitch for Rainfall Movie Classics is happening. Hunk's over here standing against the wall, arms crossed, just admiring Davine from a distance, as the rest of the kids who got sent here show up. And they're coming right before the pitch started. Carl, what you need, Miss Davine?
Okay, well, so, me, Hunk, and Soletta, we were in the office, and he was showing us this actor, Vincent Price, right, dear?
Huh? He was just lost in thought looking at Davine.
Vincent Price was the name, right, dear?
Yeah.
Okay.
She looks at him, then back at the people she's pitching to.
We would like you all to star in Rainfall Movie Classics.
Huh? He's got a bag of ice on his chin or cheek.
Fledwick walks up to Davine, puts the back of his hand on top of her forehead. Oh, you feeling sick, Miss Davine?
We need to get her to Sunny now. Coming over here, Samuel pushing Frederick, or not, mean, but pulling Frederick out of the way and going to pick Davine up.
No. I'm feeling just fine, everyone. I want to put you guys in movies. The main characters, in fact. I feel like Frederick would be our leading man in most of them, or at least have a very forward role in them.
Samuel backs up slowly, confused, putting his hands up. Krellin, looks at Frederick. Tommy, I know this Vincent Price character. Some of these movies are actually quality, in my opinion.
Yes, thank you, Tommy. I'm sure some of them are. And then, wild idea, we could even make some of the movies that I've previously said we couldn't make, such as Battlefield Earth, Tommy?
Battlefield, you know what? He snaps his finger. Battlefield Earth, me playing blonde guy, Fledwick playing Travolta, puts his arms out.
What the hell is happening right now?
Genius. Blaze, I agree. Shrugging. Scar, I am fucking confused.
I am too, Scott. Are you sure, Miss Davine? I don't think I'm a leading man.
No, darling, you are a leading man for these movies. You encapsulate Vincent Price's facial expressions so well constantly. You are the perfect role for this, and I couldn't have you in any of these movies without your two dearest friends next to you.
If this what Davine want us to, I do if you want, Frederick. Samuel beeping, saying the same thing.
And this will probably get you guys more Razzies.
Then have to do. Hand on Frederick's shoulder.
We have to do it. Okay, Davine. He said deal as he puts his hand out and Davine shakes his hand.
Where find access to Frederick Price movies to study and watch? Suletta, I'll forward them to your wrist computer. Thank you. Smiling up at her.
Very good, you all. Very good. We are going to have a great time. The next movie we film, it is going to be a Frederick Price movie.
Suletta and Carter and JJ can act in them, cut their teeth, because the kids have shown up. And Soul, you can have your chance at directing.
Soul perks up. Really?
Suletta nods her head.
Awesome. Yeah, of course. I'll give it a shot. And
I'm sure Colt can have a role or two as well. Colt, anything you want or need.
Davy nods. I'm sure we can find a role for anyone who wants a role. And don't worry, Soul, if you ever feel uncomfortable on the set, I'll be very close by, so you could just come to me if you need some help. And Soul will nod at Davine. Thank you, Grandma. Carter looks around, leans over to Marianne. Do you know who Vincent Price is?
Not a fucking clue. Looking at Davy.
We'll probably have to watch the movies. Suletta? Could you also forward the movies to me? I'll need to do research as well.
She starts typing on her wrist computer and just forwards them to everybody in the room.
Oh, jeez. Look at this guy's eyebrows.
Oh, I think I understand now why she wants Frederick to portray him, yeah?
Yeah, very much so. He also looks like the world's hammiest actor, just given some of these, screenshots.
She tries to imitate Vincent's eyebrow movement.
You know what? That wasn't half bad. Hey, Krellin. He turns around.
Turning around.
Or, I'm sorry. Fledwick. As Fledwick turns around. Yes, how can I help you? Can you move your eyebrows around for us? As he starts to move his eyebrows, and he makes some suspiciously close to Vincent Price facial expressions.
Doing good, Fledwick. Inspecting Frederick's eyebrow.
Thank you. This feels like a role that I've been waiting for my entire life. Well, good, darling. You are going to get this role, and you will do spectacularly in it.
Oh, I will be. Any movie you need me in or need me on set, let me know. I will help out where I can.
We will, darling. We will let you know. And we'll let you know if and when we begin to film Battlefield Earth for you.
No problem. Back to Gateway.
Devin shrugs. He agreed faster than I expected him to.
Sure did.
Devin looks at Scar. Am I going to have you in my director of photography spot as usual?
Yep, absolutely. And if you need me to be in some of the movies, just promise this asshole won't punch me. As Samuel puts a hand on Scar's shoulder.
Carter looks up. Wait, what?
Nothing. Putting the ice on his cheek.
Devin puts a hand on Scar's other shoulder and nods. We'll make sure all of the stunts are very safe to do, and everyone understands what to and not to do.
Excellent. Coming over.
Devin smiles, rubs her hands together. Well, you boys better start studying. We want you to win as many awards as possible for these movies.
Will do. We have a long weekend to do so. Where's did Sam, JJ, Laz, and Oz already leave? Marianne, yes. They said they'd be coming back later today. Alright.
Elizabeth walks over and gives her dad a hug.
What's up, honey?
Hiya, Dad. You doing okay?
Sure. He'll pick her up and hug her.
Okay.
She'll hug him back and give him a kiss on the cheek.
He'll hold the hug tight. I will miss hugging you when I'm gone.
Oh, but Dad, you're not going to be gone. Not anytime soon, at least.
I am sorry I was a terrible father.
No, Dad, you were never a terrible father. I was a terrible daughter, that's what I was.
No. He'll set her back down and pat her on the head. Go look at him over there. He's waiting for you. Benny just looks really confused. Run along. Go down the wall.
Oh, okay. She'll walk over to Benny. I don't know what that was about.
Residual effects still feeling bad? I don't know about on icy? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's just coming down from a stressful time.
Hopefully. Rubbing her head.
Yeah, yeah, hopefully. She'll lean onto Benny's, stomach area.
Well, go to Wazzy room to study. Come, Frederick, Samuel.
Yes, we must study in the womb of Wazzies. It is the best place to think of ideas.
As Samuel Krellin will walk off to the Wazzy room. Frederick following. And they will close the door, Scar just watching them leave. Oh.
Davine, smiling as she watches them leave, walks over to Hunk. That went quite well, actually.
He was just watching her walk up. Longing look on in his eye.
She smiles at him, walks up closer to him. That went well, didn't it?
They agreed?
Yes, they did agree, honey.
Nice. Good job. Crosses his arms and nods.
Can I get a hug, please?
Sure. Only if you want.
She puts her arms out.
He'll hug her.
She wraps her arms around him very tightly so he can't escape.
Oh.
She looks up at him. You're not leaving my side for the rest of the day.
I was gonna go hit the gym, so I'm gonna need you to let go.
She holds on to him tighter. For the rest of the day.
I can't work out like this.
Do you not want to spend the rest of the day with me, darling?
I do. It's just short-term gains are good, but you gotta future-proof these things.
Well, she pushes up closer to him. I think what we need is to not be separated from each other for the rest of the day, and me to have my arms and legs, as she jumps up and wraps her legs around him, wrapped around you all day and all night.
I'm not gonna complain about this.
Good. Very good.
She'll give him a kiss.
Only if you're sure. You don't have to be nice.
Darling.
I gotta, like I said, raise the stock value. Coming over to watch them.
Darling. You are the highest stock value in my heart. Right now. And you always will be. You are the love of my life. I love looking at you. I love seeing you smile. I just want to see you happy. And I want you to be with me. All day, every day.
I'm here.
And you'll be here with me for the rest of the day.
Sounds like a good day to me.
It sounds like the perfect day. Just imagine me wrapped around you like this the entire time we're in Cancun.
Well, I need you to get off me so I can... Nicole's place has a nice gym.
I think I'll stay wrapped around you.
Oh. This is gonna complicate things.
How so?
Need to get in the gym, dear.
You are perfectly fit as is. I love you any way you are. Like I said, like this, or when we first met, not when we first got together, but first met, I would love you 110% with my entire heart.
Only if you're sure.
I am sure. Forever and constantly, I am sure.
God, I hope. Kissing her on the head.
She doesn't feel like she could do much better right now as is, so she just gives him a kiss on the neck, hugs him tighter, and rests her head on his shoulder.
Before we go to Cancun, and before you go split up, to do whatever the hell you're gonna do. I see you holding them handcuffs. Memory Ann did have them out of her knapsack. We're gonna work on the baseball field a little bit today.
Oh, yeah, sure. Whatever you need, yeah.
You're all healed up. You're looking good. You're patched up, he points over at Cole. So, baseball field. Nods his head, puts the ice back on his cheek. God, this hurts.
Carter looks at him. Did Samuel punch you?
Suletta, yes, Samuel got lost in the moment playing Samuel Prime, and Scarscream was opposing him, so Samuel clocked. Scar. Looking at Scar.
Carter's eyebrows raise, his eyes widen, and he purses his lips to hide the smile that you could still see on him somehow. And he just shakes his head. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
You're goddamn right. Sitting down on the bleachers as Suletta comes into Carter's ear. And I always wanted you to be my son-in-law, so I have the footage for you right here. Kissing him on the cheek.
He turns around. Oh my god, Auntie, thank you.
You are very welcome. Kissing him again on the cheek, letting go. Don't show the others.
He smiles at her. No, these are for mine and my wife's eyes only.
I want to see. So that the take was erased because we couldn't use it. So, damn it! Nick jumping into Soul's arm.
She jumps. Oh, hi! I don't think I'll ever get used to it looking in two opposite directions.
No. Suletta, he's not. Wrong couple. Nick! Wiggling his way out of Soul's arms into Elizabeth.
Elizabeth catches him, holds him up. Hi!
He's cute! Petting him with Elizabeth. Elizabeth asks how it is.
That sounded a little strained. I hope you're doing okay.
He's doing wonderfully. We're taking good care of him. His diet of carrots is... he gets pureed carrots from Mama Land twice a day.
Oh, but that's wonderful.
She starts petting him as she turns around.
Here, you want to pet him?
Benny will start petting him.
Yeah. His eyes are really weird, though.
Oh, he totally looks retarded. But that's the appeal, personally. Kisses him on the nose.
Elizabeth starts to laugh.
Oh, man. We're gonna have so much fun with you, won't we?
Suletta, yes, you can take him. He's yours. He'll always be by your side.
Really? Thank you, Auntie.
You're welcome. No? Looking up at Elizabeth.
Nick, indeed.
Just going around Davine, looking at her from multiple angles, licking his paw.
She's still in the exact same position she was with Hunk from before.
Davine sees Mr. Snuffles look up at Hunk, and then look down at Davine, lift his paw up, and extend all of his claws at her. Meow.
Davine is taken aback by it. She just nods and mouths to him, I understand.
Meow. Goes this direction.
Davine sighs a bit.
I never knew a cat could be so intimidating.
Colt comes over, picks up Integra and Hale. Straddles them both. Scar, he's going for the touchdown.
The Soul looks at him, straddling the kids off of his hips, as she puts her fingers up to her mouth, starts biting at her thumb a bit, and then she walks up to him, and then puts her hand straight up his shirt.
He jumps slightly. Scar, here we go. They're gonna do it in the gym.
You know, you can't do this to me, honey.
They're cute babies. I wanted to hold them.
They are very cute babies, and I definitely like seeing you holding them as she starts to like squeeze at his pecs.
We need to take this one. Memory Ann, she's ours. Fine, we'll take Integra for a weekend then.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind watching my little sister with you.
Meow. Comes over to Soul, looks at Colt, and then stares right into Soul's eye.
Soul looks into Mr. Snuffle's eyes. What kind of aura is she getting from?
That this cat is not gonna tolerate any bullshit. As he starts licking his claw and extends all 5 claws. Even looks at his claws. They look incredibly sharp. Meow. Meow. Tilts his head. Meow.
Soul bends down, gives Mr. Snuffles a kiss on the head, then looking into his eyes, she says, "You mustn't worry about a thing."
Meow. Goes this direction. He knows there's no problem ever gonna really happen here. Just comes over to Elizabeth. Meow.
Hi, Mr. Snuffles.
As she's holding Norbit, she starts petting Mr. Snuffles.
Meow. Looks over at Davine, then at Elizabeth.
What's wrong, Mr. Snuffles?
Meow. Looks up at Benny and then down at Elizabeth. Extends his claws. Narrows his eyes at her.
Oh. I'm gonna do my best, Mr. Snuffles. I promise you that.
Ugh. Meow. Just sits next to Scar. What's that all about? He's looking back at Zanzibar, petting him on the nose.
I don't know. I feel like the cat just threatened me.
The cat? He looks over.
Yeah, Mr. Snuffles.
He's nice. He wouldn't hurt anybody.
No, I don't think he would hurt us.
Here, he'll pick Elizabeth, because she's holding the frog up, and come over right next to Hunk and Davy. Hunk, good, I guess it's still morning, Benjamin. Morning, sir, smiling up at him.
Elizabeth waves at Hunk again, and she looks down at the frog. He just jumped right into my arms from Souls.
Hey, likes you.
Yeah, guess he does. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't really want to kiss you on the head. I don't really like slimy things on my lips. I'm sorry.
No.
She tilts her head. Looks
Just give him one.
Oh, okay.
She gives him a kiss on the head.
Benny has a handkerchief for her to wipe her mouth.
She wipes her mouth.
Thank you,
Benny, as she gives him a kiss on the chin.
Hunk will, again. Did Laz and Oz and JJ and Sam leave already? Benny, yeah. You asked that. Ah, shit. They'll be back. He's smart.
Yeah, they'll be back. They said they were coming back, Dad.
You're not getting forgetful like Aunt Nicole. No, nothing like that. Just a lot on the old noggin. Points to his temple.
Oh, okay. You'll talk to us if something's bothering you, right, Dad?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
She looks at Benny with a worried expression on her face.
Alright, dear. Time to let go. Time to go to the gym.
She keeps latched on.
Oh.
Like I said, darling, we're spending the entirety of the day together.
She leans in closer.
And I'm getting you those rest days.
I don't need any rest.
I say you do need rest. And I am your wife. So, I think that you should get some rest.
Only if you're sure.
She kisses him on like the brow between his two eyebrows, and looks him in the eye.
As always, honey, I am sure.
Memory Ann sitting down, patting her lap, watching this over here. Sit, Carter.
He sits down on her lap.
Starts massaging his ear.
Thank you, honey. As he'll start rubbing her thighs. He leans back a bit. Yeah, I just need you to know that I love you a lot, and I promise to always listen to you.
Emeria nods her head, and I promise to never, pulling out the ruler, walk away from you.
Thank you, honey.
My ruler. She sees it. Oh.
Carter inhales through his teeth.
Because I think walking away is very stupid.
It is. It is extremely
It's
stupid.
the stupidest fucking thing as Suletta takes it and breaks it over her knee. A gift from Davine is gasps. Scar, oh, what the fuck? And she snaps it in two. My ruler. It was mine.
Davine, hearing that, she turns, sees it snapped on the floor, and immediately starts tearing up as she looks away, knowing that Suletta was in the right to do that. And she will start crying into Hunk's shoulder.
What's wrong?
She snapped the ruler I gave her.
She seems to be in a bad mood today.
It's all because of me.
You two have a fight again? Cat fight?
No, I'm just a terrible wife and a terrible sister.
You're the best wife.
No, I'm the worst.
If anybody didn't do their job, it was me.
Darling. She leans back, with tears still in her eyes. You were the best husband. You are the best husband. I was the bitch who walked away. I was the stupid one. You have always done the best possible for me. You will continue to do the best possible for me. I was the stupid one. You did nothing wrong. I did. She'll lay her head back onto his shoulder.
I think we both cried enough the past month.
She lets out a shuddered breath, and she can feel him, or he can feel her nod.
He'll kiss her on the head and hold it there as memory, and I was going to use that ruler this weekend. Too bad.
We can buy another ruler.
I wondered where it went. What were you doing with it? Carter needed it.
Yeah, I needed to point at things during the mission.
Like what? The enemy forces? The op force?
No, on the map. So down at the Moog, we had like this big battle map of the city.
And the rookie swordsman gave the briefings and not the accomplished ranger.
To ask questions, ma'am. To ask questions. I like pointed at a building and said like, "Oh, is this where the bogey is gonna be that Dotto Squad is gonna capture?"
Bogey. Lifting your eyebrow, raising one eyebrow. Yes.
Bogey. He just looks down at his lap. Yeah.
Huh? She'll just come sit next to Scar.
I don't know why I can't lie to that woman. It's very difficult to do so.
It's like lying to Aunt Icy. What's the point? If she touches you, she's going to read your mind. And she will touch you.
Yeah, she'll find a way. She probably already did read my mind when she gave me oh god. He just rubs his face.
She scratches Carter's chin. And I did, technically speaking, walk away from you once, though we weren't together. But I am sorry.
Carter looks at her. And I didn't listen to you. At least for a while there. Or at least didn't make an attempt to listen to you.
So I'm sorry.
I will never do it to you again. And she'll start giving Carter a very passionate kiss.
He returns it.
Well, as they enjoy their kiss, poor Scar putting the ice back to his fucking mouth, Ricky finds himself in the cold, frozen tundra, where he's trained many a times.
He's gonna look around, know what he has to do, and turn on his wrist computer and call her.
Rings twice, and she does come up on the wrist computer. You.
Yeah, it's me. Ma'am, I'm down here. I want to talk.
You want to talk.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, so I'm coming to you to find out what's going on.
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay.
You stay right where you are.
I'll be here.
She hangs up.
He's gonna shuffle nervously, look around, see if he sees anyone.
Nope. Just the wind blowing Ricky alone.
He's gonna start to pace. She's not gonna try to hurt me, right? She cares about me. We're just gonna figure out what's going on until she gets here.
Ricky sees the snow rising from over here, right here, almost a square box coming out of the snow, and a door open.
He's gonna turn. Hey, it's good to see you, ma'am.
She's got her cane, walking up to Ricky at a very brisk pace. Does not say anything.
Not gonna say hi, at least, ma'am?
You had to get in the way, didn't you? If you had just stayed down and got out of the way, he would have killed that fuck. Carter!
You taught me not to stay down, ma'am.
No, I didn't teach you not to stay down. That's your idiotic's father's part of your brain he gave you. That's what it is.
Why would I couldn't give up a fight, ma'am. Not to someone who's trying to hurt my team.
Well, you should have.
Why? He didn't do anything.
She smacks Ricky right across the face with her cane.
He's gonna stumble a bit and get back up. Stand back up.
You wouldn't know the half of it.
Then tell me. They were killing kids, ma'am. That's...
They were killing frontier colonists.
Doesn't matter. They're kids.
You're in EarthGov. It wasn't EarthGov space. You people shouldn't even have gotten involved. The only reason you got involved is that colony had a burst transmitter that set out a distress beacon.
Yeah.
That we overlooked. She slams her cane into the ice.
Yeah, but they're... I don't care if they're EarthGov. They're people, ma'am. You're not supposed to do... That's messed up.
Sacrifices needed to be made, Ricky. To accomplish our goal, which you helped thwart, thank you very much.
Your goal? To kill people? For no real reason?
Spellcasters, for a real reason, yes. One you wouldn't understand. She points to the EarthGov logo on his headhunter uniform. Because you've been indoctrinated. Probably by people like, Nicole.
No, I just don't think it's good to kill people for no reason.
Or that idiotic fool that calls himself a colonel.
What did they do?
He's not half the officer Integra was, and he never will be. He would have been nothing without me.
Right. I don't get it. What did spellcasters do to you?
Did spellcasters, as there's a big... All the ice breaks. Very cold water. Smashing Ricky. It actually knocks her on her feet. Backwards, because there's a big tidal rush, we'll say. Of a gigantic dragon. Standing here. With a ship in its mouth and just Pequod standing on it with her arms crossed, standing right on the crest of his head. And Leslie looks up at the dragon who's got her ship in his mouth, and he crunches down, and it explodes, and then looks down at Ricky. As Leslie starts charging a Kai Blast, in one hand aiming at Pequod, and another one aiming at Ricky. And it would be Julius and Ash's cue. Fuck you, Rick. Fuck your father, and fuck you, you pathetic whore. As Pequod's just staring down at her. She looks beautiful, the wind blowing in her hair.
Julius lets out a whistle as he appears behind her, and he's gonna try to dislocate her shoulder.
He does. She lets out a squeal,
Ash is gonna put a bullet through her other hand with Valor.
knocking the Kai Blast goes flying into the same area as the elevator she came up through the snow.
He's gonna pistol
Screams
out.
in pain.
You know, it's not nice to try to kill someone's son.
Julius spins her around so she looks at him, and he grabs her face by the cheeks and starts to, like, squeeze tighter and tighter. You're right. I'm not half the officer Integra was. 'Cause, you know, deep down, I think she was a good person. Sorry for you. Deep down, I'm not, as he picks her up fully and slams her through the ice head first.
Lets out a scream.
And he keeps her head under the water.
Ooh, she starts kicking violently. Well, her one good arm, even though it's got a hole through her hand and her legs.
Shoot her shoulder.
Yes, sir. He's gonna take the shot.
Oh, it's gonna hit no matter what.
Ash shoots her shoulder, and as soon as he does it, Julius yanks her head out of the water.
Feels good to take a breath, doesn't it?
Yes!
Oh, that's awesome. You know who's not taking breaths?
She looks up at Julius, trying to spit some of the water on his face.
As she tries to do it, he lifts his knee up and slams her face into his knee.
Ooh! Starts bleeding out of her nose.
You shouldn't do that. You know you can't win. One act of defiance is nothing against the pain I'm going to put you through. You see, I don't take kindly as he stands up fully from his kneel position on the ice, but picking her up by her hair so she's still like eye level with him. I don't take kindly to someone trying to kill my children. At all. And just because you are an idiot with some petty little, I don't know, agenda against spellcasters does not give you immunity to my punishment. Ash, shoot her in the kidney.
Yes, sir. He's gonna take the shot.
She'll take the hit, turn to Ash. Fuck you, and fuck. She will this time spit on Julius's face. You two simians would have been nothing without me.
As she's talking, Julius is gonna reach into her mouth, grab around her teeth, and yank down on her jaw.
Oh, breaking her jaw. Ah!
I may have. He wouldn't have been.
Julius just sighs. I always hated the sound of your voice. Calling me a moron. Calling us useless. Calling him a shooter. Well, guess what? He was a better soldier and more useful to EarthGov than you ever were. More useful to anything in this universe than you ever were. Oh, goody for you. You won the Archfiend incursion. That was how many years ago? Hundreds? Who cares anymore? We saved the fucking universe. You saved a planet.
as he'll, by her hair, whip her around and throw her directly into the rock.
She goes in.
He'll take a step forward, grab her by the throat. You're useless. Less than useless. You're like a hag who doesn't know any spells, who just sits in her hut, attempting and attempting and attempting to make something of herself, but she never will. Because she messed everything up. He goes in very close to her face. I'm gonna give you one moment of solace in this entire thing that I'm about to do. JJ's very happy. With you not as his mother, I would like to add. As he'll throw her up in the air, whistle, and just point up for Ash to do his thing to her.
He's gonna look at him, and yes, sir.
Oh! Showing off a trick move, huh?
Yes, sir.
She falls to the ground.
She falls to the ground. He takes 2 steps forward, turns around, looks at Pequod. How would you like her to die, my love?
Back away.
He puts his hands up and backs away over towards Ash. Ricky, get over here.
He's at this point he'd have slowly backed up into the wall while this was all going on.
Des rears his head back. She slides down onto his shoulder. You see the air turn into a vortex around his mouth. And you see white and blue energy start to erupt out of his mouth like lava. And he whips his head and neck toward... and will blast her. And all that's left as the dust clears and she's starting to sink into the water is a scarred skeleton. Charred skeleton. She's floating in the water, sinking.
Farewell, Lazuli. I'll see you in hell when the time comes.
There's a special place in hell for someone like her.
I suppose there is. You feel a little better, my friend?
He sniffs. Yeah, I do. He flies up next to Pequod. You okay?
She nods her head, watching the skeleton kind of bob until it goes underwater. Perfectly fine. I could use a drink.
We should get a drink.
Julius turns around.
Hey Ash, you want a drink?
I could use one right about now. Ricky, you're going to come with a... Ricky? Ricky at this point has just been staring at the hole in the water, the now empty bit of water where she went down. Ash is going to walk up next to him and shake his shoulder. Son, you're going to come with us. We're going to... If I'm welcome, we're going to go get a drink. Yeah, I'll go, Dad.
Looks like he could use one too, DUI notwithstanding.
I think right now may be a good time to make an exception.
Just don't let him drive.
Oh, God. We'll be taking my dropship, no driving for him.
Come on, Ricky. You can get a selfie with the dragon. Should be enough to impress a girl. It would have impressed me back in the day. Looking up at the dragon who just snarling down at where Laz is now officially dead.
He's gonna take a moment, kind of blink a few times. Yes, ma'am. That sounds fun.
Des will put his gigantic claw down to pick Ricky up.
Thank you, Des. Thank you, ma'am.
Besides, we'll beat them back to Gateway.
Oh, it's a race now, is it?
Looking down at the hole.
Well, Julius, we better hurry up. We don't want to be too much slower.
Yeah, we can't give him that much of a head start.
As he'll fly down to Ash.
God fucking Ricky. You okay, Ricky?
I think so, ma'am.
She'll squint back at the hole. At one time, I would have considered that woman a mother. You're not alone.
Yeah, that helps. Ma'am, I mean, if the Primarch can make a mistake like that, it's not that bad, right?
Everybody here made that mistake, gesturing to them as they're running off to the dropship.
Dad ultimately said that she trained them, and she was strong. That's all I ever heard.
We'll get into it more back up on Gateway. We have to go tell Sasha we're done.
Yes, ma'am.
She nods her head as they're running to their dropship, and they fly off, flashing to the beautiful streets of New York. Oz has Jace propping him up in his arms, Jace grabbing at his chin. Oz will kiss him on the nose. Alright, this is where we part ways. We're going to the library, Pokemon Center.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Make sure you call us up if anything comes up or anything happens, okay?
No problem. We'll meet there's a bar right there. We'll meet somewhere around here for mojito. It's 11. We can have a drink or two.
I mean, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Damn straight. Come on, love.
She'll hold his hand as she actually starts to skip down off towards the library.
Oh, having fun.
A lot of fun.
Would look good in a mini skirt skipping like that.
I'll have to get one just for you.
Sam, as they walk off, Oz kissing her on the cheek, Sam smiling up at JJ.
He smiles down at her. Well, my love, off to the Pokemon Center?
Wrapping her arms around his arm.
Do you wish I to pick you up?
Sure.
Okay. He'll pick her up and then start heading down towards the Pokemon Center.
As they're walking this direction, absolutely despise cities like this. Congested, too much noise, too much traffic.
Yeah. I personally always preferred, like a cabin almost, something like that. Or, you know what, a ranch.
Growing up as a camera crew comes out around the corner. Hello, sir!
Oh!
See why I hate places like this?
Hi, what's up, sir? Hi.
We work for a local broadcasting company WCNB here, and we are going around asking happy couples what they do in the bedroom to spice things up. Sam, punch her.
What? No, I'm not gonna get arrested.
You won't get arrested. Just
I won't.
punch her. She shoves the mic in JJ's mouth.
Into his mouth,
Let go of me.
He sets her down.
Back off. She'll push JJ behind her. She pulls back with the mic, the camera guy. We just... Look, this is my first day on the job. I need help here. Sam just looks at JJ.
He just gestures towards the camera crew and shrugs.
Fine, ask your question again and I'll answer it and then leave or I'll shoot you. She gestures down to her holster. She still has her gear on because she showed up for Buster today. She looks at the holster. Right, what do you two do in the bedroom together to keep things spiced up? She shrugs, crosses her arms. I don't know. Every once in a while I'll and spit on JJ's thing. Excellent! I think we got it. Let's find somebody else as they start running away.
JJ. When Sam turns around to look at him, JJ's leaning against the wall with his arms around his stomach and he's laughing.
Well, I have done it. She shrugged.
Yes, you have, and it works every single time.
It's so good that we don't need spicing up. I just do that to lube it.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my god.
Because it's not like we can just get up and walk out. We're in your parents' house. I'd hate for your parents to see me naked walking around.
Yeah. He pushes off the wall, rubs the back of his neck. Hopefully I can fix that soon. He smirks at her, pinches her chin a bit. Later, honey. Later.
She'll lick JJ's chin.
Smashing. He smirks at her, picks her up. It should just be across the street, right?
Mm-hmm. She points, crosses her leg.
Okay. He'll look
both ways quickly, and then start heading down the street, crossing the street.
Both these buildings are the Pokemon Center. You can walk over the tokens, they're under the map. They are the map.
Okay, well, he walks in, sets her down so she can walk around on her own if she wants to, and then, yeah, they'll head into the Pokemon Center.
She grabs the newest model Game Man, waves the box at JJ. There is a robot walking around, just minding the place.
You'll walk up to her. Yeah, of course.
Greetings, sir and madam. Welcome to the Pokemon Center.
Hello, sir. I have a question for you, actually.
Yes, sir. Walking this way.
Would it be possible to buy everything here?
He turns and looks at him. Hyperbole?
No.
Every single plushie, this Game Man, actually 2 of these, because I want to buy one for my father-in-law. Every copy of every current Pokemon game you have. Do you know how much money that will cost, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
I'm running rough calculations now. We're talking over 2 billion credits. I got shot for him and his family.
And she deserves the world and more. This is just a small part of it that I can give to her.
How are you going to take all this with you, sir? We have a plane, a vertibird. He just looks at JJ.
Yeah, we have a vertibird.
Is this some type of practical joke?
No, not at all. We truly want to buy everything here.
Sam, everything robot. Yes, ma'am. He looks at her. And this, she's going around. She picks a hat, a Pokemon trainer vest, a shirt, shoes. What size shoe are you again?
13.
Okay. These trainer jeans, this, that, the gloves. Where are the Pokeballs? Like the ones that expand like the ones in the show. Right over there. She grabs them. And this. Make that 2.1 million, sir.
Well, that is not a problem for me.
Please show me your exchange card and or credit and debit card. As he pulls up on his wrist computer.
He'll pull up his wrist computer and show him his card.
He'll swipe it and charge JJ for 2.1 million credit. We close early today.
Yes, I would say so. Close early for the week, maybe.
Sam, do you have other robots here that can... Here's the coordinates to our vertibird. The robot looks at her wrist computer. Yes, I'll get them to load your... He looks around. Stuff. Good job, robot. She smiles.
JJ smiles, pats the robot on the back. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Have a pleasant day. As he disappears, going to get his assistant robots to help him. Sam, the game man, in her hand, smiling. She's got 2, one for Hunk.
JJ smiles at her. Do you want to put those in a bag so you don't have to carry around game men all day?
Mm-hmm. She'll take a bag from behind the counter, gesture with her hand, and walk out this way.
He follows her with a hop and skip.
I really hope I can get your father to play this.
I do too. I really do. Although odds aren't great, he truly believes that Pokemon is the bootleg version of Malcumon.
She starts laughing. I believe I heard him call them Chinese knockoff.
Yes, exactly. That's the term he uses.
It's quite sweet. I hope you're kind of out of touch with pop culture with our kids. It's sweet. The fact he tries.
He chuckles. Oh, I am sure I am going to be just a touch out of touch with pop culture.
There is a clothing store over there. She looks over that direction.
Do you want to get some clothes?
I wouldn't mind shopping. That didn't take that much time, really.
No, it didn't. And yeah, we have, like, quite a bit of time until we have to meet up at the bar.
They walk across the street. She's looking in the windows. Looks like an expensive place.
That's okay.
No, no. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. JJ hears somebody sobbing. A bum sitting on the side of the street, legs pulled up to him, arms on his legs, just sitting there sobbing into the ground. Sam hasn't noticed. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh, love, look at that.
She's looking in the window at something, looks at JJ. What?
He nods over to the bum on the street.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh.
He reaches into his pocket. I'm gonna give
No,
it.
leave that bum. She grabs his wrist alone.
Come on, look how sad he looks. He's literally sobbing.
Oh. Oh, 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 Nick. She looks over at him. Reaches around her pocket. Here's 2 credits. That's all I have in terms of physical creds.
That's fine. I have 4, so 6. He could probably buy like a burger or something.
He's just gonna buy alcohol with it. He's
Well,
a bum.
yes, the odds are likely in that scenario, but if you were in that kind of position, wouldn't you want 6 credits to buy something to eat?
I suppose. Looking over at him, now you make me wish I had more physical cred chits on me. Guilt trip me for that fucking smelly bum. Oh, Nick, I hate you.
JJ kisses her. You're the nicest woman in the world. And he'll like jog over to the bum and
I don't think so. Before he could jog off, she grabs him by the arm. You have 1 minute.
1 minute?
1 minute.
Yeah, I could
You're
get
not
that.
keeping me waiting for a bum.
I could get it done in 1 minute. I'm gonna go over there, say maybe a couple words to him, put the credits down, and come back. It's that simple.
2, 3, 4. She starts counting.
Oh, okay. He like runs over instead of just jogging. Sir?
He looks up at JJ.
Here you go, sir. Here's 6 credits.
Oh. Looks down, looks at the credit. What is this for?
Well, you look like you've come on some hard times, and me and my wife, we wanted to give you some credits.
He stands up. What's your name, young man?
Oh, JJ is my name, sir.
Oh, Jacoby, good to meet you.
Jacoby.
What's your wife's name over there? Oh, she is beautiful. Like, you are incredibly. He looks him up and down. Lucky.
Yes, thank you. That's my wife. Her name is, Sam.
Jacoby and Sarah.
He seems taken aback when he says that, and he just nods. Yeah. Yeah, Jacoby and Sarah.
You're the first people to show me kindness since a kind couple from Lancaster took me in for dinner.
Oh. Oh my.
Lancaster, California.
What?
Yes, I've made my way across the states.
And you ended up in New York City?
I did. Half the trip was taken on horseback. Then I had to murder the horse for food. It was horrible. The horse's name was Aelin.
Well, it sounds horrible. I'm sorry for your loss.
Can I get a picture with you, young man? So I can remind myself there are good people in this world like you and Sarah.
I can't think of a reason not to let you take a picture of me, so yeah, sure.
He'll put his arm around JJ. The wrist computer's out, here, so it gets her, and he takes the picture. Thank you, young man. God bless you. Have a wonderful day with Sarah.
I will. Thank you, sir.
He walking up this way, Sam. 180, 181. You are fucking late.
I'm sorry.
You took that picture with a You took a picture with that bum.
He was so depressing with how he was talking.
Sam looking at him as there's a divider coming down because there's a school bus coming and he walks into it. Falls to the ground, grabbing his throat. He's fucking drunk.
Oh god.
Are you that gullible? Look at him. Nick. Staggers away.
Oh god, maybe I should just listen to you.
He's gonna buy the cheapest, but probably a bottle of Mohawk.
Oh god. Anything but Mohawk, old man, please.
Kept me waiting for a bum. She walks in the store.
He walks in after her. I'm sorry, honey. I will listen to you forever from now on.
She's imitating him because there's clothing racks. She walks into it with her neck.
He starts to laugh. Would it have been better if I talked to him as Brooklyn, JJ?
Oh, I think he would have. He probably would have adored that. Did he call you Jacoby? I could vaguely hear with traffic going by.
He called me, Jacoby, and you Sarah.
Sarah. I look like a Sarah.
No, nothing like a Sarah.
Sarah's such a plain name. I already look plain enough. She gestures to her hair and her eyes.
Are you kidding me? He looks at her. You're the most beautiful woman in the world.
What would you like to see this beautiful woman in, then? Sticking her hand down JJ's shirt.
He takes a step closer.
Look at all these clothes. It's mostly dresses, like dinner dresses, red carpet. JJ realizes he's in a very expensive store.
He's looking over all the dresses as he pulls one out. Dark blue, slit all the way up to the hip. You mind trying this one on for me?
You gonna buy me it? She flutters her eyes at JJ.
Honey, I'll buy you the world if you ask.
Come into the dressing room with me then. Grabbing his collar.
You don't have to tell me twice.
And they will. Lucky for them, it's just like the Pokemon Center. All automated. And they will go into the dressing room together. As flashing back up to Gateway, Pequod, Julius, Icy, and Ricky have made it. Julius, yeah, whatever. Ash, I meant to say. Icy waves at Julius.
Julius gives her a nod and a wave.
She pats the seat next to her.
He'll walk up holding Pequod's hand, walks over and sits Pequod on his lap.
Feel better? Smiles at her. Or at Julius.
Yeah, I'd say I do.
Done and done. Sasha speaks up. We'll have Towns will have the agents go over the bunker top to bottom.
Works for me. I thank you for not having me go down there to assist in that, ma'am.
Problem. You can have a long weekend too. Gestures that.
Oh, that's delightful. Thank you, ma'am. I could use it right about now.
Pequod. We could use a drink too. Icy. Oh, I could use a drink. Looks at Julie.
You know what? I could use a drink as well.
How you holding up, Rick? Icy looking at Ricky.
I'm doing just fine, ma'am. And you can tell by looking at his face, he's lying through his teeth.
She just raises an eyebrow at Rick. Nothing a beer can't solve.
If I'm allowed to, ma'am.
Hey, let him have a screwdriver. Orange juice, it's still the more.
I see no issue with it as long as his commanding officer is okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. He, looks like he needs one.
I would agree. Ricky's just staring at his feet at this point.
Icy, how'd you kill her? Pequod neutron blast. Ouch.
After Julius dislocated his shoulder and broke her jaw, I shot a hand and her other shoulder and her kidney.
Pequod kisses Julius on the lips. Settle down.
He smiles at Pequod.
Well, with you telling me to settle down, how couldn't I?
She sighs. Now that she's gone, just real quick, doubling back. All those bugs. You said you blew them up or something?
Yes, ma'am. Kaz brought thermal detonators along. We expected a fight with whoever the shadowy people are, not those, but we vaporized them and blew up the station with them. If they survived the detonators, they didn't survive the detonation of the station.
Good! Fixing her scarf then her hair.
That being said, ma'am, the people we're working with, the people that they were working with, have extensive resources, I would assume. They were able to give, I believe, he said, hundreds of millions of credits to Lazarly's group. And if they're able
Did you see that ship that Des had in the mouth? That was a new top-of-the-line Corvette. Space Corvette, not the car. She puts her hand up.
I did, ma'am. I believe one of the other rangers was showing it on a on a little hollow thing, hoping that you would let us get them as high-speed dropships.
Yeah. So she was getting money for damn sure.
That's what he told us.
She went bankrupt all those years ago.
And they thought it was Earthgov, and I mean, who wouldn't if someone's able to just drop that kind of cash, right?
Sasha shrugs. We've all kind of thought Max Tech remnants.
That'd be my thought as well, and it would make sense because according to Kaz, Max Tech had, as far as he knows, nothing like that in the works, and I'd assume we've double-checked and they didn't.
Kaz. Quad puts her finger. You sure you can trust that bounty hunter guy?
Yes, ma'am. He's a hunter first and foremost. He says it, there's not much money in anarchy, ma'am. We can trust him. He also was a ranger before he became what he is.
Sasha, besides, we gave Ash a railgun that could hole right through that dude's stomach. He could. Good! Shrugs and looks at Julius with a smile. See, everything's fine. And the final ghost from your past is gone.
Julius laughs, smiling at her as he helps fix her hair a bit. Then he grabs her cheeks and gives her a kiss.
Much better! Pulling away from the kiss because she's starting to get cross-eyed from it.
He pumps his eyebrows at her. Much better.
I have the perfect room in my Cancun place for you guys. It's really small, really tight. It's the 4th guest bedroom. It's basically like a closet. Single bed. God, that sounds like our kind of speed.
Really cozy. Yeah, I like that.
Almost feels like we're back in the apartment. You and I hit an alley-oop in a combat, and then you two are all over each other when we get home.
Yeah, the vertibird rocking in the middle of the night.
Or while it's on autopilot and you and I are in the front seat.
Yeah, all we need now is fucking Scar walking around. Nice! And Zap ogling pictures of Lorelei.
We also need an APC somewhere here to really just tie it all together.
Pequod, yeah, I was kind of sad when Rico kept that. We could just get another one.
Yeah, we can.
You should. You two always looked quite nice hanging off the side of it.
Sasha, that APC saved us from, coincidentally, a bug, so, yeah. A big bug. You remember that thing she's thinking about? Pequod, I try not to.
Oh, I remember it. It broke my wife and multiple friends, so yes, I remember.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to forget those.
Pequod, I was in the dropship, or I was in the Nova flying around, dragging you and Mom away from everything. Yeah.
What do you mean, bugs, ma'am?
Some type of alien? Pequod shrugs. Parasites, really. They're classified.
Oh, then I'm sorry for asking. May I? Since it's somewhat connected.
It's not like we know much about them, so I really don't have much of an answer.
May I show him a photo, ma'am?
Oh, of course. if you want your son not to sleep for the next month.
I don't think he's sleeping either way, as he pulls it up. Fuck. That thing looks gross.
I see, we've had a couple run-ins in the past. Yeah.
Yes, they nearly killed your mother on 2 separate occasions, me on at least 2. And you, Julius, how many?
Oh, once in the Headhunters. Twice, I think, yeah.
Pequod, you know how you trained with Delta using your car, 15 or 14? 15, that's what it is, right, Ricky?
Yes, ma'am.
Those creatures made my Julius pick up a gun.
You picked up a gun, sir.
More accurately, a flamethrower.
Still have it. Pequod puts her finger out. Well, I have mine. I was using one, too.
I mean, it looks creepy, but what's so special about it? More than a few things. They're basically bulletproof unless it's high penetration, and they bleed acid, amongst other things.
Every creature in this universe, whether self-conscious, Icy puts up her finger, or not, so let's say a turtle is not self-conscious, it's not self-aware, has a mind that can be read, and a life essence. They give off no life essence, and when you try to read their mind, all you see is black. That's why they creep me out. And even Lorelei. Sasha, yeah.
The way they fight, as well as their parasitic nature, is what frightens me the most. And what about you, ma'am? He's gonna look at Pequod.
What frightens me the most about them?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, a long time ago, it's not a day we like to discuss too much. Like what happened with Soul. You were there, but not with her when it happened, but you know she had her freak out, as it's colloquially called.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, and this one, rubbing Icy's head still on Julius's lap, had her freak out day. We were sent to a colony that let off a distress signal, and it had been taken over by those creatures. Large one, too. 4 times the size of Earth the planetscape was, if memory serves. And do you remember we landed at a facility, and the local militia that were left trying to escape the planet said those things took over the planet in less than 24 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what scares me. Giving Julius a kiss on the cheek.
Was it just like the one colony, or was it like Earth?
It was the whole planet. Icy nods her head. We cracked it, actually. General Lorelei cracked it, I should say. Excuse me.
They killed it and took it over that quick?
Pequod, that's what scares me.
Yeah, that's really scary, ma'am. And they're good at fighting. That's horrifying. Well, it shouldn't be much to worry about, although... If I may, ma'am, I'd say... have anyone who's exploring anything that may be Max Tech be even more careful than previously, just because if we uncovered one group of them in stasis, there may be another.
Sasha nods, duly noted.
I doubt we'll ever come across them again, but... well, I would have said that before coming across them at Yankee Outpost.
I see Julius looks like he could use a screwdriver. Julius drinking is rare.
Julius nods. Very rare. I don't like drinking much, but you know what? Every so often, an event happens that just calls for it.
Pequod, round of screwdrivers. Tommy's, let's go.
Yes, ma'am. Come on, Ricky. He's gonna put his arm around him and kind of lead him towards the door.
And they will head out as... Flashing back to New York, Oz, Laz, and Jace have come out of the library, which was off-screen this direction. You got enough books, darling?
She has like a stack of 5 in her hand and she nods. I think so.
Good. I'll read some of them to you on the long weekend.
Thank you. That sounds very sexy.
Now, love, you want to go see Clive. You want to go see this Clive guy?
Oh my god, yes, I want to see him in person so bad.
I feel more comfortable approaching him than I do the estranged brother who will just tell me I'm dead. Seems like a good mate, a good man, good chap.
Yeah, he seems well, other than his teeth, pretty well put together and quite intelligent, actually.
Oz going out into the street first, holding Laz's hand, making sure no cars are coming over here. Then we shall go see him in the coming weeks. I'll narrow down his address. You think Uncle Towns would get it for us?
Oh, 100%.
You're just gonna show up on his door. He sees the Primarch's daughter, or at least you introduce yourself with the Rainfall Lane. I think we'll be okay. Might think we're a little creepy, but...
Oh, 100%. All I'm gonna do is walk up to him, say, "Hi, I'm Leslie Rainfall. It is a pleasure to meet you. I love your videos," and then we're gonna go from there.
Going to see the naughty art closet.
Oh, you mean that Narnia closet?
Oh my god, that poor soul.
Laz starts to laugh.
Surprised you don't want to bring him back to the lane. He gestures with his hand.
Laz stops walking for a split second, then rejoins him. Do you think we could do that?
He turns, Jace looking at her, and Oz giving her the same shocked look. Oh, it was just a joke. I don't know.
She purses her lips. Looks like she's thinking really hard. You know what? If my mother can bring back random people and have them stay on Rainfall Lane or in the apartment or wherever they got them, I could do it too.
I mean, have you looked at his bio? Oz points at her. He is a electronics engineer and an electrician. Right? Get along with Scar and Blaze, you know.
Yeah. He could help out with you know, work around the houses, just the lane as a whole.
Can you imagine that bloke trying to talk to your grandma and grandfather?
Oh,
She bites her bottom lip.
oh man, that would be fucking hilarious to see.
I don't know. I cannot understand the man. Maybe we should bring like a translating device. Upgrade our wrist computers, something like that, when we go to meet him.
Yeah, maybe. She looks around. Is there like a translation device for like common, but it's really hard to understand common though?
I don't think there's a translation device for stupid.
Laz starts to laugh.
Who knows? Maybe if we show like the videos around the lane, someone is bound to be able to understand them, right?
Ah! He snaps his fingers, holding Jace. Well, one hand. We bring Sam and JJ. We'll make it another adult Rainfall squad expedition. Get away from the kids. Leave Memory Ann in charge, please.
Yeah, a little squad parent outing.
Bring them just in case, I don't know, maybe Sam can knock him unconscious and we just Shanghai him to the lake.
Can you imagine that? Just Sam and JJ like choking him out until he falls unconscious and we carry him back to the lane. Hi mom, hi dad.
Clive, with her hand, kissing her hand. Clive starring in Rainfall movie.
Oh man, you could have him as like as a character who nobody can understand, but he's like the most profound person in the world, and just have him subtitled so he just speaks in quotes.
I love that gorgeous brain of yours.
And I love your gorgeous brain, honey.
He checks both ways, walks out into the street. They're walking up this way. Sitting in the same exact position, just now massaging his neck where the divider hit it.
Laz turns to look at him. Oh, look at that, honey.
That's. He squints at him. Doesn't that guy kind of look familiar? Whatever. Yeah, he's a bum, darling.
Should we give him some money?
Oh. Um. As he gets up, leans against the wall here, starts crying. I suppose, yeah. We are quite. Your mother always says we have to understand how fortunate we are. So.
She nods. Then let's go get him some credits. I have 20 on me.
I have 4, so he can have 24.
24? Yeah, he could probably buy I don't know, whatever he needs. A new
He's nods his head. He's gonna buy liquor, darling. This is how the streets work.
She sighs a bit. I just want to have some hope that he won't do it.
Okay. Please let me do the talking.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Well, I'd not do the talking, just let me approach, and then you say whatever you want to him. Maybe he's funny, and we can exploit him for comedy.
Oh, given how he's crying, I don't think that's possible.
You take Jace.
She'll take Jace from him.
Follow me, stay behind me.
I will.
Hello, sir. Hello. My name is Oz, and this is my wife, Laz. He just looks at both of them, and this is our son, Jace. He just looks them all over, wiping tears away.
Laz pops out from behind Oz. Sir, are you okay?
I'm fine. Just having a hard day, you see.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Hard times, these are the. Yeah. Well, we don't have a lot of credit chits on us, but we scrounged up 24 for you, so maybe they can help you out in these trying times. Oh, you are so kind. Today must be my day. Jacoby and Sarah, I met them a little while ago. They gave me 6 credits. I am truly blessed today. Jacoby?
Sarah?
What the fuck? That was a strange name. They're wonderful names. Jacoby is a good boy. Beautiful woman he's married to. And I get to meet another beautiful young couple. Omega Ruby, the penguin. Just you saw penguin. And Shining Emerald, your beautiful child.
Laz blinks a couple times. Okay.
He's had a lot to drink, love. Whispering into her ear.
Laz just nods, giving him a side eye with a plastered fake smile on her face. Yeah, well, here you go. Here's the 24 credits. She hands him the credits.
Thank you. I asked Jacoby the same thing. May I please have a picture with the 3 of you, so I can remind myself that there are good people in this world? Sure, you can. Just do not touch my wife or I'll kill you. He gestures down to his holster, because he showed up for us. I would never want to. I will come behind you. Take the picture for me. Oz will hold out his wrist computer, because she's holding Jace. They'll take the picture. You have a wrist computer there, mate? Yes. Okay. What's the number? Here you go. He holds it up and he'll send it to him. Thank you. God bless you, Penguin, Omega, Ruby, and Shining Emerald. God bless you. As he starts walking this way, trips over a
Laz immediately.
Oh! Grabbing his leg.
Laz immediately starts to laugh.
Oh my god, he has had way too much to drink. Stands up, trips over the other bush, because there's 2 sets of like small shrubbery in this little park. You really do know how to pick them, love.
Oh god, I think I'm just drawn to people like that, honey.
Oh. He looks back, nods at Omega Ruby, and disappears into an alleyway.
Omega Ruby and Shining Emerald?
Fucking the penguin. What? Do I look like a maybe I need to get plastic surgery?
No. You look nothing like a penguin. It's Batman, honey.
Oh, the penguin, the villain. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kids at school used to tease me about that when I was like, 6, not grown men calling me it.
That's terrible. She holds his hand. I like the name Oz.
Well, as long as you like it, that's all that matters to me.
She smiles, gives him a kiss. I do like it. I like it a lot.
He goes to kiss her, then he'll stop. Point back in the direction he disappeared in. Didn't he kind of look familiar there? Like, I can't place it in my mind, but like...
It felt like a face I've seen before, but I couldn't remember a name or where I might have seen him or anything like that, so she shrugs. Maybe it just wasn't important?
Yeah, I mean, he looks one more time. I don't know, just strange feeling about that guy. Puts one hand on his stomach.
Do you feel like karma's gonna come back and bite us for giving a homeless man some money?
No, it ought to reward us for giving him money. Not bite us. It will reward us. He'll kiss her on the cheek.
She winks at him. Exactly, honey.
As they've been talking, they've been walking up this way. They're outside the bar. What are they doing together?
JJ is holding her up so her legs are wrapped around him and he is kissing at her neck.
Having fun.
He pulls back. Oh, what's up, guys?
Sam looks at Oz very angrily because he interrupted them. Down, girl. She'll...
JJ looks at her, licks his lips a bit, and looks back. Is it that time already, mojitos?
Yeah, we went to the library, then we met the king of the homeless. Huh? She looks over at Oz. The king of the homeless, some bum. Take it away, doll.
It was really weird. We went up to the sky because he seemed really depressed and down on his luck. We gave him some money and he called me. What was it?
Omega Ruby, darling.
Shining Emerald, as she points to Oz in her, or Jace in her arms, and then Penguin. He called Oz Penguin.
Omega Ruby and Shining Emerald are Pokemon games, which there's a robot currently loading your Vertibird with tons of stuff. Oz squinting over. Yes, I can see that. You literally bought the whole store. Yes.
Oz blinks a couple times. Wow. That is a lot of plushies.
Then I bought this fancy dress. How much money did you spend, JJ? You bought out the store. That's gotta be a lot of money, mate.
I believe it was 1.1 million? 2.1 million.
Oh my!
He sighs a bit. Anything for Micah?
That's the spirit. Oz smiling. Anything for me. Nodding her head, looking at Oz.
Oz smiles. Well, I got some bucks.
You got $5, and we didn't pay a dime for them. I hope you enjoy your books. Sam nods. And we got Grandpa a game man, so he can play the updated Pokemon games with me.
Oh, guys, he's not gonna understand that.
Yeah, he seems to think they're the knockoffs, which I find funny because Pequod owns Game Man, Tommy owns Nintendo, so it's like, don't you think he'd kind of get?
Laz just shakes her head. We've all tried telling him basically what you just said, on top of like, Malcolm was made by Malcolm and this and that, and it's never worked.
It's sweet. Scratching JJ's shit.
Yeah. And because it's so sweet, I have to make sure that I am just a touch out of touch with pop culture and the like when I'm about my dad's age and I have kids our age.
Well, I mean, I think given the accent, you kind of already are. Sam starts laughing.
Well, which accent? My
The Brooklyn one. Excuse me.
Oh, the Brooklyn accent, yes. I don't know. I quite enjoy it. It makes my wife happy.
Say welcome to the Big Apple.
He nods. Hey, welcome to the Big Apple, lassie.
She starts laughing and blushing.
Lass starts to laugh as she shakes her head. Oh God, don't call me that in that voice, please.
Jace pointing and laughing at. Yes, I think Uncle JJ will be Jace's favorite.
JJ rubs the top of Jace's head, gives him a thumbs up. I surely have I am. I've always wanted to be the favorite uncle.
Mojito.
That's right, mojitos.
Yeah, we can grab one or two and then head back to the lane. We got a few hours before we leave for Cancun. I can't have too many. I gotta fly. I'll have one. It looks like he looks over here. We need to give them time anyway. They're loading massive amounts of boxes.
Yeah, it looks like that's gonna take like 30 to an hour.
The Mercurius units back at the lane, they can unload that stuff for us, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Thank God. He's just watching a bunch of little helper robots that look like the big one in the store carry boxes onto the bird.
Yeah, thank God. I'm sorry, guys. I really did not want to help carry all that stuff into the house.
No problem. Scratching JJ's chin. Say mojito.
Hey,
Say, get you some fucking mojitos.
hey, you want to get you some fucking mojitos?
Yes, I do. Biting his chin.
His eyebrows go up as he's still carrying her like how he was. His hands go to her ass and squeeze.
Oh, and he will carry her in the bar, and doing so as she continues to bite on his chin. We go into the bar. Oh my God. Just looking back over the ship. High maintenance indeed.
She starts to rub her cheek. Oh my God, I felt bad that we were never gonna return these books, but that. Holy shit.
Well, like everybody always says, he's cut out to deal with it.
He is. And thank God he is.
Get him a couple mojitos in you. Get you a little tipsy for tonight.
Oh, you wanna get me in a mini skirt and a little tipsy?
Yes, and he'll smack her ass down.
She jumps a bit, lets out a bit of a yelp, winks at him, and starts to walk inside holding Jace in his hand.
That's right, get your perfect ass in there. As they do! Flashing to the wonders of Rainfall Lane, Hunk did have to break free of Davine to go use the restroom, so he's not quite here yet. And everybody's here. Carter, Colt, working on the pitcher's mound. The Three Stooges are watching Vincent Price films over here, sitting down. Benny's drawing the lines on the chalkboard. Zanzibar, carrying a bunch of grass. Come on, Carter, put your fucking back into it. Ice on his jaw.
Yeah, I'll putting my back into it. As he looks up at him, putting the ice on his jaw, and just goes, "Oh God."
Huh? He looks at you. Okay.
Yeah, no. I thought I saw a scorpion for some reason.
Scorpion. He starts looking around. That's your imagination. There's no scorpions here on the lane.
Yeah. That was my thought immediately after I saw it. I was like, why would there be a scorpion here of all places on the lane?
You and Colt are gonna have this pitcher's mound done before it's Cancun time. Otherwise, you're staying here on the long weekend with Uncle Scar until the whole field gets done.
Yes, sir. Just more reason to work faster.
Attaboy. As he walks, sits down here. Blaze is putting the home plate in, being very meticulous with it. As Benny just draws the line down, it's not straight. Colt, oh God, he is fucking horrible at that.
Oh God, yeah, he is.
It's the 12th time.
He just sucks some air in through his teeth as they see Elizabeth stand up, set her drink down on a little table next to her, stand up, run over to Benny. You want some help, Ben?
Yeah, he looks down at it. This thing is not as easy to operate as you would think.
Okay, here. Take a step back, please.
He will.
She'll grab a hold of the little handles and she'll nod for him to come over. Okay, put your arms around me.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is you're gonna follow my footsteps exactly. And that is gonna allow us to draw a perfect straight line. She looks up at him and flashes him a big, cute smile.
Okay. He kisses her on the lips, looking down at her. Let's start back. I kind of messed up back there. Let's start back there.
Okay. She'll, still in that same exact position, go over there to start on the line.
They do. Krellin watching. He worse than us. Looking at Frederick and Samuel.
I could have done a straight fucking line.
Where find him again? Samuel starts beeping, saying Lorelei picked him. Strange choice by High Elf Goddess.
Oh god.
His choice of pity? He just...
Frederick shakes his head. That's the only option, honestly. It has to be of... it has to be out of pity.
Samuel dismissively gesturing towards Betty. And they say we clown.
Yeah, I mean... I feel like everyone is clowns other than us.
Damn straight. And now we start.
We are stars. I'm gonna be playing him as they're watching the scene in Opium Eater where Vincent Price is in slow motion and he's like jumping all around and stuff. Oh. Oh no.
Look, see? Using flail. Very physical role. Samuel concerned beeping at Frederick.
Oh no. I can't do a physical roll.
Krellin can if believe in self. Nodding at Frederick.
You're right, Cohen. All I have to do is believe in myself as he looks down at it. Oh god, I really hope I'm able to do this, cause if not, I'm screwed.
Beeping intensifies. Yes. Frederick with flail look very heroic.
Do you think I should wear a cape?
Think so. Looking down at the screen.
It would make me look very heroic, like I am supposed to.
Krellin points at himself. Nicole polymorph me to little Chinese Krellin?
That's perfect. That is a perfect idea.
Samuel starts clapping.
You know, Quentin, I really do love that big brain of yours.
Krellin taps his temple. He's over here. Scar sitting down. Alright, I think my jaw's good. Takes the ice away. Thank you, Soletta. She'll snap her fingers and the ice pouch he had just... The ice melts and he sets it down on the ground.
Davey chuckles. He must have hit you pretty hard. It took a while for the ice to work.
Oh my god, that was the hardest I've been hit in a long damn time.
She starts to laugh a bit more as Soul, sort of pouting, looks around. Are you sure the video was destroyed, Auntie?
Making that exact noise through her teeth.
She just clicks her tongue. Alright.
Her wrist computer beeps. There you go. Under her breath.
Her eyes widen as she scoots over, gives Suletta a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Auntie.
You are welcome. And you talked with Nicole. You got your education.
Yeah, I learned about Luna and, what exactly she needs from me when she grants me her power. Still a little worried about that part, honestly. But I can handle it.
You will be fine.
She smiles at Soletta. Do you want to hear something else?
Mhm.
Okay. She covertly, so Scar and Davine don't see it, she covertly pulls out the scroll.
Oh my. Hand on her chest, memory and yes, mother. Arnaki?
Arnaki?
You know, I even polymorphed as him every once in a while when Nicole and I would get quite mischievous.
Oh my god, Auntie. Do you want to help us bring Scar?
Absolutely. Looking over at Scar, who's sipping iced tea, lighting a cigarette after he's done sipping the iced tea.
Okay, the only thing is we might need to pitch it to Carter or anyone who can like work on electrical systems or like short something out easily because I want like the light bulbs to be flickering on and off while we appear in front of him, behind him, while he's in a hallway so he's extremely closed off.
Oh, I'm sure Carter would be up for getting Uncle Scar.
Oh, I am 100% sure he will be.
Bit. Leaping onto the mound, his eyes going around in random directions.
Carter looks down. If you're not gonna help, you gotta get off the mound, man.
Norbit! She, nee? Looks back at Suletta, points to those two. Norbit! Starts hopping over. Just watching them. Nee.
Elizabeth looks over and waves at Norbit and then continues to help Benny out.
He really likes us, as they're slowly erasing the line he fucked up. Well, multiple fucked up lines.
Well, I think we're his favorite.
As Carter looks up at Colt. What the hell was the frog about?
Colt, I get the impression that frog is watching those two.
He looks at the frog. Oh my god, its eyes are like really focused. Did you see how his eyes were going around? But look at its eyes while it's next to them.
Yeah. The eyes are just staring right at Elizabeth. More specifically, Elizabeth, I think.
That's fucking creepy.
I thought Aunt Icy brought it back for you, but I think it's become one of Suletta's, minions?
Minions, I think, is a good word for it.
Yep. Sitting next to Davine, just licking his paw, looking at her. Blinks like 4 or 5 times at her.
Davine starts to pet Mr. Snuffles, and she starts looking around for a hunk.
Meow.
She looks down at Mr. Snuffles. You don't think you went to go work out, did you? Do you?
Meow.
I'm going to take that as a yes, Mr. Snuffles.
Meow. Brrr. Going around to go watch Elizabeth and Penny. Goes by the Three Stooges, just staring dismissively at Elizabeth. That cat watched them, Fuddo.
I think the frog watches them too.
Like familiars for Suletta, I think. Samuel beeping, nodding. Make sure they don't fuck up relationship like Davine.
Do you think Joetta is able to summon them at will to her position?
Think so. Squinting, looking over at Mr. Snuffles, who just has one claw out, and he's like lifting his paw where Elizabeth's neck would be.
Huh. That could be useful for the future of Rainfall Children Productions. We'll have to think of a way to get them in there.
Also useful stay on good side. That cat kinda scary.
That cat, I think, is threatening Elizabeth's wife.
Very intimidating cat. As Suletta sighs and sips her tea, Marianne will look at her mother and do the same thing, sip her tea.
Sol goes back to sitting where she was sitting before. She just looks around, feeling awkward that those two did it, and just goes, ha, and sips her tea.
What the fuck is your problems? He looks down at Suletta, Marianne, and then Sol.
I don't know. I only did it because those two did it.
Just one problem after another here. She protrudes her lower jaw slightly and sips the tea again.
And Davine now lets out a ha, and then sips her tea.
one problem after a fucking another.
Soul just looks around, looks at Marianne, and just sort of shrugs at her.
Marianne points at Davine, and then does the, like a man walking away across her hand.
Soul looks at Davine, looks back at Marianne, and just rubs her face in one motion from her forehead down to her lower lip.
Blaze comes over. I do have a question that I need answers to.
Yes, darling.
I received a package today, that came alongside Sam's, games. Marianne games? Blaze, yes, Grandpa Hunk, acquired very expensive Pokemon games for Samantha, his new daughter-in-law. Marianne, that's sweet. Yes. Along with that package, no labeling was on this, which baffles me as to how it arrived at the lane, but the package contained steroids. Huh? I figured it was you. Scar, you really think I need steroids, motherfucker? Blaze, you are the logical guess, starts chuckling. I could rip you in half, motherfucker. I need no steroids.
Steroids?
Male hormone growth enhancement, yes. Dwarven ones. Probably a mix-up in the That's all Suletta does, then she stops talking. Just sets her tea down.
Davine also sets her tea down and puts her elbows on her knees, head into her hands, and starts rubbing her temples.
Dwarven steroids would only make you grow a beard. Scar, I don't take those things. I never have. I never fucking will. Okay? My uncle died taking them. Oh, I'm sorry. He nods his head. I didn't know.
Soul's tongue is in her cheek, and she's awkwardly sipping on her tea. Oh man, I gotta go tell Carter about that thing. And she quickly runs over to Carter and Colt. And Davine just shakes her head. It's Hunk. Hunk got them.
Why would he get dwarven steroids? Scar, like I was fucking saying, my uncle actually took steroids. They were Leogan ones. Pretty redundant. Max Tech used to make them. So that, yes, I vaguely remember. Didn't they stop making them? Scar, that brand? Exactly. My uncle took them, and his heart exploded 20 minutes later. And he was in his prime. Why would he take them if he was in his prime? My aunt had a propensity for, like, kind of like prowling away. He just stops talking and looks at TV. Anyway.
Davine just sighs very heavily and shakes her head and starts to tap on her on her cheeks almost.
What did you do with the steroids, Blaze? I destroyed them. Good. She just sips her tea. Marianne, good. And sips her tea.
Thank you, Blaze. If, please, make sure to check all other packages for whatever may include steroids, please, in the future.
It will be done. I will quadruple my efforts to scrutinize all the mail.
Thank you very much, Blaze. I so appreciate it.
There was no address on the package. Blaze poorly... The only thing was there was a white sticker, and poorly scribbled on it was the name Mortimer. Huh? That's why I thought it was a mistake. There is no Mortimer here at the lane. And no, I checked the roster of the current cadets. There's no Mortimer, first or last name. She sips her tea.
Davine sits up a bit. Could it be the person who sent the package?
Blaze nods. I will do some digging for you, madam. Nods his head.
Thank you, darling. Thank you so much.
No problem. What's happening out at the pitcher's?
Soul just walks up, picks up one of the shovels, and starts helping.
What are you doing? Go relax. We've got this.
I want to help. It was getting awkward over there.
Oh. Okay. He looks at it. Everything alright?
Yeah. I just Oh, I think Grandpa got steroids.
Huh? That man is like what? Oh, late 50s, and he's in better shape than me.
He's in better shape than both me and Cole put together. Yeah, I know, but you know what? When your confidence is destroyed by a very beautiful woman, she stabs her shovel into the dirt and then piles it on top of the mound. You sort of go a little overboard, might be a good word for it.
Colt's mouth. He jumped when she stabbed the shovel. Colt's mouth is a game. Makes a lot more sense now. Looking over at the frog and the cat, he's just lifting his claw where her throat would be as they move.
Oh. Yeah, no, I get it now. Carter just sort of inhales through his teeth as Soul walks up, standing right next to Colt and leans on him. I'm not going to do that to you.
I know you won't.
And you are not going to be taking any steroids, you hear me, mister?
I will never put those in my system. Trust me, that's one thing I know you and my mom would kill me for. Not really, but yeah.
Yeah, I would just be pretty damn angry about it. She smiles at him, stands on her tippy toes, and gives him a kiss.
He is in better shape than, like, everybody here combined. He's
know.
always been that way.
I know, he has. And I'm pretty sure I've heard Davine, or Grandma say, like, maybe you should take a rest day. I think everyone's tried to tell him that at least once, but she shrugs. He doesn't take rest days.
Well, when your confidence is destroyed, he shrugs, looks at Davy.
That's true. When your confidence is destroyed, and she stabs the dirt again and piles the dirt onto the mound.
He'll jump again as she stabs the ground as Blaze, You do realize, as I said, it only would have made him grow a very large, disgusting beard.
Yes, Blaze. I do realize that, yes.
Well, it's no problem at all. I don't require sleep, nor do I want it, even if I required it. So, I will quadruple my... What the fuck? He just stops talking, looking in this direction.
What's wrong? She looks in that direction.
Ah! He's got his mask on and everything. Sets up a chair. He's gonna sit down with the Three Stooges.
What the fuck?
Elizabeth notices her dad with his mask on. Probably hasn't ever seen it for a long time. He sits right down next to Frederick Krell. What the hell go on today? What's wrong with you?
Why do you have the mask on, man?
Beeping concern, gesturing at Hunk. I'm just sitting here.
Davine immediately stands up, walks over to him, and crosses her arm in front of him.
Huh? He looks up at Davine. Krellin, why you sit with us? Looking at Hunk.
Why do you have your mask on?
I needed it. Benny, who is that guy? Looking at Hunk. That's
my dad. He has his mask on for some reason.
Oh, he looks cool in it.
She just sort of scratches her cheek. If I wasn't allowed to wear my mask, why is he?
No, closing in on Elizabeth.
She looks up at Benny. Can I go talk to him?
He'll let go. Yeah, see what that's about. I'll reload this thing with the chalk.
Okay, thank you. She gives him a kiss on the cheek. Then walks over to Hunk.
Scar, what the fuck? He actually stood up and is looking at Hunk. Suletta lets out a sigh.
Da-
Wait, it gets worse. Zanzibar drooling out of the side of his mouth, looking at Hunk. Da, 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 who's that? Sam squinting.
JJ
Is that a
looks.
new member of their Klug group? I don't know.
JJ and Laz almost at the same time take a step back. What the fuck? That's my dad.
Is he okay?
No. I'm gonna assume you said something about him wearing it out of self-consciousness?
Blaze coming to greet them. He said he hasn't seen him like this in 21 years.
Yep. Yep, that tracks. He rubs the back of his neck. Oh dear lord.
Colt, that is a cool ass getup he has. That's really old school combat gear, like a mix of SIS and. That's awesome.
Soul looking at it. She just shakes her head and rubs her face again. Oh my god. You know what, honey? If I ever destroy your confidence like that, you have my full permission to just leave me. Because I deserve that at that point.
No, I think I get it now. Starts scratching his head. I wouldn't leave, I'd end up like that. He gestures. Probably working out, way too. I'm done talking. He just starts digging.
She holds onto his hands. You tell me if I do it, okay? And I will do everything in my power to help you.
I will tell you, trust me.
Okay. As Carter's just staring at Hunk, looks over at Memory and just shakes his head.
Memory Ann sighs at Carter, shakes her head. Suletta inhales sharply, and a cold chill abates throughout a breeze. Like a chilling wind hits everybody. I'll see you at Cancun. And she will drop her glass and let it spill on the ground and walk off. Bye, Mom.
JJ just sort of clicks his tongue a couple times. Oh, this is all kinds of fucked from Timbuktu and back.
Now they can get to whatever they want to say down.
Yeah, Elizabeth comes up, her hands put together, looking very worried at a very worried expression on her face. Dad?
Hmm? He looks down at her, rubs her head.
She puts a hand onto his cheek, and Davine's hand goes onto his other cheek. Why are you wearing a mask, Dad?
Just felt like a good, proper time. Needed it.
You don't need the mask, Dad.
Today we need it.
Why today?
Just feels like that kind of day, honey. He'll pat her on the head.
Davine sighs a bit. I can take this mask off now.
He looks up at Davine. I think it's okay like this. Look at
Honey,
this lawn chair I found.
honey. She gets onto her knees so she's closer, so she doesn't have to bend over to be eye level with him. Looks at him. You can tell me anything, my love. Can you please tell me why you want to wear the mask?
Just feel better in it. More confident. He makes a fist.
Her lip starts to quiver.
Like the old days.
Yeah, Davine starts to tear up when he says that.
It's a long time ago since anybody saw me in this getup. Mine's not as up to date as Elizabeth.
I think she takes the mask off.
You remember where the button is?
Of course.
Your mother's the only one that knows where it is. He looks at Elizabeth. And there goes that.
Both Elizabeth and Davine reshift their hands, because they had to move him away for the mask to be taken off onto his cheek. Honey, you don't need to wear the mask anymore. Please, it makes me so sad to see you wearing that mask unless we're in combat together.
Alright, I won't put it on again.
I'm sorry I made you not confident in yourself. You should be the most confident man in the world.
He claps his hands together. It's no problem. I can handle this situation. Right, Fred? Pats Frederick's thigh. Krellin just is looking super confused.
Fludwick looks down at Hunk. Oh, I don't want to say anything right now.
Why always problems? Looks at Frederick, then Hunk. Hunk, it's not a problem. I just felt like I needed it. It's been a while. It's gone now. There you go. Look, the rest of the kids are...
Davian keeps her eyes trained on him. Removes her hand from his cheek, holds both of his hands, and takes off the gloves that I assume he had on.
Yeah.
She takes off his gloves and holds his hands. It gives him 2 kisses, one on each hand. You don't need the mask. In my opinion, you never needed the mask. And I understand. I understand why you wanted it. Maybe it was good for a while, but now... She shakes her head. Now you don't. So please, not for me, but for you, don't put the mask on again. I don't want to see you wearing the mask like we're in the gym again. And you won't take it off for anyone. Not even me. I don't want to do that, please. You need to be confident in everything, and I will help you through that. Just please, let me help you.
Alright, I didn't know he'll stroke her cheek. I didn't know it would cause this much for him.
She puts both his hands on her face. Who's the first person you took the mask off for?
You.
Who's the only one who knows how to take the mask off, other than you?
You.
It's very special to me. In here, she moves his hand so it rests on her head like she's talking about her brain. And then she moves his hand to rest on the left side of her chest. And here. And you trusted me with that knowledge. That you trusted me enough to let me see you like that. I hold it so closely and dearly to me. And I don't like it when I see you with it on. So please don't wear it anymore.
I won't put it on again. I'm sorry.
It's okay. She starts to laugh. It's my fault. I should be the one apologizing to you.
You have not done anything wrong. Can I pick you up?
Yes, 100%. 100% you can pick me up.
We have some gifts to give to her. Just looking really confused.
While he's doing that, Elizabeth wraps both of her arms around him and hugs him tight. You know, Dad, I don't wear my mask here because of you, not because you told me that I couldn't wear my mask here, but because I like not wearing my mask around the family.
I do too. I went through it, not having to wear it all the time back in the day. It's good, freeing, liberating, really.
She nods. It's very liberating. Being around the people that you love. And she looks over at Benny. Not having to talk through a mask and emote through emoticons. I like to see you without the mask too, Dad.
I will not put it on again, even though it took me quite a while to fetch it out of the basement.
She smiles, gives him a kiss on the side of the head. Thank you, Dad. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. I've got the situation under control.
She pats him on one side of the shoulder. Okay. I trust you fully and completely. Just want you to always know that.
He nods.
And she'll stand up, look back over at Benny, and just shrug a bit.
Meow. Just staring at TV.
Davine, who is latched onto him again.
Well, I guess that I'm carrying you for the rest of the day.
Yes, darling, please.
Alright, then let's go over to our future daughter-in-law.
She smiles. Could you also carry me tomorrow and the next day and the day after that?
Bringing her... sure.
Thank you.
But I'll let you go for gym time. Blaze is just still staring at Hunk in amazement.
Davine sighs, shakes her head. Yeah, we'll see about that.
Maybe. Looking at Elizabeth, comes up to the mound, dismissively gestures a claw at Soul, then looks at Colt, and comes over, right next to JJ.
Do you think we're on Mr. Snuffle's good side?
I think so. I'm getting the feeling that that frog is tasked with watching Elizabeth and the cat, JJ.
Why, JJ?
I don't see how he could ever fuck up anything with... She's my sister, so yeah.
She sort of just shakes her head and then starts helping out on the mound again.
I mean, he's a lot like your granddad, so yeah.
Yeah, a lot like my grandfather.
How was, Blaze's head looking at Hunk and Davine, hands gesturing towards the kids who just arrived, the trip to, New Mombasa, New York, Blaze. Right.
It was good. We bought everything in the Pokemon Center. Last year got a couple of books. It was a fun time. We had a couple of mojitos together. Good times all around. He just clicks his tongue a few times again.
Hunk will wink at JJ. Got something for you.
Oh? For me?
More specifically her, but I think it's a gift for you too.
Oh, okay. You didn't have to, Dad.
He's carrying Sam, so gotta carry her over. Now, he's reaching in his... your mother's... I guess you're not gonna let go.
She shakes her head. I can grab it. What pocket is it in?
Back left pouch.
She'll reach over, grab it out of the pouch.
These are... What? Oh. She actually falls out of JJ's arms, pushes off of him, and stands next to Blaze. I'm sorry, son. I did not mean to piss her off, too, and ruin everything.
No, Dad. Dad, look at me, man. Best gift for her ever.
She puts both her hands up and she starts shaking her head no. Hunk, they're just the Chinese knockoffs. If that's what you like, I got them for you.
He walks over to Sam, both hands on her shoulders.
No.
Honey.
She hates them. You see, I'm good at ruining these type of things.
Davine shakes her head. Sam, darling, it's a gift from us to you.
Those are absurdly expensive. She's just blinking at them. Hunk, who cares?
JJ leans forward, whispers into her ear. They are absurdly expensive. but they love you and care about you enough that they got them for you, love.
He's staring at them in disbelief. She starts to cry.
He smiles. Do you want to take a closer look at them?
I do.
He'll hold her hand in one of her arms and help her over to the Pokemon cartridges.
It took Mr. Wiseau some time to even find a seller for these. But once we found out you were into the knockoff brand, I had Tommy, looking around for him. Knockoff? Looking down.
JJ just shakes his head.
These are the Holy Grail. I mean, hey, there could be Holy Grails for knockoffs, I guess.
Yep, there can be, Dad. He just looks at all of them. Thank you. Thank you, Dad and Mom. Thank you both.
No problem. We used our money, just a gift for our future daughter-in-law. We got something else in the works for you too, right, Scar? Damn straight.
Davine smiles and nods at the two of them. I'm sure you two will very much enjoy it.
Hunk nods his head. Do you want me to sit down, dear, or...?
Sure, if you want to sit down, go ahead.
I'll sit down. You're gonna hang on me like this for... Okay. As long as you're comfortable.
I am. Because I'm with you. I'm very comfortable.
Okay. She's still just cradling the game. Oh, we got you a game, man. I got one. I don't need one.
We got you a newer model, Dad, if you want it.
Sure, as long as my Pokemon game fits into it, yeah. Sam, it should.
JJ thinks about the game, man. Can Pokemon fit into it?
It will, but no online features, nothing like that.
Yeah, it should work for single player.
Oh, where is it? Sam, it's being unloaded from the ship right now. We bought everything at, sitting down in a chair. Thank you. Hug? God. My arms are kind of full right now.
Davine will lean back and let go of him. Give a hug, honey.
You too, points at Davy.
Group hug, then.
Group hug. Rainfalls give a lot of nice hugs.
Oh, thank you, darling.
She'll hug both Hunk and Samantha, and JJ will get on it too.
The hug, they tighten up the hug. Oh, that's a thing of beauty, look.
Yeah, it is a thing of downright beauty.
Meow.
JJ looks over at Mr. Snuffles.
Sup, Snuffles?
Meow. Rolls his eyes at JJ, lifts a claw, and one claw just comes up, and the sun hits it to where there's a glint on the claw.
JJ raises his eyebrow.
Oh, yeah?
Meow.
Alright, I'll respect that.
Huh? Your concentration breaks from the hug. He puts the claw away. Meow.
Oh, nothing, love. I was just having a chat with Snuffles.
Oh, the cat. She pets him on the head. Meow. Pretends to be happy.
JJ just stares at the cat.
Yeah, he's a good boy, isn't he?
As he also pets him.
Meow. Gesturing with his head over here. No. Just staring at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth leans back into Benny.
Is it making you just a touch bit uncomfortable that he's staring at us so intensely?
Benny, maybe he wants a carrot.
Oh, do you have a carrot on you?
I do. Baby carrots. I grab one from the cafeteria. He'll pitch one to the frog. No. Starts eating it off the ground. There you go.
Elizabeth smiles. Yeah, maybe he can smell the carrots.
He'll throw the whole bag. No. Just starts eating those. Carolyn, Frederick, and Samuel still down here. I've not seen him in mask in so long. What the fuck? He actually sounds normal.
What the fuck is going on, man?
All this work due, all time. Woman fuck thing up. Gestures to Davy.
I just want the Wayne happy, man. All this is fucked.
Samuel starts wagging his finger slowly at Davy. Krellin, save for later, Samuel. He puts the finger down.
Waiter, Samuel, definitely waiter. Frederick just shakes his head. Oh god.
Have work cut out for us.
This is gonna be so much work.
As flashing to Tommy's bar. Everybody's sitting at the bar. Oh, that is good. Passing out. Well, whatever everybody. Icy wants a screwdriver, so that's exactly what Yuri gives her. Sasha just wanted a beer and a whiskey, so that's what Talons gives her.
I'll just have a nice glass of whiskey as well.
Good! Putting one down for Ash. Pequod, screwdriver, please. Towns, hands her one.
Whiskey, neat.
Towns, hands Julius one.
I'll do a screwdriver, I guess.
No, none for you. Well, he looks around at all the adults in the room.
This once, it's okay for him to have one. In my opinion, I'm not going to speak for his father.
He can have some.
Good!
Good indeed. Hard day, though.
Screwdriver for you, Iggy.
Thanks, Uncle Yuri.
There you go, that is good. Walking this way.
So, it's been a long time since all of us have been in here.
Damn straight. Actually ripping his mask off, taking a shot of whiskey. Such a bad day.
Very bad day. He's gonna take his helmet off and set it on the counter.
Who would have thought Sasha's pinching the bridge of her nose all those years ago? That woman. Oh, good riddance, in my opinion.
Juliet starts to laugh. You definitely thought she wouldn't be killed by our dragon neutron raying her.
I don't know. I told you this, Sasha, but I don't know why I thought she'd go quietly into the night.
Sasha shakes her head. I was more than content with just letting her live down there for the duration of her life. It's all she had to do.
I was happy with that as well. Shame she couldn't let it happen. Hell, she even got a second chance at doing things better, as he kind of looks at Ricky before continuing to sip his whiskey. Yeah, I guess I was a second chance. What did she do to you guys? Other than, not like spellcasters that much.
Julius clicks his tongue. Well, she manipulated us. Pretty much everyone here except for Sasha and Icy. Those two were smart.
Well, she hated me, so sure.
Yeah, exactly. We got manipulated. I needed a mother figure in my life, Ricky. A lot of bad things happened to me. These aren't tattoos. He lifts up his forearm. So, yeah. I needed a mother figure in my life to help comfort me and care for me. And she was that mother figure. Or at least I thought she was. Then I realized she was a crazy bitch.
I was in a similar boat, thrust into a new world and needing a guiding hand, and I haven't told you much about my past, but my parents were killed when I was young, Ricky. I think she just kept me because him and I were a package deal at the time.
No, Julius was her favorite for sure. Speaking up, sipping her screwdriver.
Easily.
I'm pretty sure I was just part of the package deal too, because of him. Big one gesture.
She was... You know what? She was probably just scouting me out for... What was it? Sasha Zircon or whatever name it was?
Yeah, if she had those plans all those years ago, stroking her chin, yeah, probably.
Well, she always hated spellcasters. We knew that from like the third week we went to train with her when good old Ebenezer was firing fireballs at her.
I see. I really enjoyed the fact I throttled the fuck out of her. I actually almost killed her. I kind of wish I had in hindsight.
Might have been better.
Julius pats her on the back. I think it was good the way it happened, personally.
Just made her hate me more. Be quiet. Laughing.
You know, for all my feelings about her, I will always be the smallest bit grateful for her setting me on the path to where we are now. I owe her nothing, but I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Pequod shakes her head. If she had it her way, I'd probably have spent my life in that godforsaken bunker. And wasted my life.
Julius scoffs. If she had it her way, I would have always been the little punk I was, and I would have stayed in the bunker with her, and then I would have done her bidding, because she wasn't able to do her own fucking business.
Same here. Although, she deteriorated quite a bit, hadn't she?
Yeah, using a cane.
She didn't even try to block any of my shit.
She couldn't have. Shrugs, icy shrugs. She couldn't.
I knew that the moment my bullet went through her hand, remember? She was impervious to my shots back then.
I mean, remember that one time we alley-ooped her?
And she no-sold it? Yes, I do.
The only thing that happened was her jacket. It got all, like, torn up.
She was that much stronger back then?
She was. Icy speaks up. She was strong, for sure.
But not a good person, right?
I don't think so. I think probably she was, Icy says, at one time when she was young and different paths presented themselves and she chose the wrong one. Clearly, look at the mode.
Yeah. You know, she was always kind of hard on me, but I didn't think she was... I never thought she'd do something like that.
Never can tell. Sasha looks down at Ricky.
No, you can't. And... it is what it is. You know, for a while I was very bitter towards her. Hated her even. Now I just pity her. What a waste of talent.
Amen. Sipping her screwdriver.
Julius sips his whiskey, shaking his head. Ricky, you mind if I give you a piece of advice?
No, sir, I'm open to just about anything.
You can't let this one get you down, man. I made the same exact mistake you did. I coveted that woman. Oh god, this is gonna be embarrassing. She was the first person well, it was more of a group of people, but in that group of people, she was there. She was among the first people I really told about my past. I trusted her enough to do that. And as my wife, I don't trust that easily, especially with that knowledge. I cared for her. I loved her. I unlocked a motion form just to beat a pinhead Larry so I can get her back.
Then she left again. Pequod sipping her drink.
Then she left again. He puts up his whiskey glass. You have nothing to be embarrassed. Well, okay. comparatively, you have nothing to be embarrassed about. Learn from this mistake. You think any of us got where we are without making a shit ton of mistakes? Hell no, I almost got kicked out of the military.
Same here, and that's not counting all the other mistakes, both before we got here and after.
Pequod, it was too hard to see back then. She had... Raven Rock is nothing. Or excuse me, Woodbury is nothing like Raven Rock. Raven Rock was your tried and true hard knocks military base. Antarctica, unhospitable environment. It was cold in that fucking base, miserable, cramped, and portions of it fucking smelled. She had the bunker. Same one she had you in. It was all a facade. And the person who really actually cared about us between our two, what I called them, like, COs at the time, was your grandmother, ergo Integra. Not her. Not Laz. It's just, she had the bunker, and the ship, and she could get us to Jupiter Falls, and, the town we met the Saint in. Or we bumped into him for the first time, I should say. She had the facade.
She incentivized us to hang out around her, basically.
Exactly.
She had your mother. Your mother was training with her, and, well, if I wanted to be near her, I had to be there.
And thank God Sarah Scott picked for Ranger training and got away from her.
Thank the gods. I don't know. You guys got something out of it. Okir was right. She never actually tried to train me, did she?
Icy, shrugs. You want the truth?
Yeah.
No. She didn't care about you. Except for your train. If you don't think I read her mind over the years, You were being prepped for Zircon, raising a glass. I'm sure you had a conversation with her about her not wanting you to join the military. Ring any bells, Ricky?
A few, yeah.
Trying to get you to do something else with your life?
A few, yeah.
Well, you could have been on Crash's side.
And, what would you want to bet? Stop me if I'm wrong, I see, but, what do you want to bet that she purposefully slacked off in his training to make sure he stayed weak enough that she could just end him if he showed a bit too much of me?
Icy nods her head. Make sure she didn't raise somebody that could surpass her like she did this one. Elbows Julius in the side.
He raises his whiskey glass again, winks. That was always a big mistake of hers. Do you know that saying? I may have taught you everything you know, but I never taught you everything I know.
Yeah.
That's exactly what she did with you.
Yep. Because Julius, Icy shrugs, could have easily killed her back in the day. Not during the Headhunters. But when things got crazy with the cult, Tewaz, and he was going ham, I mean, yeah. Julius beat Icy looks down at Ricky Tewaz alone. And your father would remember. Remember when I showed up in front of you in that prism in your mobile suit? She starts laughing.
Oh, I remember I had to shatter it.
I showed up, snapped my fingers, got rid of Void, Tewaz dead. And if he could have beat Tewaz, he could have easily dispatched that old woman.
If anything, I'd say what you can do, he's gonna touch Ricky's hand, what you can do there is more self-taught than anything. What would you guys say?
Pequod, yeah, you have Okir. Learn from him. That's why we pay him. And he's good at his job.
Julius nods. Do you want my honest opinion, Ricky?
Yes, sir, you know what you're talking about.
Okay. He sets his whiskey glass down. Your keyblades, to put it lightly, they're weak. Someone like me, I could probably shatter them. In a sense, not literally shatter them like glass, but shatter them, make them go away very easily. People like Sam or my wife who know how to target pressure points to get rid of them, they easily go away. Then you're just a normal hand-to-hand fighter. Other than your Car 15, which I know you trained with, do you have any other backups?
No, sir. Not really.
Julius clicks his tongue. Maybe consider getting a backup. Start simple. I always carried a knife on me. Always. Because I never knew what was going to happen, and if shit went sideways, I knew that I at least had a small blade to help me out.
He had a dart gun for a while, too. And a scythe.
And a scythe, yeah, exactly. So maybe start with something small. A knife. Carry a knife around. Or I wouldn't go as far as like a scythe or anything like that, but you know, just something you can have as a backup if your key blades fail. That is my honest opinion right there.
Sasha throws her hands up. You're in the Headhunters. You make a request, you're most likely gonna get it because they all go through him and then through me.
Yes, ma'am. There's a couple things I could probably learn from. I had to adapt weapon fighting to learn how to use the keyblades.
Pequod shrugs, save for the fight Nicole was talking about with Tewaz. And I had the best view of most engagements, whether it was from the skies, or the cockpit, or watching the combat cam footage. Most of the most difficult fights Alpha 9 went through, running in, charging in head first, Julius would not be standing here.
Julius shakes his head. Ricky, you gotta think tactfully. You have to know from basically a glance what your enemy is about to do, and then plan accordingly. I am going to request that you start training with Okir. Not only in knives, I'm going to start you out on knives. Or at least request that he starts you out on knives. But also how to pick up on subtle cues and just think a bit more tactfully about certain situations, okay?
Yes, sir.
I see. You charged into 3 dudes in the Moog. She's reading Ricky's mind. If you did that to the Epsilon squad guys, you're dead.
She's right, son. They would have filled you like Swiss cheese. Okay. Does that mean I should drop using them? Looking at his hands. No, I wouldn't say that. The ability to always have your weapon on you is an advantageous one. But they're a tool, Ricky. Right? Valor is a tool, but it's like a hammer. You've got to be careful not to see every problem as a nail.
Dig up that cyborg ninja footage. You remember? I see. The guy that Dad killed with Mom. Pequod, dig that up and have Okir go over it and show Ricky it. Sasha, Towns, it's somewhere on the SIS databanks. I'll find it and send it to Okir and Ricky.
Thank you, Towns.
Cyborg ninja, huh? Every time I hear about what you guys fought, it gets cooler.
It is, Pequod shrugged. But at the time, scarier and scarier.
Oh my. You know, if my hair weren't already white, I think it would have turned white from the stress, especially during the late game.
Good! Coming over! Sasha. Oh, he's as insufferable as his brother. That is good!
He means the best, at least.
Yeah, I suppose. Finishing her beer, then taking the shot.
Don't let it get you down. That woman has claws. Had claws. She was talented at figuring the right buttons to push to get you to do what she wanted.
She put on a great show. We all fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. I see. I would have fell for it back then if she actually liked me. She point blank told me she didn't really like me. Oh, God.
Jesus Christ.
Ever wonder why? A long time ago, Ricky, actually, I was up here in the apartment, and I guess Dad convinced Julius and your dad to come spy on me to see if I was, like, sleeping with any boys. Why do you think I wouldn't come down there? Because that makes a lot more sense.
Legitimately, I thought it was just because you actually hated me and only me.
Nah. Nope. I hated her. That's for damn sure. Finishing her screwdriver. And I did not want to... Yeah.
If she was willing to do that, then I guess it's hard not to. I mean, Yuka had to have been a kid at the time, right?
16. I see not.
Who says something like that to a kid?
A whore? Or a genocidal maniac? Take your pick. She really pulled the strings well. She bought us ice cream, let us buy anything we wanted off her card back when she actually had money. She was very, very, very smart. She should have been an agent. Towns probably would have been good at it.
Julius nods. I see. What was her first name?
She looks at Julia. Leslie?
Yeah, Laz. What was her first name?
See that, Ricky? She never even told the first name. Maria.
Maria.
Maria Leslie. Big Quad shrugs. Yeah, we never knew, and we never got down to sub-level 2.
No, well, I mean, we could do it now, but do we even want to? It's probably not even the same.
I see there's nothing down there now. Probably just incriminating evidence. Towns, we'll find it.
Empty bedrooms. I can think of at least 2.
Yeah. Sasha will, on a brighter note, long weekend, smiles down at Julius. Long weekend, gesturing over to Ash. Are you going on your vacation? Yes, Tommy has acquired the planet for you.
Yes, quite soon. Oh god, this is going to be the first time. Oh my. Ever? No, not ever. 10, 15 years since I've been on a vacation with Saris.
Towns, you taking the whole week?
A good chunk of it, as much as she'll let me.
Take the whole week. Your is of next week they going, so he gets 2 weeks off basically.
Yes, I do. I think I've earned it, ma'am.
Sasha, just enjoy yourself.
Oh, I'll try, although... Oh boy. Seeing all the shit we've seen recently, it's putting me back into that state of mind, the constantly on-edge paranoia.
I see Ricky home alone for the weekend, like Mackay Pfeiffer.
Oh man, I guess I am alone. Well, I mean, I could hang out at the house, maybe hang out with Okir and Bash.
I see they don't want you around them on the weekends.
I don't think that's a good idea, Ricky.
They do not want you around them on the weekends because they would rather go set up their crappy little campfire at the beach and get drunk on the weekends and just laugh about the kids. She starts laughing. That's what they do, and they work on the motorcycle, and that's basically all they do, but it's their stress reliever. Everybody has stress relievers, right, Julius?
Yeah, that is correct.
Pequod, we're starting filming on The Rock next weekend. Do you want to earn some money and work on a movie set, Ricky?
I mean, yeah, I'd be happy to, but are you sure it's okay for me to be on your lane?
Pequod shakes her head. You just have to wear the flannel. Otherwise, Scar's gonna make you wear another one, so... I saw you walking around Woodbury, yesterday, concert day, with the flannel. Just make sure you have it on you. It's a requirement. He even makes me wear a flannel sometimes. She starts chuckling.
Even when we have like nothing to do on the film set, he'll make us wear a flannel.
I see, he always wraps mine around my waist for me.
Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to. Thank you. You should be honored, Ricky. They haven't even let me set foot on there.
That's true. I mean, I think there is always, Pequod looking down at Ash and Ricky, there is always jobs to do on the movie set, and that, Ricky, they might not be the most exciting. Uncle Banksy still holds the boom mic, tearing down lights, setting them back up, but it's easy money. And food.
And again, you get to be on Rainfall Lane, a legendary place. That's worth something, right? Yeah.
I think we're filming The Rock. She shrugged. Remember, you guys don't know about Rainfall Movie Classics yet.
Yeah, last I heard we were doing The Rock.
If there's a role, like a small role, you can even get on screen. If you want, we never force anybody into it. Like, Nicole has appeared on screen, but you wouldn't guess it. Icy shrug. Polymorphed as people, but acting's not my thing.
Other than Denaria, she absolutely loves acting as Denaria.
Well, and I was Cornstalk and sometimes Arnaki, depending on the camera angle. Such an exploding fucking eyeball.
God, Zanaki. I'm glad. Thank you for putting that one to bed because it pained me to see that thing's face every time.
I see. I mean, you got the royalty check for it. Starts laughing because that's a very significant portion of your father's royalty.
Why did Dad get royalties from Arnaki?
I see. Starts laughing.
Because Arnaki was based off of your father.
Malcolm was a cunt, Ricky, and he hit your father with a plate, and then he had a lazy eye that we got fixed. But you tell the story. He looks at Julia.
The one about the dream?
Well, anyway, somebody had a bad dream, Arnaki, and I made it into a polymorph to, at the time, Icy puts her finger up, terrorize General Lorelei, which didn't really work, but it did terrorize General Rika. I believe he even called Arnaki the ugliest motherfucker he'd ever seen when he was shaking your father's hand.
Is that where the comic came from?
I see, the cursed Winnebago. It was a cursed RV, yeah.
Julia's nuts. Do you want to see a picture of what we like to call punished Ash?
Oh, God. You don't... Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay. Here you go. He'll like slide a picture of punished Ash over to Ricky.
Icy watches it slide by. I remember when we found them. And I remembered Ash... I remembered your dad in my brain as he looked when he was in the Headhunters, when his mask was off. And then when we found them... Julius and Ash and Mom. Your dad, I actually cried looking at your dad. He looked so messed up. So I turned that frown upside down and used Arnaki to make people laugh and people money.
Wow. Dad, you look like a crackhead or something.
Be quiet and Icy. All the characters I play start laughing. Towns will pour just not even a full glass. A slight glass, less than halfway filled of whiskey and slide it down to Ricky.
Thank you, I guess.
Bottoms up.
He'll drink.
Crackhead Ash! What the fuck? It's like that Nemesis guy.
Oh my god, it is no longer punished Ash, in my opinion. It is crackhead Ash.
Pequod slams the bar with her hand. How about it? I'll release the crackhead fucking Ash miniature game. More royalties for you.
Only for my family. Believe it or not, this picture's the best I looked during that little brief period. What did you call me when you found me? A lump?
I see, you did look like a lump.
I mean, I couldn't
Made
walk.
me cry. You look terrible.
I mean, yeah, I looked like that, and I also couldn't walk, had one half-functioning hand, and a fucking sequoia bullet lodged in my shoulder.
Oh, right, I totally forgot you were fucking paralyzed.
Bum bum bum.
Jeez, why were you paralyzed? Oh, that Tawaz fellow broke my back.
I see. I'll kill Ash myself if I have to, minutes before the ship is taken down by clearly the Max Tech planted guy Globnov and a dragon.
Yep. Not a fun time. Count your lucky stars that you don't have to go through something quite like that.
Icy typing on her wrist computer when Ash tries to ask Malcolm a question. Be quiet.
Oh my god, it's been so long since I've heard that.
Or just the sounds of a chainsaw.
I see this was Malcolm's legitimate reaction to your father being shot on a mission.
Yes!
That's awesome. Well, I guess my suffering was what it took to turn that frown upside down. Look at him, he's actually smiling.
I mean, how can you not smile after hearing about Arnaki, man?
I believe I'm a little biased, but yes. That dude,
Your father, in the battle with Tawaz one-on-one, gets sent into the Kolto tank, carrying individual, asking if everybody else is okay. Malcolm responds.
everyone else okay?
Yeah, we're good. We won our fight.
We won our fight.
I don't know how he ever passed officer school. Oh, I guess it was Master Chance. Sasha gestures for another shot. Towns will give it to her.
Even when Memory Ann was being her meanest, she wouldn't have said something like that.
Oh no, Sasha Memorian was 10 times the officer Malcolm ever could have been.
I would rather have had Memory Ann as my officer every single day of the week over Malcolm, Ricky.
How the fuck did this guy... Excuse me for cursing, but how did he get past officer training? Corruption. His grandfather was on the Arcane Council, and he led a strike squad. Get the picture? Huh. What happened to his grandpa, then? I killed him.
Oh, this one's the best. Hang on. Icy looking at her computer.
Silence is a second level spell.
Silence is a second level. Why did he... Because I was trying to theorize about a murder we were trying to solve as a favor to Gondar, and I mentioned that someone would have to have a decent amount of skill at spellcasting to cast silence.
So, this is my plan, Ash. We don't need to talk to anybody.
Pick on the fucking horns!
God.
Are you editing these in, or when did these sound effects get added?
Icy, I'm adding them in.
Thank you for that, Icy. I'd actually forgotten the 8 hours of silence on that fucking tower.
Towns, the live stream's still up to this day.
I have a tab pinned to my browser for the live stream.
Sasha, I check it every once in a while. There's usually still a couple hundred people watching.
That's the one of Dad on the top of a tower. I think I've seen that.
With Malcolm. Icy speaks up. Yep.
So, I sat there with silence cast on me so I could not speak. But we sat there, and I had to listen to that bastard mumble for 4 hours before he lost his mind screaming because he wanted to see Julius's mother topless.
Icy, he had a thing for Mom. She's a beautiful woman, you got to meet her, but he really had a thing for Mom, and he never had any chance, but no matter who would tell him, or... Hell, anyway, Malcolm was like crazy.
I mean, all due respect, sir, but if I were older and if she weren't related to you guys, I'd feel the same way.
Icy, yeah. The difference is you wouldn't try anything. Malcolm tried. Either way, he was an idiot. He just shrugs.
The biggest of idiots. I'm pretty sure Zanzibar is smarter.
I see, actually, like, the Arcane Council would make us spar together, and when I would draw my blaster pistols, he would just run away from me. Which, coincidentally, is what he did in most fights. Right, Julia?
Take them down, Julius.
My personal favorite is you being held up at gunpoint, possibly about to die. Meanwhile, he's at the other side of the ship yelling, "Go, go, go!"
Oh god, dude, I forgot about that one.
I appreciate your candor.
Where did you even get that recording?
I see, Malcolm was so popular back in the day, and those people hacked the EarthGov databanks and lifted that whole conversation where you spilled your guts to him, and he fell asleep!
You spilled your guts to the guy. It was stressful, and we were going in to fight a group that would have had bad history with people like them, so I was a responsible soldier and informed my commander of possible issues. He's just a fucking idiot. Wait, you said he was a captain.
I see, he was, but he thought he was a colonel.
I was gonna ask, why has he got a colonel insignia?
Well, he stole it and put it on his hat.
Yes, and that coat he's wearing is, stolen from the grave of, it was Stonewall, right?
Yeah, and it was cursed.
Yeah. Also, at points, you'll see him holding a musket that is also Stonewall's musket that he stole.
So this is my plan, Ash. We don't need to talk to anybody.
Again, 8 hours. Stonewall, the Civil War dude.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys went through something, man. It sounded like a drug trip.
Back on Earth, nobody really likes me. Nobody really likes halflings in the cities.
Julius. Oh god, that was Denaria.
Julius taught me how to fight.
And Julius, oh Jesus Christ. He sends a picture of old lady Denaria over to Ricky.
What is she, like 200?
I think she was like mid-20s.
Her dossier, 1, 2, 3, Sasha counting, 24.
She's a little under 4. She's a little over 3 years older than me.
Yeah, so the thing that happened to her was repeated head injuries caused her to age rapidly, while also making her less smart than she already was.
And if you think I like your mother and you think they're passionate, he's gonna point to Julius and Pequod. That woman was so head over heels for the colonel that she put his wife to shame in that regard.
Me, man.
Grundar sent us this way.
Oh god, Grundar. He just shakes his head. Poor Gondar. But me, man, she was totally head over heels for you.
And Malcolm. I mean, she showed up naked in our rooms, but... Well, Malcolm, you know what she was like with him somehow.
Julius taught me how to fight.
You gotta remember, Ash, you have to remember the time that me and you were just talking in the kitchen together. And she came in and she was like, boys, you no need to fight over me.
Yes, and then she started taking her shirt off.
And you ran out the other way and she chased after us.
Okay, so she was insane too. Well, she put out a hit on your mother, so yes.
I mean, Malcolm smothered her mother to get her on the squad to begin with.
What kind of people were working for EarthGov at the time, man?
Malcolm at his core was not a good person. He was an evil person. The curse that was placed on him, it just sort of made it it exponentially made it a larger amount of evil.
Sasha, it wasn't many corrupt people. It was just Master Chance, really. But he was in a position of power in charge of the Arcane Council, which is exactly why Lorelei got rid of it, and we just have her now. Gestures to Icy, the giant killer demon that sucks in souls. Icy smiles at Sasha.
The badass lady who can do anything, yeah.
Look what else I can do, actually. Want to see something cool?
Yeah, sure.
She holds out her hand. I see now. I'm like slowly over time trying to get a grasp on. Oh, it's not working. I can summon this gigantic thing. Tell Jesus Christ as the duck.
Julius like rolls backwards off of the seat and does like a kip up, so he's standing up straight.
Time deity sword, Ash, pointing at it.
Oh. That's what he was trying to stab Elizabeth with?
Not only that, he tried to cut my fucking head off with it.
Put that the fuck away. You are terrible with blades. Fine. She puts.
That's really cool. That's really cool.
I'm slowly getting it.
You know? Oh, man. Brings me back. You having to learn again? How long has that been?
Icy nods her head. Been a while. But I'm looking forward to it. He tasted good. Oh.
What did he taste like? Nicole, you keep on saying that.
Pure power. I think like a drug, kind of like the marijuana we do.
You actually started doing weed.
Sasha, aha! Well, that's why you failed your drug test.
God damn it, Nicole.
Icy, what the hell? She doesn't care. Gestures to Sasha. Sasha, Icy, yeah, we do it every once in a while in Mom and Dad's pool house when things get really stressful. Like when Carter was having some issues. We went in maybe 6 or 7 times that year.
I'm not going to say anything or judge anything. I've done. Like I said, I did quite a few different illicit substances in Gallia, and I used marijuana from time to time. Honestly, I don't even think it's a drug. It's more similar to prescription meds than anything.
Claude kissing Julius on the cheek. It's a preventative measure when things get stressful, and it helps. And if you ever want some, not you, Ricky, you have to ask your parents first. But if Ash, you ever want some, you just ask Tommy. It's the Anovian stuff.
Oh, you're smoking the good stuff then.
He bought the company that farms it from Anova, so.
Not just the good stuff, Ash, the best stuff.
You want to have a good night with Saris, and like a real good night with her, and she's not in the mood for sex, fish, seafood. Do that.
Will do. I'm sorry, what is sex fish?
You'll learn.
Oh, you'll learn. I'll make sure to teach you. I'm sure Hunk wouldn't mind me fishing off the coast of his beach house.
No, they're still there, heavily populating around the cove where the stolen boat still is.
See? And he's gonna shift around in his chair. Look at it like this, Ricky. You're very lucky. You've got people who actually care about you and them in charge when, there was a good chunk of time where it felt like it was us against the world, eh?
Julius nods his head back and forth. With some people. Well, the Majestic mainly.
The Majestic. 2 years. But once we got out, we got friends and... things went through a rough patch, but very dear friends that got us through it.
Town's dear friends share one more shot. Sasha, just one. I have to actually go back to work. Looks it down.
I can do it. Make it 2 for me. I have time off and somebody else flies the dropship.
Towns will. Julius.
Alright, when in Rome. Go ahead.
Pequod, I'll sip yours.
And look on the bright side, Sasha. At least they kept her from the actually hard drugs.
True. She nods her head. Everybody will take their shot as you're like, oh, that is good. As flashing back to the lane, Carter and Colt still building the mound. I assume Soul would rather be away from the awkwardness, still helping as Scar is inspecting the lines that are drawn very well. I imagine Elizabeth's close to her parents. I don't know, as Benny's got it down now and he's doing a good job drawing lines.
Yeah, if he's doing a good job, she's keeping an eye on him, but she's near her parents.
Sam is cradling all 4 games. Memory Ann will pick up her tea and come over, and time for a break, Carter.
You sure?
Yes.
Alright, yeah, I'll take a break.
Drink.
He'll take the tea, take a sip of it. Oh, that's very good tea, thank you, honey.
You are welcome. I'll keep it cold for you. You're doing wonderful. Take off your shirt.
He takes it off. Do you want me to keep the flannel on over my bearskin, or...?
Unbuttoned, yeah. Actually, just tie it around your waist. Cold. Oh, God.
I do what the lady tells me. He'll take off the flannel, tie it around his waist for her.
Coltwell, do you want me to tie it around somewhere?
Oh, yeah, the waist. The waist seems good.
Why don't you take a break? We're almost done here.
Okay. She'll walk up to her.
He's coming back. He's just getting her a drink.
She'll take the drink from him and give him a kiss. We can share this one, okay?
Absolutely.
She'll take a drink of it and then put it up to his mouth.
You see, he'll push the drink away. You see this hand, beautiful finger, beautiful hand, covered in dirt, suit. He starts sucking on her finger. This is love.
She breathes very heavily, and it isn't from exertion of digging the mound.
True, looking at her middle finger, putting it in his mouth. Love.
She swallows heavily as she takes one step forward, wraps one of her legs, raises her leg up so the calf is on his lower back, and pulls him in.
He will give her a kiss, removing the fingers from his mouth. I'll hold you for a while. Just sip the tea, and I'll take a sip. Because I gotta wash down this dirt.
Yeah, here, take a sip, honey.
He takes a sip, enjoying it in the heat and sun of Rainfall Lane as Blaze is just inspecting Davine holding on to Hunk. Hunk is just looking at Sam cradling the games. Are you sure she likes those, son?
Dad, look at me.
Look at him.
She loves him. He takes Hung's hand in both of his. I cannot thank you enough for this, Dad.
No problem. We just wanted to get her something. She's important to us, too.
Thank you. It means so much to both me and her, especially her, that you love her enough to get her those games. They mean so much to her. And I love you, Dad and Mom. Thank you both.
You're welcome. Should we tell him, dear? She's too busy cradling the game.
She thinks for a second. I think we might want it to be a surprise for them.
All right. It'll be a surprise. We got something else in the works for you. Both of you, too.
Thank you. Both of you. From the bottom of our hearts. Really.
No problem. Do you see me in my mask? He looks at you.
Yeah, I did.
You like it? I think it looked pretty cool.
I did not. I really didn't.
That mask is cool looking. I'm not... It is... Do you know how many men died and that was the last thing they fucking saw?
I mean, that might be cool, but you know what's cooler, Dad?
What?
You.
Yeah, maybe.
No, not maybe. He leans back a bit. I look up to you, Dad.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Well, I would, and I do.
It's... You know, I thought maybe you were, batting both sides of the plate or so. I never sat down and really had a talk with you about, but one of these days we're going to have a talk.
Sure, about what, exactly?
Father-son stuff.
Sure, no problem.
Not the birds and the bees. Just something else.
Yeah, I already know about the birds and the bees, Dad, don't worry.
Clearly.
Yes, clearly.
Hear the headboard of your bed all night long.
He inhales through his teeth. Yeah, sorry about that, Dad.
Oh, it's good. It's a good sound. Good problem to have, right here.
Oh yes, very good problem to have. JJ just smiles at them both as he leans back a bit and lays his head onto Sam.
Who's still just cradling the games, finally done puffy-eyed crying. Blaze, they are magnificent collector's pieces.
That they are very magnificent.
Should make for a good night.
JJ looks over at Blaze and just nods while smirking.
And Nicole's Cancun retreat has enough rooms to accommodate everybody with privacy.
Well, thank God for Nicole, as he laughs a bit, gives Sam a kiss on the cheek.
These are incredible. You know, I used to dream about having one of these. Well, now you got them all. Well, there you go.
He smiles at Sam, and just more decorations that we can put up.
In your room, though we're going to be completely out of space.
Yeah. He rolls the back of his neck. I don't really know how we're going to fit all the plushies in there. I'll figure out a way, though, don't worry.
How much did you buy? Hunk looks over at you.
All of them.
All. She just blinks and looks at Hunk. How much did that cost?
2.1 million.
Oh! Jesus, dear. He grabs his throat.
Davine, both hands on Hunk's chest, just staring over at JJ. Well?
No. You're doing it right. Trust me. He grabs JJ's shoulder.
Davine puts a hand on JJ's other shoulder and nods. You are. I'm very proud of you, my son.
And if you didn't, he leans in, if you didn't have that kind of money to spend, you would have worked your ass off to get it now.
Oh, yes. 100%.
Then you did it right. Then you're doing it right. I just don't fuck up like I did. He whispers at JJ's ear.
JJ looks confused. Okay. Sure, Dad. I'll try not to. As he just gives them both a hug. Obviously, he gives them both a hug and then leans back onto Sam.
He's stroking the games. We could play at Cancun. Yeah, we'll do a Pokemon battle. I'll show you Tristan. Better watch out though. Deadbeat Glare's hot and ready. Deadbeat Glare. What the fuck?
Laz leans forward, whispers into Ozzy's
Hot
ear.
and ready.
It doesn't even work. The move doesn't work. My father told me.
Oh my fucking god. Deadbeat Glare's hot and ready, darling. You better watch out.
Oh, I'm scared, honey. I am scared that Deadbeat Glare's gonna get me.
Over here. Wow. Pit and Pendulum. Such good film.
Floodwick is literally crying. He wipes some tears away.
You created for this role.
That was amazing. I feel like I remember this man.
Samuel beeping, gesturing. Krellin, very true. Biggest takeaway. Must grab shoulders, must have secret doors. All times. Can I play dog in Last Man?
Yes, of course, Quowen. As he stands up. Do you mind if I practice on you?
Absolutely. Sitting back in his chair, Samuel's standing up, clapping, golf clapping.
Fudwick is just gonna grab onto Krellin's shoulders and like shake him slightly. You must calm down, Quowen. You must calm down. It is nothing. It is all in your head.
He shakes his head. As said, looking Fudwick straight in the eyes. Born to play this. Made.
Fudwick cups Krellin's cheek with his hand. Thank you, Quowen. Fuck so much. As he'll slide his hand down, letting his entire hand in contact with the Krellin's cheek slide off until his fingertips leave, and then he'll sit back down.
Krellin looks at his hand, puts it back out to Frederick. Kiss. Sign of friendship.
Fledwick leans over and gives Krellin a kiss on the hand.
Oh my fucking god. Call, oh, dog!
Holy shit! I've never seen them go that far. Usually it's only like, give hug, friend. I think Frederick just made a move on Krellin.
I always knew there was something to those two. Look, Samuel is clapping for them.
But Krellin said sign of friendship.
Well, maybe in Star Child friendship is love.
Maybe, yeah. I never really considered that, but that's a big possibility.
Well, the only sign of friendship you're getting is pampering, kisses, and you can do whatever you like to me this weekend.
Carter swallows hard.
I never said these handcuffs were just for Carter, you know. She's reaching around her knapsack.
Soul stares at Marianne. You know, yeah, I just sort of assumed they were only for Carter.
No.
Wow.
He'll pitch the key to Carter.
Carter catches it in between two of his fingers, still staring at Marianne as he puts it in his pocket. Thank you, goddess.
He'll wink at Carter and start stroking his chin.
He will take a step forward and just like nuzzle his face into the curve of her neck and hug around her.
She'll kiss him on the head as showing up from there, you know, having a few drinks before letting go is icy Julius Pequod.
Julius walking down, looking at the kids. Oh, that's nice. Is Fudwick kissing Krellin's hand?
Huh? Looks away from JJ. Oh, shit. Sam. Oh, look. Everybody's looking over. Blaze. I always assumed something like this would happen. Come here. Points at Icy and gives her a hug. I like hugs.
Julius is staring at them. That is not surprising at all. I just never thought I'd see it.
That is fucking whack, dude.
Julius starts to laugh.
Whatever. Love's always in the air around Rainfall Lane. The exact noise Pequod makes as she sees the collar around Hunk's neck. Shoots the mask up. What are you doing with that? Hunk, with what? Looks around confused because he was looking at those as the kiss on the hand. Stop.
Julius looks at Hunk. Oh, what the fuck?
What? He looks at Julius, Icy, letting go of Blaze. Huh?
Julius like...
I'm back. Everything's fine. It was my fault. You don't need that crap. Hunk, oh. Grabs his neck area.
Did you take it off, man?
I will later.
Why later?
Because can you not see I have your mother all over me right now, and I'm surrounded by all my children and family later.
Alright, fine, later.
I was just thinking a lot about the old days lately as Banksy pulls up chairs for everybody. Pequod stamps her foot and points at the chair for Julius to sit.
Julius sits.
I was just thinking about the good old days. Or not the good old days, but the old days. Like my headhunter days, SIS days.
Why?
Just because. He looks at Julius. Thinking about, I was in Kenya. It was north of Kenya. In Kenya, north of Mombasa. Small village. Integra sent me there. It was an SIS job, but you know, I was only there because of her, and busted a drug ring. I didn't have this exact mask, but yeah. Never went back. It was like 12 dudes? Small drug dudes that had taken over the area. They were extorting people who already had no money. So they take their food. Fucking killed them.
Julius leans back, looks
One
at
at a time. I used a power drill, actually. I lured them into what was an abandoned warehouse. And I had traps set up. And, long time ago.
Julius leans back, looks at Nicole, and thinks in his head, just please tell me this is something to do with Integra and not Mom.
She makes that exact sound in Julius's head. Nah, it's Mom. He's thinking back then, trying to figure out what he did wrong.
Okay.
And he always wanted to take Mom there for a date because the people there looked at him as a hero. So yeah.
Okay. Can you leave my head for a second, please?
Sure.
Once he feels like she's left his head, he screams in his mind, like a very loud scream. And then he just gives her a thumbs up.
Use your quiet voice, Julius.
I know. I'm trying. It just gets hard sometimes,
I don't understand. Well, I understand why he has no confidence. I really do. But, yeah.
She's talked about it with him, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Well, I suppose no confidence will do that to a man. I can sympathize with that, definitely.
Pequod, well, that sounds clearing her throat as icy in Julius's head. Yeah. Imagine she walked away from you once, remember? Pequod's clearing her throat.
Yeah, I do. So you remember me? You were the only one who actually attempted to learn sign language to talk to me.
I see. Now try that happening, but she, gesturing towards Davine, is the only person you ever felt comfortable taking your mask off. Yeah.
Yeah. It sort of fucked.
It's really fucked. Biting her lip, shaking her head at Hunk and Davine. Pico, that sounds like really cool, actually. Hunk, yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah. You were in Headhunter, so yeah, it must have been a long time ago.
It was pretty neat. I set up a noose trap, basically. Dude walked into it, right up into the ceiling. Got to stare into his eyes as he choked out, and then took the rest out one at a time. And it was nighttime. The idiots followed me in, thinking they'd see me on thermal, but the SIS skin suit I had at the time diffused thermal, so I was like a ghost to them. Killed somebody with a power drill? Yeah, I did. Put it right to the back of his neck. That was it.
Laz is covering Jace's ears.
Just looking at him with an incredible. I heard you were like yeah.
That's very interesting, Grandpa. As she lowers her hands off of Jace's ears.
Yep. Got into a fist fight with a big ass, Sarah Leone type of guy. Beat the shit out of him. He threw me into a mirror, grabbed the glass, slit his throat with it. That's awesome. She's just staring at him.
Davine, staring at Hunk, holds onto him tighter as Elizabeth holds Hunk's hand.
Good food too.
Yeah, I've heard quite a good few things about the food there.
I always wanted to go back, actually. He's scratching his neck, looking out on the baseball field. Just see what the place was like now, some portion of time after I'd left. Pequod, did the locals like you, Father? They very hospitable people to me, yeah. I guess they thought I was a hero or some shit. I don't know.
Davine scratches Hunk's cheek. Do you want to go visit it with me?
Only if you want. It's not that great of a place. It's like a rundown small village, beautiful, but I don't know if that's the right move right now.
I'd like to go with you.
Maybe we could go someday.
She purses her lips a bit and nods. Oh, okay.
Whatever you want, honey.
We gotta think out our moves a lot better nowadays. I do, anyway. I mean, excuse me. But yeah, the food was great because the mutton and stuff, the pork, anything they'd catch, uh, they were catching it in the fucking woods, the forest. So it was a very fresh food. The meat was incredible.
They're
Well,
done.
Long time ago.
Yes, and we can visit it again together.
Yeah, we'll see. Huh? She's just looking confused.
JJ just shaking his head. I'll give you the explanation later, honey.
Just looking at him. Cool dad, though.
Yes, very cool, Dad. I wasn't lying when I said I did look up to him.
I can see why, though he doesn't seem to want you to.
No, no, he does not. Chili's just shaking his head. Elizabeth patting Hunk on the hand. It would be cool to see that place.
I got a rake, because there were shelves in this warehouse. And I got a rake, and I was hiding between the shelving. Dude walked down the alley, right in the neck with the rake.
Was it like a dirt rake or a leaf rake, Dad?
Dirt, honey. Like, yeah, oh yeah, 3 spikes. Middle one right through the neck.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it was my first solo op.
Well, Dad, it sounds like you did a smashing job.
Maybe, yeah.
JJ looks over to the tree over here and he just mouths, "Maybe?" And Julius shakes his head. It makes like a line with his hand, and he makes it go downhill quickly and mouths confidence.
It's actually one of the few times I got shot. He messes around with his shirt, and I kept this. I mean, you could get these healed. He has a scar. Davian's seen it many a times, and people when he's taking his shirt off and stuff have seen it. But I got this on that mission. I got shot in that warehouse, and I had to take a doorknob, heat it up with my little blowtorch that came with the SIS kit, heat it up and brand the wound closed. Otherwise, I would have left blood all over the place. They would have found me.
Davian tilts her head, and she does what she always does when she sees the scar, leans forward and gives it a kiss better.
Probably should have got rid of it, but I kept it because it was like my first mission, and I don't know. Seemed appropriate. I felt good about that one.
As you should. You should feel very proud of that one. It's very cool, in fact.
Yeah, it was alright, I guess. Anyway, they fed me good, and then Integra called me up and told me to stay 2 weeks vacation there. So I had to learn the dialect ahead of time. But yeah, I got to stay 2 extra weeks.
What was that place called, honey? If you don't mind.
It's south of Mombasa. I don't think it really had a name. It was a small village. Maybe it was... Keck something. I could find it on a map. Like Risk computer map. I can find it in like 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. She'll pull up her Risk computer and move the map to like south of Mombasa, that area.
He zooms in, moves up, moves down south, right there, between the 2 intersecting roads. Right off that road, straight up from here. And it's a large village nowadays. It looks more like a town, but yeah.
Oh, okay, interesting. She puts like a one of those pins on the map there and then closes up her Risk computer.
Pequod, we'll make a young hunk miniature figure. We'll give you a power drill, Dad. Alright. I just used it because it was like the only thing I had. I was out of ammo.
We'll also give you a rake. That'd be pretty good to see.
They never knew what hit him, that's for sure. Killed the last one with a nail gun. Sam, you are fucking cool looking at.
JJ nods. Yeah, he is very fucking cool.
He shrugs, plays.
Davian also sighs and hugs him even tighter.
I see, where's Aunt Suletta? Looking around. He going, yeah, where is she? I don't know.
Elizabeth looks around and then JJ well, I believe she went to Cancun.
I see, but I don't have the teleporter set up. So she had to fly there. Banksy, she took one of the cars. Yeah, I was there when she left. Said she'd see us all there, so.
JJ just nods. Yep. Said, I will see you all at Cancun, and then poof, basically. Well, she didn't poof away, but poof, she was gone.
Huh. Just looks around.
And Julia's pinching the bridge of his nose, shaking his head as he hugs around Pequod's waist and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Pequod, well, Cancun, we're gonna go. Let's go, and let's stop at your house, Dad, so you can take that off your neck. I just want to keep it for now.
Darling, please take it off for me.
Alright. He'll take it off. I'll put it in my pouch. Pequod, you'll hand it to Julius.
Julius puts his hand out.
He'll pitch it to Julius, whatever.
And Julius looks at Pequod. Crush it.
Yes.
Crushes it.
Thanks.
And Julius shrugs. Yeah, no problem.
Like that mask. Oh.
I bet you did, but now you're never gonna wear it again.
Well, son, you act like I don't have more. Anyway, let's go. Oh, he groaned.
Julius just shakes his head. God damn it.
There's gotta be some in storage somewhere. Yeah, well, Scar's not gonna help you, because I pay him. Weekend, please.
Yes, Cancun, please.
Alright, dear. You gotta get off me, and I'll, then we'll go.
I'd like you to carry me, please.
Are you sure?
I said I was going to have you carry me the entire day, and the day after that, and that.
Alright, if you change your mind, you have to let me know, though. I can't read mine. Wish I could.
I'm not going to change my mind.
Alright, he'll carry her off. As icy man. Stay leave. That man's confidence is destroyed. Banksy, oh.
Julius just lets out a groan, a very long groan, and hugs Pequod around the waist closer to him and kisses the back of her neck.
She shakes her head. That woman always causes issues.
Yes. Every single time it's her.
She's my mother and I love her, but my god, she needs to fix this.
JJ just shaking his head.
Do I make you feel that way? She looks at you.
No, never. Yeah, never.
I feel like if I killed like 12 people like that and was the hero of a village, I would be very proud of myself. Not shrug, maybe. I mean, I've killed an autist Zane and I was proud of that, even though it felt like punching a baby.
Yes, and you should be proud of that, and you are proud of that, because you have confidence, and that is very good.
Did he actually put the mask on? Did he have it on, Blaze? Just gesturing? Loss of words?
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, he had the mask on.
I haven't seen him with that on in like 20 plus years.
I basically haven't seen him wear it my entire life. I only knew it was him in the mask because of like pictures, and every once in a while he had to wear it because of like a training mission with the ODM Academy.
It's not that bad. He didn't have the gloves on, right?
JJ just coughs awkwardly.
She breathes in.
Mom had to take him off.
She ruined that man. Watching them walk away.
Yes. Yes, she did ruin that man.
Yeah, well, she was not alone. He looks down at Elizabeth.
Yes. Yes, she wasn't alone. I know.
Was she?
Yes, I messed him up too, because I was a bad daughter. I know.
He just shakes his head down on Elizabeth.
She crosses her arms and shakes her head looking down at her feet. I just don't know what to do about it.
I don't know either, sire, turning to Julius. I may need your help, scrutinizing the mail in the mornings before you leave for Gateway. Your father ordered steroids.
Hey, Nicole, can I scream now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Julius screams.
Yes, that was my reaction. Crossing his arms, watching where they walked off, as flashing to Ceres's flower shop.
Assuming they're just getting there.
Oh yeah, well they haven't gone in yet if they wanted to talk privately, whatever they want to do.
Ash is going to stop him as they're walking up to the door. Alright. Before we go on in, just don't be too hard on yourself, alright, son? Listen, that woman got into my head more than you'll ever know. And it is life. You will make these mistakes, but just grow from them, alright? Yeah, Dad. I will. I mean, it's not like I can do anything else. You're starting to talk like a ranger, son. It's the thing, you always look forward, never back. Come on, let's see your mom. Alright, yeah. They're gonna walk in.
You see her counting some credits behind the desk. How did it go? Ceres knew what was going on.
She's dead.
She nods her head.
Julius did it, I helped, and Ricky got her out of the bunker.
Good work. She smiles at Ricky.
Thanks, Mom. How are you doing?
It was a busy day, a busy morning. Catering jobs, all done now.
Oh, really? Lucrative day, I'd hope.
Always. She shrugs and smiles.
Well, I have...
It looks like he's been drinking. What's Ricky?
We had a couple drinks together with Sasha, Towns, Icy, Julius, and Pequod. Take the
okay. No, that's okay. She shrugs, smiling. All right.
Yeah, all of us together having a drink at Tommy's, dear.
Like old times. She winked.
Like old times, almost felt like we were back in those days and some things had never been done. He'll sit down right here.
Have you broke the news? She comes over, sits on his lap, broke the news about us ditching him for a week.
I have, and we have a babysitter.
Who?
The Rainfalls. They're gonna have him on the lane helping film some movie.
All right. She looks at Ricky. Oh, Ricky.
Yeah, they're really nice to me, and I'm not gonna complain about getting to help make a movie.
Oh, then you'll have a good time.
I think you will.
You've already been accepted by Scar. He came back with that flannel.
Oh, he gave you a flannel. Now that's actually a sign of admiration from him.
No, yeah, Ceres gestures. He was helping build the stage at the band yesterday. Boom! She starts laughing. So, yeah.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah, I'm just doing my best to help them out when I can.
That's one of the flannels and Grandma, she gestures, sent Uncle Scar.
That's what he said. They were friends, I guess.
Oh, Ferris looks at Ash. I think they were closer than that, like way closer. So, but things, yeah.
They were very close. And, well, you know what happened, son. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I fucked things up.
Saris, things got fucked up, but then things settled down. Your dad started climbing the ranks, so to speak, and Scar. Scar's actually been here once. She puts up her finger, but things were happening with your grandmother, and she didn't want to see anybody, and it just, yeah, she'll look away from Ricky.
Right.
I think Scar took it as he had done something wrong, and I know Grandma stopped corresponding with him, and just in general, she shut herself off, and that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Your grandmother had a rough time of it for a while after everything happened. It was... Well, we nearly lost her until you were born. Really? Oh, yes. Couldn't barely talk to her, and then you gave her a spark. At least from whenever I was there to see her.
Saris nods. Yeah, she loved you a lot. We're a second chance.
He's gonna walk over and sit down at the counter. And instead of staying with her, I went off and spent 8 years with her.
Well, we did not want you with her. But then again, we did not know she was a genocidal maniac back then. We knew she wasn't a good person, but... I mean, nobody would have guessed.
No. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell her that. Listen, Ricky. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry, Dad? I let you go there. I should have been an adult until the grown up and just told him no.
So should I.
I let you go somewhere where I knew you were in danger. I'm sorry for being a bad father. You're not a bad dad. I wanted to go. And you were 13, son. That really doesn't matter what you wanted, no offense. I stayed. That's on you. But I don't think I have much that I can say about that, can I, dear?
She'll actually shrug. It's like what Nicole and Sasha were talking about. I was talking with them a month or so ago. 2 months, excuse me. You got your stupid phase out early. When you whipped out of that town in that car, Nicole knew what you were drunk. She let you go. You got your stupid phase out early. Now you learn from it. Instead of them stopping and court-martialing you.
Yeah, and mind you, that's something you get because of your last name. Most people wouldn't get that second chance.
No, oh my god. Can you imagine if I get drunk off the blood wine and whipped out a Raven Rock if it was applicable in a, I don't know, snowmobile?
Oh my gods. We probably wouldn't have lost everything, but, wouldn't have been pretty. I can only imagine what Mum would have done to you and, honestly, everyone else at Raven Rock.
Not good times.
No, it wouldn't have been. Listen. You're lucky that you're getting it out young. You don't want to be 30 and getting it out then, like I was.
For real, Saris nods. This is the time to get it out. In some ways, we didn't have a chance to get it out at our ages. We really didn't. I mean, given the way your father grew up, and just the way I was always in the military. I mean...
You guys keep talking about him growing up. I know something about time travel, but that's it. What happened?
That's not my story to tell. She puts her. I was not involved in pissing off the deity of time. Thank you. She taps Ash on the. His mask is off on the nose.
I'll give you the cliff notes, son. I grew up a few 100 million years ago.
4 to be exact. Just
4. It was 4, yes. That's bullshit. No, it's not. Time traveler.
How can it be bullshit? The deity of time came down to kill you.
Yes, but I mean, come on, that does sound bullshit, doesn't it?
No, not after yesterday.
Yeah, she's right, son. Anyways, I grew up in a small town in a feudal society. My parents got killed by slavers, and I was sold into slavery. I got out a little younger than you are. I was about 18 at the time, and then I spent the next few years alone, doing bounties, merc work, anything to stay afloat, and it wasn't fun. You know the way you feel on a mission, that fight or flight response, right? Always on edge, wanting to survive. Yeah, that way your heart beats faster, when you're getting shot at, right? Yes, imagine living that way for years. I didn't get to be stupid because I would have died. Jeez, Dad. And you got here an idiot with magic. And I'm grateful for it.
An idiot with magic that knew shit was about to go down.
Yes, that idiot got me here and saved me from the fate of that entire planet. And more importantly, delivered me in the right place at the right time to meet your mother and make you.
For real. Saris nods her head. I mean, thinking back, it was one, two. Actually, even went to the planet. The planet still existed 20 some odd years ago. He saw places where he literally was, him and Julius. And Nicole was with them. General Lorelei had taken them.
Yes, got to see a lot of things. Skeletons of people that likely the same people I had worked to help save at one point. And the dead bodies of some of the most horrible men you'd have ever met. That place was a horrible place, son. Filled with racism and just corruption from top to bottom.
Glass probably would have thrived there.
Oh, gods, she would have been the top of the pecking order. One of what was the guy's name? Donalini's servants.
Saris nods. And then they cracked the planet.
Why'd they crack it?
So nobody could tamper with anything.
Exactly. We didn't know. Well, we have a rough idea of what would have happened now, but there were these magical sites that, if interacted with, would have sent us right back to the moment we left. So they cracked it so they can't be tampered with. Jeez. So you really had... No wonder you were so attached to Miss Lazuli. No, I was. She was, she, along with Julius, Pequod, and your mother, were the first family I'd had in 20 years. Okay. And so she just... You latched onto her the same way I did. Yeah. And to be honest, I had to work for her to say anything nice to me. Gave you a goal to strive towards, right? I don't think she ever really cared for me. Just like you. Yeah, she didn't care about me. Miss Icy already told me that, Ma.
She didn't care about anybody. Julius, I think, but nowadays that's even up in the air. Probably wanted him for something.
She cared about him as long as he was of use.
Yeah.
Just... She didn't teach you really anything. She taught you how to feel whatever energy you have in yourself, but you got to where you are through your hard work. Don't... I have to struggle every day, because she helped train me, and every day I think, "Oh, maybe I got it from her. At least for a long time, I had to. And finally I just decided, who gives a damn if she helped me find it? It's mine. Fuck her. Do with what you have, what you want. Because it belongs to you first and foremost. No matter if it was a gift or not. Yeah, I'm gonna train with Oak here. I'm gonna figure it out and I'm gonna make it mine. See? That's all you can do. I mean, your mother made, back when she was a vampire, she made it hers.
Saris nods. You're gonna be good if we ditch you for a week.
Yeah, I'll be good.
All right.
You guys deserve to go out together.
Yeah, and if you do good, and I'm not talking about the weekend filming the movie, just if you can be here alone, maybe run the shop for us, stuff like that, in the future, then we can go more.
Oh my goodness, darling.
Because we can't close. We got clients that depend on us here, and if we close and they need us, they ain't gonna come back.
Oh, you're right. We have some high rollers too, considering the people Pequot has recommended to us.
So, as long as you can, show a little maturity, then we can go away more, which we'd like to. I mean, Tommy bought a planet.
Oh, God, it's gonna be wonderful to be there with you. He's gonna wrap his arms around her. And think about it like this, Ricky. You'd be running the shop alone with Ellie.
Saris, she's not here right now, but I was gonna go. I was gonna go. I didn't know when you guys would be back. Go pick her up, and then we could all go out to eat. Because her mother is working the night shift tonight. She's a nurse.
I think that'd be delightful. What do you think, Ricky? You can see, upon hearing work alone with Ellie, you see a bit of a blush on his face as he's trying to hide that.
You're gonna have to work with her. She knows this place better than you because she's been here more because you're military. You didn't start coming home up until recently. If you two can run this place, maybe that's what you can do when you're done one day. And I can retire. And then when he's sure the galaxy is safe, he can retire.
Yes, that'll be wonderful. Oh, God. You can run it. We can stay home together alone all day.
Well, plus, if I want to throw on some ranger gear, I need somebody that can look after the place, Ricky. So you gotta step up the game and be a little more mature, and then maybe Mom could get back into some action. I can still shoot with the best of them.
I'd be happy to do that for you, Mom. For the both of you. That's good. And...
I'd like to meet your dad's new fucking best buddy, best friend bounty hunter. I don't trust him.
I know, dear. And I appreciate the fact that you're looking out for me.
Sasha said he seems trustworthy. So, but I don't think she even trusts him yet.
He reminds me a lot of myself in Gallia. You can trust him. Just a bit rough around the edges. Oh, gods, I didn't get to tell you. We found bugs while I was working with him.
Oh.
Yeah. So, hoping that's the last of them, but... Well, they're a bit like actual roaches, aren't they? We always seem to stumble on them again.
Hand on her chest. Yeah.
Don't worry. He's gonna put his hand over hers. I'm here now, and I would never let that happen to you again.
If she points at Ricky. If Nicole wasn't as powerful as she was back then as a fucking teenager, you wouldn't exist. Because I would have been birth mother to one of those disgusting things.
Birth mother?
I would have birthed one of them, yeah. They lay eggs in your chest. Then they come out. And then you die.
Through your chest.
Yeah.
Remember when I called them parasitic?
We were all on that mission together. We went on a mission. They attached Nicole to us. The headhunter squad. Me, Pequod, Julius, your father, and Nicole. And as soon as we landed, things went to hell. She starts chuckling.
That thing picked up the ship and ripped it in half.
Yeah. And one of them grabbed me, and it was a blank from there. And thankfully, when it threw the ship, Pequod fell out next to Julius, so they didn't get her, but it was all a blank for me until I woke up on the ship, and then was told the tale, basically. And saw the combat footage. And anyway, I fought one of them, well, multiple of them, but one gigantic one. So, yeah.
To this day, one of the worst days of my life. I was really afraid I'd lose you.
I don't even remember the day, and I consider it the worst. She's looking at Ash, for real. And back then, I didn't fear too much, given my, being a vampire, and I had some tricks up my sleeve that 99% of things in this universe would not expect.
But those things would've?
They just didn't care.
Ricky, I personally used I let you hold Ravage. You know how heavy that is. Yeah? So it fires big shots. I blew the arm off one, and it just kept walking towards me, blood spurting out, and it didn't care.
Have you ever seen your father's pulse rifle, Beat Rush? They let Ash keep that, too.
Yeah, the one on the wall, the fancy one that glows.
They put... That was Nicole's. She took it off of some Max Tech grunt. She put it in the forge, just in case we had to fight more of those things, and gave it to your father. It has an enchantment to protect against acidic damage.
And
in an area of effect or whatever, I'm not sure what the magic term would be, but yeah.
An aura, field, something like that. Magic's bullshit, my love. It seems like the names are inconsistent.
Yeah, true.
And remember, even with that field up, it still stung like hell when it touched you.
Damn straight.
Ricardo, Ricky, excuse me. I watched that acid eat through steel and titanium. Remember this horrible remember the horrible scarring that the APC had?
Yeah. Sarah's nods her head. We threw down with a lot of weird things back in the day compared to... Hopefully, comparatively, you guys don't stack up.
As of right now, they're lucky, but on the off chance you ever do encounter one of those things, fight carefully. Don't fight. Run, if at all you can. If you have to fight carefully and fight to run away. Because even in the armor I wear and with the weapons I have, I wouldn't want to tango with one of those one-on-one. You wouldn't. The ranger captain of captains wouldn't want to fight one, duel.
Nobody smart would.
These things are that scary. Jesus fuck. Well, like you said, there ain't that many of them, right?
Hopefully none.
Hopefully. The only times we saw them were due to Max Tech fucking with them, right, dear?
And that's exactly probably what's happening again.
You're unlikely to ever encounter them. Put your mind at ease, son. I, on the other hand, am probably going to see them again at some point.
I've got a score to settle with them. Broke Hunk's arm and my leg, so... If you can just step up your maturity game a little bit, take some responsibility around the family business, maybe Mom could strap on her armor again. Because I'm cleared. I can be reinstated anytime. Pequod's willing, Sasha's willing, but... Somebody's gotta be here.
I'll figure it out, Mom. And, it'd be cool to see you in armor. Never seen that.
Yeah, and like I said, I want to meet this Kaz guy.
Oh, I'd love to have him down to the house, but for some reason he doesn't like Earth, so you'll have to come up to him.
Probably thinks he'll get shot in the back. She starts texting Ellie. Sandwiches or pizza? Make your choice.
A pizza sounds nice. I want something filling and greasy today.
That's a good way to start. You're home? She points at Ricky all week.
We both are. Yeah, we're,
Well, then he can fucking... You mind the shop with Ellie alone tomorrow. Start. Why not? Can't he get up early, come here, and they just work?
I think it'd be good. And you get to show her those you can probably show her those pictures, son.
What pictures? She looks at Ricky.
Uh,
You're not going to show her pictures of Laz.
No, I got to ride on the Primarch's dragon, Mom.
Oh. You know, she has a poster of Decimator, but it's like Decimator in German. Pequot explained it to me once, I can't remember. Nice!
Yes, nice. It'd be a delightful way to maybe gain some points and work towards asking her out. Dad, I'm not gonna ask it. Son, come on. You don't need to be embarrassed.
Actually, the moment will probably come to you naturally. You'll be here working with her. Maybe not this week, but it'll come and you'll know the time's right. And you can start looking for that moment tomorrow. 6 a.m., set your alarm. Your father and I will sleep in. We'll stop by around 1 o'clock, maybe 2 if we decide to sleep in, and check on you two.
2.
Maybe 3.
Let's call it 3. Spend some time around the house with you.
Yeah, why not? And you mind the store the rest of the week. Or, and I know you probably don't want to, you could go back to Woodbury and hang out with Bash and Oak.
No, I'll mind the store here. I'm gonna be getting a lot of oak here in the next few weeks, Mom.
He's your sensei now.
Yes, he is. And
Seemed like a nice guy. I've only met him twice, and he was always preoccupied looking at a bike.
he's really cool. A bit weird, but cool. And ever since talking to the Colonel, I've been thinking about it. I got a few things I know a bit about using from the martial arts that I'm gonna try and figure out.
Saris will nod her head. You can think about it, but enjoy your days off up until next Monday. You don't get long weekends in the military. Nobody's getting long weekends but you and the Rainfall kids, so take advantage of it, enjoy it, and Monday will be here before you know it, trust me.
It always is. And do your work. When you get there, relax for now, don't think about it too much. But when you train with him, train hard. Honestly, I think you're quite... What do you think, dear? If he got this good under the hag, then I'd say he's talented.
All he needs is a proper mentor that actually cares about him.
My thoughts exactly.
Doesn't want to see him get hurt.
That's what you need. And just work to be an asset. You want to be in the military, that's where it comes down to. Make yourself the best asset on the squad. And you've won. Right, darling?
Honestly, shape up your act. Dress to impress, so to speak. Shape up your act and apply for ranger training when your time with the headhunters is over.
Ranger training. You think
Apply for ranger training, go through the selection process. You're not going to get it because of your last name. You'll actually have to earn it. It'll be one of the first things in the military you actually earn.
And I, if the Ranger General lets me, will personally make sure you do, because I would love to help with Ranger selection for you.
Oh, you're in for hell. She snaps. Do it. He looks at Ricky. That should be your goal.
Yeah, I can do that, although I don't know about the frontier.
Shock troopers, son. You stay based around Earth space. You're his son. You'll be based on Gateway.
And
You'll probably get on his squad.
you rarely have to fight. And, well, a shock trooper who can use a variety of weapons while also using ki. I mean, that's someone that'll make a lot of friends really quickly.
Dress. She puts her hands out again towards Ricky. Come here, give me a hug. To impress.
He's gonna give her a big hug.
Mind your P's and Q's around the Ranger General. No more DUIs.
No more
And if you're gonna help Tommy, I'm all for it. Just don't flaunt the fact you do her on side.
I don't think I will, Mom. I'll be careful. Thank you. I wouldn't have. I didn't think I'd make it as a ranger, so I guess you saying I got a chance, it means a lot, Mom.
Let me see those pictures.
He's gonna show them to her.
Oh, I got one with the dragon. You're on the Pequod took this one for you? Oh my.
And there's one with her and me together. Think that'll impress her?
Oh, I think so. I think so.
I think so too. He's gonna
When-
stand up.
When Pequod strolled in here a couple months ago, and she met Ellie, Ellie almost fainted. It's not every day that Primarch strolls into the local fucking establishment flower shop in Palo Alto. Oh, Fledvis.
No, it's not. And, I don't know, I think she'd make a nice match for Ricky, don't you?
I do. Give him a little... help him mature a little bit.
Let's not sugarcoat it. He could use a woman's hand in his life.
Somebody to give him a better reason to mature other than just money.
Yes, because money is wonderful, son, but it is a cruel mistress. You feel like you never have enough, when in reality, he's gonna put his arm around Ceres. There are more important things that give you everything you'd ever want. For everything,
Damn straight.
Yes, ma'am. For everything that's happened, he's gonna put his arm on Ricky, too. I have everything a man could ask for, even if we had no money. And that's...
You see, now that is a good father. She pushes Ricky away and passionately kisses.
Oh, come on.
No, he can wait.
He's gonna kiss her, dip her down, and then pull her back up.
Now you can come in for a hug again.
He'll be coming back in for the hug. Aye. You gotta be happy that your mom and I like each other, or you wouldn't be here. That's a nice thought, Dad. Ah, come on. Gonna put his forehead against Ricky's. I said it once, I'll say it again. You're my son. Blood of my blood. And you're going to be someone. Whether it be in the military or here. You're gonna change the world. And that's all there is to it. And if the head ranger captain says it's gonna happen, right, dear?
Ceres nods her head. Pizza at a Pete's. That's the name of the restaurant. And we need to get there soon because the Fredvis impersonator is going to be doing karaoke in an hour. He's not great, but he's better than nothing. Looking up at the picture of Fred.
Yeah. Better than nothing. I might not have to wait about that for too long.
Let's beat it. Let's go. I'm starving.
Yes, ma'am. And he's gonna pick Ceres up and rush out the door.
Leaving Ricky behind. Flashing to the beach. Oh, Ricky will follow, of course. Flashing to the beach. Carter's coming out with whatever he wants to bring to Memory Ann as Oz and Jace. Well, Oz has built somewhat of an semblance of a sandcastle. Jace smashes it with both of his hands and starts laughing. Oz, that a boy, shrugs and starts chuckling.
Oh, here. I knew I had one made. There we go. He is holding a milkshake and a plate of little club sandwiches, and he sits down next to Memory Ann.
Oh my.
Hands them both to her.
She's lying on the towel in a silver bikini that complements her hair and eyes very well. You know just my taste, the Aunt Icy special. Picking at the club.
He winks at her and gives her a kiss. Yeah, I do.
You still have those keys to the cuffs?
I do. He reaches into his pocket, takes it out, and rubs it in between his fingers, then puts it back.
Here. She has her knapsack here, throws the cuffs at him. Whatever you want with me this weekend. Taking the milkshake and starting to sip it out of the straw.
He puts the handcuffs in the other pocket, leans forward. I'll make sure to keep that in mind, honey.
She just moves the straw in and out of her mouth, looking at Carter.
Carter just bites his lip. Finish your food and then we can go down the beach, yeah?
She'll pull the straw out. Yeah, I absolutely adore it here. Private Lagoon is correct.
Carter sits down fully onto the towel he's on, looks at it. It's very... Oh, what's the right word for it? Not homey, but like... calm? Yeah, calm.
It has the same presence as Grandpa's beach house, but a touch different, and I understand why nobody liked Cancun the first time. Well, I like it this time.
Carter nods. It is a very nice place to be, with very good company, as he'll pick up one of her hands and kiss it.
Come, let me sit on your lap.
Yes, ma'am. Let me move that out of the way. He'll get into position for her to sit down.
Like my bikini.
It complements everything about you, from your hair, as he'll drag his fingers through her hair, your eyes, and this very nice body here.
Do you want this fixed? She gestures to the bullet, the shrapnel wound she received in the Moog. There is a slight scar.
He looks at it. No. No, it's okay there. I like you natural.
I would prefer to keep it, actually, yeah. Listening to Grandpa talk about his mission and keeping... Yeah.
I don't know if you know this or not, but my mom has a lot of scars.
Really?
Yeah.
She does, yes. I've seen her in bikinis, but they're not terrible, but yeah.
Yeah, no, apparently she got, like, really hurt one day. My father doesn't like to talk about it for obvious reasons, but apparently she got really hurt one day. Shrapnel all up in her, internal bleeding. They were stuck on a raft for a week or two. Then on Icy saved them, and she got better, but he always said the two of them have matching scars.
That is terrible. Trapped on a raft.
He thins his lips and nods. Yeah. Honestly, I'm a little surprised that my dad and mom and, well, anyone who was on that raft would ever be willing to go to the beach again, or at least in the water.
I would be mortified of the thought of the ocean.
I would too. In this, my father is a braver man than me, and my mother is a braver person than not me, when it comes to that.
Memory Ann nods her head, eating some of the club sandwich. Never heard them talk about that one before.
It's not something my father likes to talk about, but I was pretty young, only about like 8 to 9. I saw Mom with like a scar on her leg and her stomach, and I was like, hey Dad, what was that about? And he told me, well, basically what I just told you. Your mom got hurt. We were stuck on a raft, so, things weren't that great, and she kept the scars.
Biting the sandwich again. Well, then I'll keep this one.
He smiles, and if I ever get a scar, I'll keep mine, so we can match.
Exactly. Listening to Grandpa talk about it. I didn't know he was so heroic.
Apparently, yeah. I always just think of him as, oh yeah, that's Grandpa. But you know what? I always seem to forget that he was our age at one point too.
Yes, he was. Just looking down at the smashed sandcastle, and I mean, my grandfather was a ranger. Your grandfather is Hunk, is what his nickname is, right? My grandfather said he was like SIS legend. So, This man talked about him before I even knew of a hunk, or I knew Primarch Rainfall, yes, but before I was even considering the military. Benny, that is actually really cool, looking over it all.
Laz laying down on her stomach, kicking her feet, helping Jace build another sandcastle. Yeah. Grandpa has always been really cool. Just, sometimes it takes a while to see that sort of thing. Uncle Towns used to talk about him a lot. Like how he was an SIS legend and he would tell me stories about his excursions and that kind of thing. So, yeah. I pretty much always knew Uncle or Grandpa was really cool.
Those are the type of missions you'd want to get, like helping a small village or whatever, drug lords or whatever they, doing something like that would be, yeah.
Some really heroic type stuff.
Yeah. But the strange thing about the man is, if you ask him or tell him he's a hero, he'd probably say he was just doing his job.
And that is a humble man through and through. Other than when he goes, meh, and he'll do a shrug and do that exact sound.
What does that even mean?
Maybe, I guess, like, I don't know, type thing.
I feel sorry for Granddad.
As do I. He'll steal a bit of her milkshake and wink at her as he sets it back down in front of her.
Drink it, we can share it.
Oh, okay. As
We swap spit enough anyway.
he starts to laugh as he'll take a drink of it and set it back down in front of her.
I try to put myself in people's shoes to understand them, and it doesn't work all the time. But I can, if she walked away, I actually don't want to think about it. Back to the castle. He starts helping Bill.
Yes, back to the castle.
She
Giving me an anxiety attack just thinking about it, actually.
She stands up, lays down her head onto Oz's lap.
Sorry, I have to get a better angle on this little doorway.
Oh, you're welcome here. Stroking her head.
She smiles and rubs her head onto his thigh and hugs his calf a bit. Elizabeth, who is just sitting staring into the ocean, backs into Benny so he can hold her.
What you looking at?
The ocean. Do you still want to learn how to swim? You know how to. Do you know how to swim? At this point?
He nods his head, yeah.
Okay. Because I'm always willing to teach you anything that you want to know.
I need a lot of help with a lot of things. He gestures out to the ocean, but I think we need to focus on other things too.
He nods.
Yeah, that's true.
Showing emotion, this type of stuff.
I've been trying to do better with it, or at least I think I've been doing a bit better with it.
You have! He stops her. You've been doing good. Keep it up, is what I mean to say.
Oh, okay. Thank you, honey.
She smiles, puts both of her hands on his cheeks.
My Benny.
My Elizabeth. Kissing her on the lips.
She kisses him back and leans her back more into his chest.
It would suck to have kids and think they hate you.
I know. It would suck. I don't think there's much more I can do other than try to prove through my actions and through showing emotion and love and care that I don't hate him, though. Or at least I can't think of anything.
Leave for another year, that'll help.
She looks down at her knees. Thank you, Oz.
Sarcasm, darling. I'm sorry, yeah.
It's okay.
We are the adults here, so gotta drill it into you. Right, love?
Yeah.
She turns around, still laying on his lap, and nods at Elizabeth. Yeah, you, it was pretty stupid. And Elizabeth nods. It wasn't just pretty, it was very stupid, honey. And Elizabeth nods even more. But don't, she just looks at Oz. I think you'll be able to fix it. You will. It's not something that's gonna come in a day or a week or even a couple months. But eventually, I'm sure you'll be able to fix it, honey. And
We'll fix it together.
Elizabeth smiles at Laz and then at Benny. Thank you, guys. Laz gives her a thumbs up, turns back around, and starts helping out with the sandcastle again.
Ah! Rolling down the hillside.
Carter
Fuck!
Carter jumps up, turns around. Tommy?
There you are! Points at Carter. Listen to me, motherfucker. You brush me off all the time when I try to tell you these things. Pointing at Carter. Listen. Now, your parents responsible for what happened to Nicole, but you could have stopped them from going to Cancun, okay? Everybody knew. He looks back. Yuri, what? Oh, he's not here. You knew then. You did nothing. Carter.
Carter is hand at his back, leaning back with wide eyes, staring up at Tommy.
Marianne was about to take a bite out of the club sandwich and mouth agape, looking up at Tommy. You look a lot like your fucking father from a distance, and Tommy's eyesight not the greatest. What the fuck?
I'm sorry, Tom. Yeah, no, that's okay.
Everything's fine, Aunt Icy's doing well. Yeah, I know that. What? Make sure this shit doesn't happen again.
I'm sure it won't, Tom.
Julius is a motherfucker sometimes. I try to tell him these things and he tell me just get out so I can grope my wife.
That does sound like my father, yeah.
Well, I'm going to have a talk with him very soon in private about this. He has blonde hair. Like I said, my eyesight not so great. Colorblind and good eye.
Can you see through the other? Sorry, that was a rude question.
It's understandable, kind of, yes, but it comes and goes, depending on the time of week.
Laz looks up.
Depending on how much stress ungrateful children cause me. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Tommy.
My eye was so fucked during the first month you were at Woodbury. Henriette, starts eating her sandwich.
I can't thank you enough for how much you helped us all, Tom.
Oh, you're welcome. Why don't you stay? The lagoon is lovely. Nah, I just came to yell at Julius, thought he'd be alone. Well, he's at the house. I don't want to deal with it. Too many problems. Have to prepare things. Have weddings to plan for. And you, motherfucker, points at Elizabeth. You fix these issues with your father or at least help, or I cut you off from work. Then you never afford card. Do you understand me?
She nods.
I am tired of you and your mother. You can't show emotion, you don't think, you get overwhelmed, you walk away from people. You have no excuse. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Good, now I'm going to climb back up that cliff and go back to Gateway. See you later. oh, fucking suit. Worth more than this whole fucking beach and now ruined, disappearing into the tree.
Carter leans over to Memory Hand.
He fell from the fucking...
Why didn't he just teleport?
I have no idea, honestly. That man is an enigma. Petting Laz's head. Well, that's one crazy we can't bring to the lane and keep at the lane, but I would like it if we could. He gives good advice in my humble opinion.
That would be awesome if I could bring Tommy there. Oh, I'm sure my mom would get to him first.
Just give him a little bungalow next to Scars.
I'm sure the two of them would get along just great.
Patting Elizabeth on the head. It's something to work on.
She nods.
You can always get better when it comes to issues you have, right?
That's all you can do.
She laughs. Well, I'm already starting at rock bottom. Only way to go is up, I guess.
We'll go up together. And we have work to do this week for Mr. Wiser.
Yeah, we could do some paperwork together.
We'll do some tonight. Then maybe we can see if your mom and dad want to watch a movie with us. That would be fun.
I would like to watch a movie with them, definitely.
Maybe you can ask your dad instead of just make somebody else do it.
I will, yeah. Yeah, I will ask my dad.
He is good for her.
Laz nods. And I think she's good for him, too.
Nodding his head. Marianne and Carter and I, we've already picked out our room.
Oh, that poor room, it's not even gonna know what's hit it.
The worst, I should say, part about vacations like this is, before you know it, Monday we'll be here and we'll be lined back up at muster.
Carter groans. I don't really want to think about that.
What we should be thinking about is preparing another concert. We played Aunt Nicole's song. She cried tears of joy. Remember, not. She was very happy. It made me cry, actually. Memory had hand on her neck. But anyway, we should do a live performance, not in Woodbury. With our family there? Absolutely, that would be amazing. But one in front of a true audience, an unbiased crowd. I think the band is more than ready for that. I worry more about my capabilities than the band.
Laz looks up at him. Oh, honey, you did an amazing job when we played for Aunt Icy.
Yeah, it was a quick patch job setting everything up. Our true setup got destroyed by the deity of time.
Laz laughs.
Motherfucker, come down and ruin all my hard work. And I had to wear that godforsaken flannel the whole day.
You know, you don't look bad in a flannel.
You think?
Honey, I think you look good in everything.
Well, then I will be sure to always wear it when we are men at work, as Uncle Scar would like to say.
Maybe take off your shirt and, leave it like Carter does for Marianne. You know what that is?
Done? That's what the goddess wants. Got it, that's me, thank you. That's what you think.
Carter scoffs. It is what we think, and we think correctly.
Absolutely. Squeezing Carter's cheek.
Sol just scoffs and stares up at Oz. Let the children think what they want to.
Losers. Under his breath. Nerds, really.
Geeks, I would have to say.
Big fucking geeks. Give me some sugar.
She climbs on top of him and starts to kiss him.
Yep, they do, as Marianne will kiss Carter's scrunched together lips. As flashing to the house, I assume Davine's here, still hanging off of him.
Yes.
Hunk, I like it, Nicole. What do you think? I think it looks nice. I like that you made me holding Elizabeth and Carter as children. Yes, that was the original plan until you had requested it. You don't do that again. I never will. Looking up at the picture.
Davine's smiling at the picture, or the mural in front of her. I think it's absolutely complete now. Don't you, honey?
It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Look, you even got that, kind of annoyed sneer Suletta always gives people. Blaze, I enjoyed painting and drawing this one myself. Look at her.
Davine chuckles a bit as she grabs onto Icy's hand, pulls her in, and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
She'll hug Davine and Hunk at the same time. Icy, I like hugs. Hunk, you get as many as you want.
More than as many as you want. Like we said, it can be a bit annoying, and she'll give Icy a hug.
Icy, annoying to some people, it'll never be annoying to me, coming from you two. Blaze clapping lightly. Oh, dodged a bullet again. Looking at them.
Davine smiles, pats Icy on the head, and then goes back to completely hanging on to Hunk.
Oh. Are you ever gonna let him go? She looks at Davy.
Davian shakes her head. No, I don't think I will.
Yep, that's good. I think it's fine. She shrugged.
She smiles at Hunk and gives him a kiss.
He'll kiss her back. I like it. I'm not complaining.
Good. Because we are going to be like this all day and all night.
Well, as Blaze will lead them into the room where everybody else is, I need to work out.
Only if you're capable of doing it while I'm hanging on to you like this.
Pequod. As they sit down, sighing, sitting on Julius's lap. I'm sure I can find a way.
Oh, I don't know about that, honey.
Gar's enjoying a beer in the corner watching this as Icy will sit down here, pat Soul on the head.
She pats Soul on the head. Soul lays her head onto Icy's shoulder and hugs around her arm.
You like the place? Cold, it's amazing!
It's very nice. I absolutely love it.
Icy, you know, I never did mention it, but I'll mention it briefly. You remember when I ate that guy? Pequod, how could we ever fucking forget, Nicole? Look at it.
Yeah, I think it's a little impossible to forget that one.
Well, I put a spell on everybody here, so that playing hooligan fox by herself, Blaze just comes over and watches, and it extends your life. Well, now it's complicated.
Complicated?
Pequod, did the spell wear off? I see. Nah, not really.
What's complicated about it, Nicole?
You remember I ate him and I said to die nevermore. Nevermore is the name of that summons, the Avatar State, a collective summon made by the Anovian people. For a little history and exposition, sacrificing Anovas, you've seen it, like 80 times the size of Earth, big population, sacrificed millions of spellcasters to create it, and then thus all the other spellcasters could then call upon it no matter their strength. Sam is intently watching. She's actually listening. She's actually set down the game, man. Hale's next to her. She's got Hale like in one arm. Anywho's, and I said to die nevermore because technically speaking, we're immortal now. So there's that. Huh?
Soul leans back a bit. Immortal?
Yep. I mean, you can still die. If, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, I put a gun to my head, which I'm not ever going to do, and I blew my brains out, I'm dead. But in terms of aging, you'll age slightly, but we're all kind of going to stay like this, and I've put it on everybody. Even Mama Land, Zap, I wanted them around, they agreed, they accepted it. Oh shit, looking at her.
Soul looks down at her body. So, as like an example, in 10 years, it would look like I only aged like 1 year?
I see. Essentially, yeah.
How does that work for the kids?
They'll age because they have to reach a point of maturity.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So that one, she gestures over there, whenever she reaches her point of maturity, she'll probably be like that. Gesturing to Hale, same with Integra, they'll age.
Soul smiles, scratches Integra on the head, and then smiles at Icy. You're really cool, Auntie.
Thanks! She looks down at Soul. When I ate that guy, it slowly kind of came to me. I just figured there was more important things to talk about afterwards. That is... he's really dumbfounded.
I'd say she just tilts her head one way and then the other. This is a bit of a bomb. Wow. You know, that's not something I ever really expected to hear.
Icy never expected to eat a time deity to save everybody, but he came for some reason, the punk.
He said something about us being, like, required to defeat the great threat that was the Void, and then...
Yeah, he was a punk. He let you guys go. because he can't do anything about the Void dude, who's gone now. 'Cause he's not that powerful enough, because he's a loser. And then he tried to cover up his mistakes. Lunch.
JJ starts to laugh. You know, Nicole, I'll just love how you put certain things.
She starts chuckling. You guys knew she could do that. Pequod, the fuck, of course they did, and this one didn't tell me. Sasha knew, and clearly Towns knew.
What? It's difficult to explain, definitely.
See, I used it multiple times training with Lorelei. Then I used it once when we got in trouble and a little over our heads fighting Max Tech. The cult remnants that were, I mean, they were just losers with guns, but they had a Sevastopol class ship. Then I ate them. Pequod, Jesus Christ.
It's our go-to move. With the Nevermore summons. Eating people.
I see, when we were talking about it, after, I know it was a lot to take in, but Memory Ann asked, she's looking at Soul. Memory Ann asked if she could learn it, and I said no, only Hale and I can. And you said, good, because you don't think you'd want to do that. That's what you have to overcome. Because now you have something like it. Maybe it's not as powerful and never will be, who cares? You gotta overcome that.
She purses her lips and nods.
I mean, I'll try, definitely.
You will.
Okay, I will. I can definitely do it.
You'll be fine. Kissing Soul on the head. We'll start training soon. Just read the books, like I said, in your leisure time.
Thank you. I think I'll need it.
Oh, we'll take her hand. I'll read them in my Hame voice.
Oh god, honey, no, I'll be laughing too much. I won't be able to hear.
I'll read them in my Scar voice. Hey! Oh, I forgot he was here.
You know what they say, impersonation is the purest form of flattery, Uncle.
Motherfucker.
So looks between Scar and Colt.
Honestly, I wasn't looking. I don't know which one of you said that.
God, it was him.
I love you, Uncle Scar.
Yeah. Sipping his beer. As Blaze will. Well, in other news, we're going to begin filming next weekend. There's that.
No, actually. What? Okay. What movie? We're not doing Fat Fledwick, right? You would have told Pequod about that, like, immediately. No, I believe I would want to do War Gods of the Deep. That one that you showed us, where they're under the water, darling?
If that's what you want, that's what you're gonna get.
Yes, that one.
Huh? What?
It's a Vincent Price movie.
I see. Reading Davine's mind carefully. You guys missed it because you were busy with work. But we're gonna launch Rainfall Movie Classics. And Frederick's gonna be the starring role. In most of the films, playing Vincent Price. Pequod, okay. And we're gonna shoot him in black and white. We have a long weekend. I'd like us all to sit down, hang out, if you want. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be around me. But anyway, and watch some of these movies. Suletta groans and glares at Davine, hearing that. And then you can get a gist of what we're trying to go for. And Carter be in the movie, JJ in the movies, and they'll cut their teeth in the Rainfall Movie Classics, and we'll move them up.
Davy nods. So that's the plan currently, if it's okay with you, of course, darling, as she cups Pequod's cheek with her hand.
Pequod thinking, why does Vincent Price sound familiar?
Vincent.
Didn't we watch one of his horror? I think we watched one years ago. At first I thought we watched Will Smith in I Am Legend, and then Integra said, no, this is the true I Am Legend, and we watched it, and that... You want Frederick to be that guy?
With the fucking dog?
As Pequod, this guy.
You're going to get better.
Playing it on a wrist computer, pulling up a
We're
clip.
going to have lots of happy times together. You'll see, everything's going to be fine.
Scar. Motherfucker!
Yes, exactly. We're going to have Fudwick play that role, but in a different film. We'll all have to watch it, of course. Most of Vincent Price's filmography. But yes, we want Fudwick to be playing Vincent. His eyebrows are a lot of the same expressions.
Scar, I'm already researching cinematography techniques for black and white. Because, oh shit, you're gonna shoot them all in black and white.
Yes, we're shooting them all in black and white. And I also had an idea of doing Battlefield Earth for Tommy, but also just shooting that in black and white and calling it a Rainfall Classics production.
Frederick should play Travolta, in my humble opinion.
Yes, and Tommy wants to play the blonde-haired man. I cannot remember his name.
Because that movie is terrible, and that role is perfect for Frederick.
Oh god, can you imagine Frederick trying to do like the John Travolta laughing? She sort of shudders.
Yeah, your mother and I actually watched Battlefield Earth after the first production meeting back, because Tommy pitched it and neither of us knew anything about that scene where he puts the blaster behind his back.
or the scene where he just randomly hits his head, yells at people to fix it, and then next scene they're fixing it like it wasn't just a piece of improv.
I see. I think this is probably aligned to a lot of money.
Julius nods. I would have to say so, aligned to a lot of money.
Blaze, given the lack of complexity to the films and the fact we have the Wizard of Wizards, we can film these in probably 3 days, tops.
Yes, my only concern is with some movies, such as Opium Eater is just what we've been calling it, but they are quite physical roles, so we don't know if Frederick would be able to accomplish it.
Icy's furiously googling pictures of Opium Eater. He's holding a morning star. Pequot Frederick with a morning star.
Julia's also looking at pictures. Yeah, he's climbing up a rope to scale a building. I really don't know if Frederick's capable of that.
Hunk, well, can't you help him out, Nicole? Like, slow him down, speed him up, whatever. Icy, whatever you need.
Soul raises her hand. I can help out too if you want.
Actually, I can. Yeah, but I think you're gonna be directing.
Oh yeah, sure. I would love to, but you know, on any scene that I can be useful, I can do that too. I think I can multitask it.
Yeah, then you'll help me out too. I think we'll have some downtime on set between takes. Not like The Room where we just kept doing take after take after take after take after take after take after. Enough, Nicole. Hunk speaks. Sorry.
Here's a water bottle, Tommy. Just do what you do best. And then you got it.
Oh, we got a bottle. That was. He starts chuckling.
David starts to laugh. It was not fun during the time, but it is somewhat fun to think back on.
I see. I will teach you all the spells I use to help out around set. Some you're not ready for. Some you definitely are. I'm gonna teach you how to slow-mo, Frederick. I think you're mature enough.
Soul looks at Icy. Well, ready to cast a spell, yes. I'm not sure about mature, Auntie. She starts to laugh.
Or you could speed Frederick up. You can do a lot of fun stuff with stuff like that. You speed somebody up when they're unaware and not ready. They just run into a wall. We did it to Tommy on, not Executive Decision. What was that one? Air Force One, excuse me. Because he ran into the side of the cockpit.
You also did it to me one time, just out of nowhere.
Julius taught me how to speed people up.
So I was walking out of the triple office. I heard Nicole snap her fingers. Next thing I know, my face was in the doorway to my office in the headhunter's base.
What starts like Hunk? Good God. You two haven't grown up too much, have you?
No, I don't think we have. And you know what? I like it that way.
I see, me too. I did it to Sasha's bodyguards once. They were walking towards her, she was walking towards them, saying some military stuff, they just walked into her. Sam starts laughing. She was so pissed, she cussed them out for like 3 hours, and then made them stand guard duty for 48 hours.
Julia starts laughing. Oh my god, I remember seeing them both standing there, tired as all hell. I was like, do you guys want coffee? And I can't remember which one, but one of them said, no, I think she'll get mad at us if we take coffee.
She made them stand there 48 hours. Good god, she's a lot like Lorelai.
Yeah, hey. She's the Ranger General for a reason. You gotta be a lot like Lorelai to be the Ranger General, in my opinion.
Hunk will, oh, that is true, reaching in his pocket, pulling out a game man. Alright, Samantha. Before we get the Vincent Price festivities started, dear, do you want to let go, or you want me to take you over there? You have to tell me what to do. I don't know what... I'm not good at, clearly, these things.
She purses her lips a bit. Take me over there.
Alright, I'll carry her over. Alright, Samantha, we're gonna battle or duel. It's time to duel. Is that show? Sam? Look at him.
He wants to duel with you, Samantha.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you Tristan. Pequot, Tristan is my favorite.
It is pretty interesting, Malcolm.
And Deadbeat Glare is hot and ready, honey. Just because you're my new daughter-in-law doesn't mean I'm not gonna whoop your ass with Tristan. Okay, she's trying to fight back laughing.
JJ just lets out a breath, about to laugh, but managing to keep it down.
Alright, I'll send you the battle code. Okay. It goes to, is this the code, dear? Pointing at the screen.
She doesn't see any code.
Send it again. She sends another one. He shakes the game man almost violently. Fuck!
Davine tilts her head. Oh, hold on, honey. You know what? I think we need to update the game on your system. It's a new system and all, you know?
Oh, okay. How do we do that?
I think it'll take some time. Here, may I have it?
Yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, I want to show her Tristan and Deadbeat Glare. Every time he says it, she grabbing Julius's shoulder laughing.
Julius, because Pequot is laughing, he starts to laugh. Davine makes eye contact with Icy, and in her mind she says, Nicole, can you make a ROM hack of normal Pokemon? So it's like Tristan and the Denaria Pokemon and that kind of thing, with the help of Pequot.
Pidgeot.
Yes, Pidgeot. And make it like me, but Pidgeot, you know?
She'll wink at Davine and give her 2 thumbs up. Done in a day, Mom.
Thank you so much, honey.
Alright, so is this thing done updating it?
I think it says it's gonna take about a day, honey.
A day? This thing's brand new. Does it need to defragment the disc or something?
Well, there's a lot of updating to be had. You were playing on quite an old system, so it was probably locking a lot of content behind it because it was an old system. You should be getting quite a few more, like Malkimons and even areas that you can explore.
Oh, okay. You gotta make better products, dear. Our name's on this. He looks at Pequot. Pequot, yeah, Dad, I'm sorry.
Julia's covering his mouth, laughing, his soul, holding Colt's hands with her face on the table, trying to hide her laugh.
Deadbeat Glare's hot and ready. Yeah, that's what I tell him when I go up against lazy-eyed youngster and beauty lazy eye. Deadbeat Glare's hot and ready. I always wanted a Tristan plushie, actually, but You can't find him anywhere. I've looked online. I've made Blaze look. Oh, he looks down at his feet.
Davine looks over at Icy again. I think I can do something about that. I think I might be able to find one.
Quickly nodding her head and then looking intently at Pequod, who just puts her hand up and fighting back laughter.
I'll be able to find one for you, darling.
The shittiest thing about the game I play is it's just like, you got my sons in it. And then there's just Globnock and, Southern Twang or whatever her name is, Pokemon, or Malkymon, whatever, and it's just, I don't understand why Julius is in it, but none of the rest of the family are when we make the consoles. I see, there's a new one, don't worry about it, Dad.
Well, once it updates, you'll get all the stuff that you've been missing out on.
Deadbeat Claire will be hot and ready, Dad. Yeah, that's the spirit. I like being called Dad.
Deadbeat Glaire's gonna be, oh god, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, even hotter and even readier.
I think you should make your eyes glow like that, son, in battle. It'd be more intimidating. Maybe it would have scared the Time Lord away or whatever, Time Wizard.
I mean, I can't make my eyes glow. He makes his red eye glow red.
I see, and just like Deadbeat Glare in the game, it would have done nothing to the Time Wizard.
Julius starts to laugh. No, it would not have.
Suletta losing at Hooligan Fuck. I'm off my game today.
Julius looks at Suletta and just nods. And then gives her a thumbs up. Oh, he leans forward to Pequod. Should we tell her about the hag?
She looks at Suletta. No, looks back at Davine. That's her sister. They even fight like sister.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I don't think she'd care. I see reading Suletta's mind. Nah, she won't.
Alright, good. Just double checking in case we should have.
You got a gym here, right? He looks over at Icy, and Icy... Yeah... Banksy is an awesome gym.
Davine clears her throat and just starts shaking her head. Well... It's a shame you won't be able to use it because I'll be hanging off of you constantly.
Oh, well, I mean, you gotta sleep.
You think I can't hang on to you while I sleep?
Oh, you usually do, which is nice.
And I will continue to do so. And she'll give him a kiss.
He'll kiss her back. By the way, I was expecting a package. Did anybody see another package show up in the mailing room? No.
Davine just looks down and shakes her head.
It's not the games that we bought for her, Blaze. It was something else. Something very important. No. It must have got lost in the mail. I'll have the Ranger General look into it.
Davy nods. I'm sure if it was truly important, we'll be able to find it somehow.
Grabs the back of his neck. Yeah.
She gives him a kiss on the cheek and then rests her shoulder, or her head on his shoulder.
I see watching, thinking in her head, dwarf steroids.
Julius just looks very fucking confused when he hears that and just... I don't even want to know, dude. I just want to enjoy my fucking weekend. You got a pool house here. I see.
Yeah. Looking at Julius.
He gives her like a look like, yeah?
Pequod, looking between the two of them, can tell they're talking in their heads, brother and sister. Clears her throat.
Julius leans forward. We were just talking about if she had a pool house here, if you can catch my drift, hun.
Oh, maybe we could take a tour in a few hours after we watch some Vincent films.
Yeah, go on a walk. Good hour or two walk.
Why you gotta go for a walk?
It's a wonderful beach. I want to explore it a little.
Yeah, the lagoon's gorgeous. As Elizabeth comes in, give her one chance to.
Elizabeth walks in. She walks up, sits like next to, because I assume Banksy's holding Integra. She sits next to Hunk and wraps her arms around him too.
What are you doing? He looks down at Elizabeth and Davine, really confused. Shouldn't you be with Benny?
I just wanted to hug my daddy.
Oh! Well, I appreciate it. Rubbing her head.
She smiles up at him. And I just wanted to tell you that I really do love you. And I haven't been great at showing it, but I do. I really do love you and care about you and want to see you happy, Daddy.
Well, you want to watch some movies with us?
Of course. I'd love to. I want to watch movies with you. Can Benny join us? We sort of want to watch movies, just me, you, Mom, and him, if you don't mind.
Hunk will. Well, we need to watch some of the Price movies with everybody here, because we're... Maybe you guys could go on your tour of the beach and look at the pool house now, and then you guys could join us in a few hours. Pequod, that sounds amazing to me, personally. Those Price movies are going to be tenfold better, right, Nicole? I see. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I absolutely love that idea, Dad. Wonderful idea.
Sam, maybe we could go to our room.
JJ thinks for a second. How fast do you think I can get there with holding both of us?
Less than 30 seconds. I see, yeah, it's right over there.
JJ picks her up. Well, let's test that theory, and he'll run as fast as he can into the bedroom.
They take off to enjoy the beginning of their long weekend. Colt will look at Soul. Well, we've got some books to read. You see, yeah, I actually teleported them here for you, honey.
Thank you, Auntie. We'll go into our room and read the books.
Yeah, reading can wait. Trust me. Go, go, go. She shoos them off.
Soul smiles, holds Colt's hand, and starts to skip off to their room.
He picks her up. Everybody sees him grab her ass cheeks and run off. Oh god. Oh shit.
Oh god.
Suletta will and just restart the hooligan game. You can watch movies with us, Suletta. Fine.
Julius looks at Nicole, thinks in his head, should we ask her to join us?
Ice-T, do you want to hang out with us instead, Auntie? You seem to be really stressed. Suletta, yes, and I think this is something they should do alone. Those two points at Davine and Elizabeth, glaring at both of them and her eyes glowing intensely. Those two have to atone for something. So, sure, take me on a tour of your place, Nicole. I like it here. Now, I do enjoy Cancun. I see, awesome.
Julius will stand up, picking up Pequod. Alright, come on, Banksy. Blaze, Scar, you're more than welcome to join us.
Blaze, I would love to stay for the weekend, but I'm going back to the lane, actually, to keep an eye on the mail room, if you get my drift, sire.
Right, yeah. Do you want me to come in the mornings to help you out with that?
No. Enjoy your weekend. Monday, you can assist me. Your long weekend, I should say. Scar, yeah, I'm gonna come too. Smash the fuck out of some boxes with steroids, motherfucker, as they leave. I see, I'll get the teleporter set up so people have quick access before Monday's over.
Smart, yeah, very smart. Julius looks at him all. Alright, you guys stay safe. Call us if you need us.
Will do, son. Come back in a few hours, watch some movies with us. I see. Oh, we'll be back. Don't worry.
Yes, sir. Love you all. And we'll send Benny up.
Actually going to... It's not quite over yet. They walk out here. Suletta, so we're taking a tour of the beach house, or the beach, the lagoon, if you will. I've been in such a bad mood, because, may I explain myself, or would you just prefer to go?
Julius puts his hands out. Go right ahead.
Pequod, it's rare for you to actually speak your mind. I am very jealous of your mother, you realize that. I see anybody could see that.
Julius nods. Yeah, obviously.
And I just think what she did to him is wrong.
Fair enough. I do too.
It stresses me out. Because if he were to leave or have a heart attack or something like that, I would not be able to do anything to help her. It would be like Snarf, only I venture a guess 10 billion fold worse. I see, I would have her under like suicide watch.
Julius nods. No sharp objects, nothing like that. Suicide watch, definitely.
So do you see where my frustration comes from on both fronts?
Julius nods. He'll set Pequod down, walk around, and then give Suletta a hug.
He'll hug Julius back. Pequod, I think Mom will fix it in time. Banksy, yeah, she will.
Julius still hugging Suletta. She's got this, Auntie. And I feel like you needed a hug. So yeah, there you go.
I do like hugs. As Icy, hugs are great, but so are these, pulling out a joint. What the fuck?
Julius looks at Suletta, smiles. It'll keep your stress way down, Auntie. Trust us.
It's gonna make you so relaxed. How long have you been doing this?
For years. Do you really think we went to Mom and Dad's pool house 7 times in the year that Carter was fucking up just because we wanted to have fun in there?
That's what you were doing.
Yeah, it smelled like skunk in there, Auntie.
Pequod, we've been coming over, putting the hug on Suletta, letting go, wrapping our arms around Julius's arm. We've been doing it since, hell, I think 2 years after 2 years after Lorelai retired. We started when the election. We did it maybe 40 times that year. Oh my god.
Julius starts to laugh. Yeah, we did it quite a bit that year. It helped keep our stress down, though.
I see, and isn't this better than just getting frustrated playing a game mad at your sister? Suletta, yes. And when Tal gets here, trust me, you're gonna have the night of your life. Handing her the blunt, Suletta will take it and look at it. Fair enough.
Julius snaps his fingers, lights it up for her.
She will take a drag off of it. The longest drag anybody's ever seen. How much smoke can you get into your lungs, Auntie? She just keeps dragging off of it.
Holy shit.
She takes it in, blowing smoke out of her nose. Your mother stresses me out immensely.
Julius is just laughing, watching her do it.
Tracy, lucky for you, I can snap my fingers and get more of those here. I've got millions pre-rolled. And we got a cool bong from Anova. Take me.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
And they will, as Pequod jumps on Julius, giving him a kiss on the cheek, will go off to get high with Aunt Suletta. And we'll cut